This is the D6 generation with your hosts, Craig Gallant.
You're wrong! If you're getting any compensation, it's not charity!
Russ Wakeland. Did you put me on a boat with frickin' dragons attacking me and whatnot? Now we're talking. And Chris Weuve in the third chair.
You're going to edit out the part about the wombat, right?
With contributions from Total Fangirl.
Vampires do not sparkle.
And our loyal listener.
Are you crazy? That's like 400 hours of gamer nonsense.
Welcome to another edition of Rapid Fire, the roundtable discussion of all things gaming, coming at the speed of a literal combat ship to Independence with its gas turbine engines fully open. Today's edition is brought to you by The Cranky Lawyer for all your non-game related criminal defense needs. And deodorant, it's okay to try some. We promise that you won't have to talk to people if you don't want to. I'm Geekly McNerdigan, your host. Today, our panelists are Russ Wilhelm II Wakeland and former Naval War College professor and bona fide expert in real-life alien spaceships, Chris Sir James Hawkins Whitshed Weuve, and iconic naval combat game designer and author, Chris Hans von Coaster Carlson. Let's begin. Issue number 1. The term modern naval tactics refers to tactical doctrines developed after World War II following the final obsolescence of the battleship and the development of long-range missiles. Since there has been no major naval conflict since World War II, with the exception of the Indo-Pakistani Naval War of 1971 and the smaller Falklands War, many of these doctrines reflect scenarios developed for planning purposes. Question. During the Indo-Pakistani Naval War of 1971, what was the ratio of destroyed military naval assets in whose favor did that ratio tilt? Visajay Binwale Wakeland.
I'm going to have to defer to our two honored guests on this one.
Pelage Gaikwad Weuve.
I have no idea.
Bayram Khan Carlson.
It was darn near a tie. They both lost a destroyer. The Pakistanis got dinged on a second one. The Indians lost a destroyer to a Daphne-class submarine. And the Pakistanis lost a destroyer to a Styx missile fired from an OSA that was towed into range.
Well, according to our research department, a.k.a. Wikipedia, you are wrong. Unfortunately, with your bona fides, I'm just going to meekly give that one to you and move on. Issue number 2. Oh, my God. The concept of avoiding putting all of your eggs in one basket is a conservative philosophy taken as a truism these days by nearly everyone from every walk of life. One outstanding naval analyst, in fact, uses the concept to provide one possible reason that space-based fighter carriers would be impractical in the future. The question. Not everyone agrees with this statement of eggs in baskets, however. What famous American writer is attributed with the quote, "Behold, the fool saith, put not all thine eggs in one basket," which is but a matter of saying, scatter your money and your attention. But the wise man saith, put all your eggs in one basket and watch that basket. Ben Rogers Russ.
I'm going with Mark Twain.
Chris W. Duke.
Again, I have no idea.
Chris C. Silas Phelps.
I'm going to go with Mr. Buffett.
And the answer is, it kills me to give this guy a point, Mark Twain.
Woo! I'll take it.
The other two of you are wrong. Issue number 3. The term micro-G environment, also often referred to by the term microgravity, is more or less a synonym for weightlessness and zero-G, but indicates that G-forces are not quite zero, just very small. Throughout geekdom, whether it be board games, minigames, movies, or books, zero-G is a concept that is dealt with in a wide variety of ways, from the haphazard Gravity movie to the classically awesomely laughable Star Wars. Question. To achieve a state of near total weightlessness, 1/1,000,000th of a G, how far must you travel from Earth? Sidney Russ W. Drell.
Actually, I think it's a trick question because it just depends on relativistic speeds. I'm going to go with trick question.
John Chris W. Dalton.
My guess is it's low Earth orbit. There was a time in my life where I actually could calculate that. In fact, I still could. I'd have to pull out an old notebook to do it, though.
All righty. Walter Chris C. Shotsky.
We have a problem. The sun's gravity is going to exert that much on us regardless of how far away we are from Earth.
Bing, 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 bing. However, the question wasn't Earth's gravity. It was gravity in general. Earth was thrown in there to confuse you.
It worked.
It worked.
That's a trick question. I'm going to take a win.
No. So A, Russ does not get a point. B, Chris W is wrong anyway. C, Chris C, you still have room to make one call, now knowing that you're actually trying to calculate the distance from the sun. Time's up. 37 million miles.
Oh, wow.
That's a lot of roaming charges. Issue number 4. If a Dindrenzi Federation Conqueror-class battleship facing a lone Cerulean Collective Plumba-class corvette at 22 inches were to fire upon the target with its Class 7 static torpedoes, what are the chances out of 10 of the Plumba surviving, with 1 being a Tribolin interrupting alien volcano and 10 being the Romulan Narada facing a single Federation jollyboat? Barry Russ W. Waddle.
I'm going to go with an 8, assuming all this point defense is still working.
Robert Chris W. Wesley.
I'm going to go with 5.
Gideon Chris C. Satak.
I am going to be a contrarian and go with 1.
No, so close. So close. But the answer to this question is so far below 0 that it doesn't even matter. The Conqueror would be firing 16 high-energy kinetic dice first, then the torpedoes, and if the thing was even there by the time the fish arrived on target, it wouldn't have a prayer. Plabumbas. That's it for now. Thanks for listening, and good night.
This episode of the D6 Generation is brought to you by Lone Wolf Development. Take your game to the next level.
And the War Store, bringing the war to your door since 1999, and that is for a decade or more.
And by Conquistador Games, focusing on immersive and thematic games. More details at cqgames.com. And by Winged Hussar Publishing, providing books for students of history and history students. wingedhussarpublishing.com. And by Game Salute, publishing awesome tabletop games through the Powered by Game Salute program, supporting independent publishers, stores, and the industry at gamesalute.com. Hello!
Hello!
Hello.
Hey, and welcome to episode 138
We're in the big time now, baby.
of the D6 Generation. I'm Russ Wakelin.
I'm Craig Gallant.
And I'm Chris Weuve.
Hey, Chris, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Chris, we are so excited to have you on. Guys, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Chris is an expert in alien spaceships.
Exactly.
The only expert in alien spaceships we were able to find, by the way.
I think
And
that-
the only one we need.
Right. So, Craig, tell us the story. How did you meet Chris? I think this is an interesting story.
Wow. Chris was the Toastmaster at HonorCon, of course, where I went just last month, and is a good friend of a longtime listener and friend of the show, Fred Kish, who was basically my friendly face through the entire weekend, and actually introduced me to Chris, and the three of us went to dinner, had a blast, and I'm telling you, man, all you got to do is like sit back and relax and listen to these guys talk, and it just goes on forever. Just amazing topic after amazing topic, and you're going to get to share just a little bit of it tonight.
Now, Chris, would you say you are an expert on naval warfare?
I've been paid to be an expert on naval warfare, so I guess I should say yes to that.
Right. You're like a former professor of naval warfare or something.
I was a assistant research professor of wargaming at the Naval War College, and before that, I did wargame design and exercise analysis at the Center for Naval Analysis.
Oh, that is awesome. See, that is so cool. So we figured, since we have a expert on naval combat, clearly, we thought, what better things to talk about than, we have a lot of listeners very excited about Firestorm Armada, the second edition coming out.
And we've had a lot of people asking us to do a full review on that.
How can we not do a full review of Firestorm with a naval combat expert? And you're thinking, I know what you're thinking out there. You're thinking, but Russ, Firestorm Armada is space combat. What does that have to do with the naval combat?
Interesting question.
But I think we should have a segment about that as well. So we'll talk about, and we're going to have a guest on later to talk about Harpoon and naval combat. But in the Lost Chapter, which I'm going to talk about right now, we've talked, if you're only going to download one Lost Chapter this year,
this is the one to download, friend.
This is the one, because we talked to Chris about the whole idea of why are space navies based, science fiction space navies, based on terrestrial water navies in most parts.
Or what they're based on.
Or what are they based
the
on?
different models they're based on.
What's that
Chris
about?
is an expert on that also,
Right.
and has all kinds of fascinating ideas.
And what would be realistic ways to simulate that combat, right? So definitely tune into that as well to learn about that and figure out how it ties in and dovetails, if you will.
There is a lot of dovetailing.
There is.
It's hard to keep our rating with the amount of dovetailing that's going on with this episode.
Wow. See, Chris, this is the kind of, you didn't know you'd be talking about birds propagating, but there we go.
Professionalism right there.
Right. Now, before we get to all that, we should quickly tell everyone that we still are running to the end of our big speaking of space combat,
There you go. It just keeps dovetailing.
it does, because we are in our final episode coming up here. After this episode, you got to get your entries in for the Space Cadets Dice Duel Contest.
That's right.
This is a game that you roll lots of dice to simulate, see what I did there? Simulate two starships fighting it out in space.
Yes.
And the frantic nature of being a member of the bridge crew. Yep. So to do this, right, Craig, what do you got to do?
Well, we are going to ask you, or actually Stronghold Games is asking you, to create a 30-second audio spot. And we're only accepting audio for this contest, so we won't be creating anything for you. And we're looking for a 30-second spot. We're going to look for humor, creativity, special effects. We're looking for the whole gamut, as always. And we have three signed copies by the designers of this game to give away.
Nice. That is awesome. So if you're looking to win that, remember, send your entries to contest@thed6generation.com, and we'll play your entries on the air. And you got a 1 in 3 chance. Well, not that good, but you can win 1 of 3. Unless only 3 people enter.
If you have a
case,
1 in 3 chance, we have failed miserably.
No, if you get a 1 in 3 chance, that means only 9 people entered.
That's what I mean, which I would consider failing
which,
miserably.
Hey, you never know.
Yeah. And remember, folks, that your homework is not counted unless it's sent to the right email address.
Contest.
So that's contest at the d6generation.com.
Get it in before the end of December. Don't miss out.
That's right.
All right. Now, we already mentioned the Lost Chapter that Chris was kind enough to join us on.
But wait, Russ, you know what we didn't mention?
What's that?
How do we get to those Lost Chapters, Russ?
Oh, good point. So if you want to listen to that excellent Lost Chapter episode about why navies are in space work even remotely similar to, or potentially could work similar to, or in some way, we don't even know. You have to listen to the episode to find out.
Or something remotely resembling the grammar of what he just said.
I'm so excited about the topic, I can't even, I'm speechless, literally, which makes for dull radio, but I am, because it's exciting. So, what you do is you go to our website, and on the right-hand side, the d6generation.com, you will see a stack of books. That represents the Lost Chapters. Click on that stack of books, and you will see all the information you need to subscribe to our Lost Chapters. The easiest way to do it is download our free iPhone app or Android app or Windows phone. There's actually a Windows app now for Windows 8 also. And you download that, and you can then subscribe to the Lost Chapters. And remember, you can download each episode a la carte. Just pick the ones you want, or you can do the subscription model, few bucks a month, and get listen to as many as you can cram into your earbuds.
And how is that not the way to go?
It is the way to go. So check that out as well.
Just like Netflix.
So so that's all the upfront stuff. Now let's get to the meat and potatoes here. We got to, being a naval professor there, we got to figure out, does Chris actually play games?
That's true.
The only way to find that out is to take us into achievements of gaming, right, Craig?
Right. What's that? What? Achievements in gaming.
Nicely done. And Achievements is brought to us by Dirigo Hobbies has moved from Yarmouth to a new location in Gray, Maine. Unfortunately, they can no longer use the tagline, where Bruce's Burritos is next to Dirigo Hobbies. Word is that both China Gray and Manai Thai are bidding not to be included in the new tagline. More on that in coming weeks. Now, Chris, you said you had listened to one episode before, and did this noise you heard in the background ever confuse you? Did you find that noise confusing?
I'm trying to remember if I remember hearing that noise.
See, it's very subtle.
Yeah, and sometimes Russ forgets.
This noise represents the achievements in gaming noise, meaning that we are marking the fact that someone mentioned something worthy of geek achievement. Right. This is not an accident when you hear this noise. It's not some kind of background noise by mistake. No, it's marking that as well. So here we go. We're not going to talk. So first, at our first part of achievements in gaming, we like to talk about actual games, not video games, pulp games, either role-playing games or board games or card games we've been playing lately. So Chris, as our guest, what have you been playing recently?
Let's see. The most recent thing I played, a friend of mine came to town, and my roommate and this friend and I played. We played Core Worlds. We played Imminent Domain.
Now, how'd you like Core Worlds?
I really like Core Worlds. The first time I played it, I sort of looked at it and went, okay, it's kind of interesting, but I play Race for the Galaxy. Mm-hmm. And I really like Race for the Galaxy. It's got a lot of depth to it. It's one of those games. It it rewards spending some time to get into the game, to see the possibilities when you play. So I sort of looked at Core Worlds and went, okay, this is, it's kind of amusing, but I'd rather play Race. But the thing is, we just kept coming back to Core Worlds. So every time this guy comes to town, I end up spending a weekend playing Core Worlds.
Nice.
Which is pretty impressive because usually the way it works when my friend Prescott comes to town, between Prescott and my roommate Arias and I, like one weekend, we played a total of 7 or 8 games, and my high point for the weekend was in one of the games I came in second.
Oh, nice.
So, I came in dead last for like 6 or 7 games. But this last time when we played Core Worlds, I just like trounced them. We played like 4 games and I won the first 3. So
yeah, I think that game rewards repeated plays. It's got more depth to it than you might first think when you play through it.
Yeah, and there's some interesting subtleties there in how things fit. And it's one that I bought when I first sort of read the rules. I was kind of vaguely disappointed, but then I started playing it, and it's like, wow, I need to come back to this game.
Yeah, the cool mechanics are in the cards, and I think the art carries the theme really nicely in that game.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned Eminent Domain, and it's funny because you also mentioned you like Race. Now, I found Eminent Domain to be kind of Race for the Galaxy light. Do you enjoy it for that reason, or does it feel different to you?
Eminent Domain is a game that I played it. I made the mistake of learning Eminent Domain the same weekend I learned Core Worlds, and I was so enraptured with Core Worlds and Eminent Domain. It's like, why am I playing this?
Right.
But this last time we played it again, and it's like, that's a better game than I thought it was the first time. Yep. So it's not a game that I've mastered by any stretch of the imagination. I'm still just getting blown out every time we play. Like really seriously blown out. But it's a game that I want to play some more of.
Nice.
At one point I was thinking about selling the game, and I've decided that no, I'm going to keep it. So, And I also discovered that Core Worlds and Eminent Domain both will physically fit in the same box. Which
they're very portable.
More portable.
Yeah, you stick Race for the Galaxy in there. Now you got quite the set.
Well, one of the things I've discovered with Race. Okay, so here's my Race setup.
Yeah.
You can fit the entire set, everything that's been published so far, in one of the expansion boxes.
Ooh.
So
even for that,
you can, you guys didn't tell me there would be scoring.
Oh yeah, no, seriously, your gamer score has gone up already. You're doing great.
I'm not complaining. I'm thinking about how I can game the system.
Please do. See,
so
he's a metagamer too, Craig. I'm liking this already. We're going. This is going to be a good episode.
So one of the things that I've discovered is that you can actually fit an entire Race for the Galaxy game in one of the expansion boxes.
That's convenient.
So it fits beautifully. And what I did was I went to Staples or some other business supply store and bought some 3x5 plastic 3x5 card holders. They're about an inch thick or whatever, and 2 of those will hold all the cards that come in the complete Race for the Galaxy game.
Nice.
And so you put the cards in there, keeps them nice and organized. You put everything else in baggies, and now you've got something that is very portable. I have a game box that lives in the trunk of my car that has like 20-some games in it. It just lives in the trunk of my car. And my roommate and I, it's not unusual for us to, when we go out to a restaurant, we'll bring along Race for the Galaxy, and we discovered that the time period that it takes to play one 2-player game with the 2-player rules is about the amount of time that your average restaurant needs to come take your order and then bring you food.
Nice. I like that. That's brilliant.
It works.
He's got the whole thing. Talk about gaming the system.
It's literally a filler game. Literally. That's awesome.
And of course, people look at us funny, so that you get that going for you.
Well,
too.
They're lost, though. See, they're not playing a great card game. So that's the problem. Cool. So what else have you been playing?
Let's see. We also tried playing a new game that I just bought, actually, called King of Tokyo. I had played it with a friend of mine, and I don't know if you guys have seen this game, but it's so it's basically King of the Hill with monsters.
Yes, Kaiju King of the Hill.
Yeah. Which the thing I really love about it is that the map has one square on it.
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
In or out.
In or out. And, there's a second square if you're playing with like 7 people.
Right.
But
Right. The
it's
bay.
a game that I've been I've played it a couple of times. I haven't yet sat down and figured out exactly how small a box I can get it into. It's a little bit more complicated by the fact that you've got those 3D, big 3D playing pieces. But if you substituted something like, I don't know, Games Workshop Chaos Models or something like that,
Right.
You could easily make it small enough that it would fit in a fairly small box. And if you wanted to just put counters instead, you could make something that would fit in your pocket.
Yeah, I'm sure you could go to a toy store and find some little
with you wherever you go.
I'm sure if you go to a toy store, you could find some little monsters and robots you could use for that.
Oh yeah. In fact, if you go, I'm glad you mentioned that because I actually went on Amazon and found a big bag of spaceships and a big bag of robots and monsters.
There you go, perfect.
And
awesome.
So I could probably use those. I don't know if they'll take paint at all, but
yeah, I
I don't really paint miniatures. I more color code them.
hey, whatever it takes to get them not.
I once said that
is the best euphemism I've ever heard.
I was once describing how to somebody back in the days before Games Workshop had started calling it Epic. It used to be called I can't think of the name of it.
Craig?
Space Marine. It used
Space
to be called
Marine,
Space
Space
Marine.
Marine, yep.
So back in the day of like when second edition Space Marine had first came out, I discovered that you could put 2 squares of Space Marines in a counter tray slot, and I bought like all the Space Marine guys I could buy, and I color coded them. I just sort of spray painted them blue.
There you go.
And I would try to go for maximum flexibility so I'd spray paint a bunch blue and I'd spray paint a bunch red, and then I'd put like one red guy in the middle of a bunch of blue guys because now I can differentiate them on the piece of paper.
Right.
And I was explaining that on a mailing list I was on, and the pitchforks were mentioned.
I think that's brilliant. See, I think look, as a miniature gamer myself, I would prefer anything painted versus not painted at all. So I don't know what the pitchfork issue was about there. I think that's fine.
Well, and I will freely admit, I mean, some of the things I did, like some of the plastic was gray and some of it was dark blue.
Okay,
the stuff that was dark blue, I didn't bother to paint at all. Okay. And some of it was like gray and some of it was red. So I would paint the gray ones with the blue paint and they would be light blue. And then I'd paint the red ones with the blue paint and they would be dark blue. And so now I've got 3 different colors of blue.
Right.
I'm golden.
Which is tournament legal. You're good.
Yeah. So one of the guys in the mailing list said when he saw this, his response was, slay his goats and cattle.
I think it's pretty clever. I like it. Great. So yeah, I've had mixed feelings with King of Tokyo because it's I don't know. It is very luck based, but it's fun. It's a nice little press your luck game.
Yeah, I think it's a fun press your luck filler game. I just think it costs a fortune for what it does.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. It is kind of pricey for what it does, but like that game box I mentioned that I carry around in the trunk of my car. One of the things I've tried to do with it is have a lot of games at varying levels of complexity and skill and all the rest of it, because sometimes you don't really want a skill game because you're tired.
Right.
Like I carry zombie dice around in that box.
Oh, zombie dice is an awesome
that.
filler game. Yeah, I love it.
Zombie dice is the perfect game for I'm really too tired to think, but I don't want to quit gaming yet.
Right. Yeah, I love it. In fact, Dungeon Roll has sort of taken that spot now because it's got a little more depth within zombie dice, but not much, just enough to give a little meat on it.
Martian dice is great.
Martian
too.
dice also.
That's what I've got in my computer bag.
Yeah, good stuff.
Oh, I don't think I've played. I don't think I've played either one of those.
Well, we'll have to rectify that at some point.
We can for sure.
Sounds like a plan.
So, what else have you been playing?
Let's see. Played Pandemic.
Ooh, that's nice.
Not too long ago. Got the second edition. Wish the cards were a little sturdier in the second edition. I don't think they're as sturdy as the first edition cards. But the game is a really good game.
Mm-hmm.
And my gaming group when I was up in Newport at the Naval War College, the gaming group I played with, we talked about, this should really be a zombie game. And my friend Prescott, who was up in that neighborhood at the time, his response was, well, don't you guys assume it is?
Yeah. That's
said,
what we always assume.
It doesn't take much imagination to go there.
When I'm playing this game, in my mind's eye, I've got a chainsaw in one hand and a shotgun in the other.
Right.
I always assume the black cubes are zombie plague.
Man.
Yeah, there you go.
So I think that's a nice little cooperative game. It's a good game to play with families that are into gaming but aren't like looking to play something that's going to last forever and is going to be multi-sided.
Yeah.
Right.
So there's a particular set of friends that I have out in Ohio. Every time I drive to Iowa to visit my family and stuff, I stop and stay with them, and I always bring another game along. And Pandemic was a big hit the last time. So
yeah, that's a game that whenever we have a big games day and all friends and family get together, it seems like the wives always end up playing Pandemic. I don't know why that is. It just happens that way.
It's the best game we've never reviewed.
It is.
And one of the other things I like about Pandemic is that if you've got one person who knows the rules, everybody else can still, contribute to the planning phase of it.
Right.
But they don't have to necessarily be fully up to speed on all the details of the mechanics.
Right.
And you've got other people, so it's a game that you can engage with however much effort you want to engage it with.
Right. Agreed.
Yeah. So
great.
Pretty good.
So what's left on your list there?
Let's see. I've played a bunch of Eclipse recently.
Oh, now how do you like Eclipse?
Of course, the last 6 months or so. Yeah, I like it too. There's some things about it as a game designer, both hobby and professional. I of course look at every game I play as what can I steal from this game. Right. And Eclipse has a lot that's worthy of being stolen.
Yeah.
Worthy of inspiring me to better efforts on other projects.
Yeah.
I'm still sort of trying to fit it all together. There's something about it that I haven't quite figured out yet in terms of the gameplay and the game balance. There's something that seems a little wonky to me, I can't even really articulate it yet.
The one complaint I have seen about it, I like it. It's one of my favorite 4X games. But the thing about it that I think a lot of folks bump into in our local group is the random nature of the setup. We sort of felt that it can get you in a situation where just based on which planets are near you when you start, can put you in a really unbalanced situation against other opponents who get a little luckier with what they find. But I kind of like that because if you're simulating 4X and taking over the galaxy, things don't always go your way, and it's just like any other combat. The unknown, you have to deal with it. But if you're looking for a perfectly balanced game, Eclipse is not that. But if you don't mind that, having to overcome obstacles and seeing how well you can do, I think it's got a lot going forward.
Yeah, I think the main problem in that regard is to draw a comparison with Race for the Galaxy. In Race, if you may not get the cards you need, but there's a good chance that you get cards that you can go, I've got this other strategy now that's viable. And my best chance of winning is to abandon my initial strategy and go with this other strategy. And there's a list of things that you can do that make that viable. It may be that you need to do a lot of deep searches. It may be that you need to just sort of, start getting cards down and do whatever you need to get the cards down now. It may be that you need to find a particular card. There's a few things like that, but it's a game that gives you viable alternatives when what you wanted to do doesn't work out.
Right.
Eclipse is not nearly as good at giving you a viable alternative if you fail in the luck phase.
Yeah, especially if you go with the faction rules. If you go with the human rules where every race has the same abilities, if you go with the factions, they're definitely pegged for certain victory paths. So if you don't draw the right sort of galaxy sector for that path, it can make it a lot harder.
Yeah.
For sure.
Now, In some ways, it kind of reminds me of Twilight Imperium, which I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time talking about because my mother said that if you don't, if you can't say something nice, you shouldn't say anything at all.
We have a whole song about how about Twilight Imperium, so we'll share that with you sometime.
Well, I guess I will say I noticed on the latest edition they said it's been totally rewritten from beginning to end, which my reaction is, so you're telling me that the two or three previous editions didn't work?
Now we're going to get hate mail now, but send email to the Naval War College, care of Chris.
So, but as a friend of mine put it, the thing about Twilight Imperium is that it's really two games. There's this initial game called Setup that lasts about 10 minutes. And if you screw that game up,
right,
you're going to lose the other game. It'll just take you 3 hours.
Well, the thing about that is the setup game is the best part because that's where all the dreaming of all your possibilities can happen. And then the first 15 minutes of gameplay is when you realize you screwed up. And the next 5 hours is when you realize you can't escape. That's pretty much how Twilight goes.
So it's one of those games that it suffers from long, slow deaths.
Yes. Now, have you played?
But I should say, since I kind of trashed Twilight Imperium, let me say something really cool about what I think is really cool about that game, and that is that sort of UN mechanism. That's what takes a game that would otherwise be totally unremarkable, and at least gives it something that's worthy of stealing for another design. I mean, that UN mechanism, I think, is just brilliant. I have some problems with how it's implemented, but I like this idea that things come up, that you can vote on the rules of the game while you're playing it.
Yep. And it's not, and what I also like about that is it's not like the total random event card you get in some games where it's just like, here's an event, deal with it. The table can influence how the event goes down. So if you planned well, you can affect it positively in your direction, which is cool.
Yeah, like Soldier Emperor is a game that it's theoretically a Napoleonics game, but every now and then there'll be like this asteroid that will come and wipe out half the French army or something like that.
Yeah.
And if you manage to get dealt the asteroid card is really the general winner card, which if you play it at the right point can literally kill off. I once saw 2/3 of the French army just melt away in a turn, and there was nothing that the other player could have done to prevent it, to anticipate it. It just happened that somebody had the card and they went, guess what, you lose.
Nice.
So
well, that happens. So any other games lately?
The other thing I've played recently is Space Empires 4X, which is a game that sort of harkens back to my traditional wargamer's heart.
Chits, right?
You'd
Chits
never guess it from the list of games that I've listed, but I used to really be a hardcore historical wargamer.
Oh, nice.
And the main reason I'm not now is that I don't have a group I can play with every week. For about 10 years, I had a group, and we could play a game and leave it set up for 2 months, and it was wonderful. Yeah. But members of that group actually got together to play Space Empires 4X, and it's a 4X game written by a company that specializes in historical war games and really sort of has that feel of a historical type war game. I haven't decided if I like it yet. I've decided that I want to play it a bunch more times.
Okay, well, that speaks highly of it enough to it's got you interested and you want to try it more. And I'm sure it's not a fast playing game, is it? It's a pretty big commitment per playthrough, right?
Yeah, we played it sort of really fast. We didn't play with any of the special rules. We didn't play with the expansion, and now, admittedly, none of us had played before, so there was that going into it. But we played for like 4 or 5 hours. Yeah. But come to think of it, I think we played, if I remember correctly, we played for about an hour and a half or 2 hours. And then we said, all right, now that we've know enough about the game to know exactly how screwed we are in some of our setups,
we should call it.
Let's reboot.
Nice. That's the way to do it, though. With those big games, you got to kind of make the first game a learning game that doesn't really count. You just kind of get through the rules. Yeah.
I always say that the victory conditions for the first game are to understand how to play the game at the end.
Oh, that's a good way to put it. I got to remember that.
There
that's
you
nice.
go.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
That's very nice.
Well, Chris, that is quite an impressive list. And I noticed a trend there. With the exception of Pandemic and King of Tokyo, all these games have a theme about conquering the galaxy.
That's right. There's a lot of space involved.
There
in those
is.
games.
There really is, which is...
I was a science fiction fan way before I was a gamer.
There you go.
Well, there you go.
Great. Well, Craig, what have you been playing lately?
I am sadly anemic compared to Chris this
I know,
time
right?
around.
Wow, what a busy bee.
I mean, I went to New York City. And I took a bunch of our young and impressionable youth to this city of the Apple never sleeps big thing,
Right?
And great white something. And so I had a great time, but I was gone for our regular gaming day, so I didn't game. And I did get a couple for Firestorm Armada. Played a couple of Firestorm Armada so we could review it.
Great.
Where did I play those games, Russ?
I'm guessing you played them at Myriad Games.
At Myriad Games Manchester. You've got to be more specific now.
No, now there's 3 locations.
4 locations.
4 locations, right?
4, sir. 4.
Myriad Manchester, which used to be the flagship store, but now Myriad Salem is huge. Salem, New Hampshire's got the brand new location. If you're anywhere near Salem, New Hampshire, check that out. Now there's the Dover location, and of course Staten Island in New York. So plenty of places. Be sure to check out Myriad Games. They have a fantastic selection, very knowledgeable staff, and of course a great place to play in all their stores.
Always a great place to play, and clean bathrooms. We've forgotten to talk about that.
Yeah, that's
years now. That's
game
what
stores
first
have
brought
this
us
problem.
To Myriad Games.
It is. If you find a game store with clean bathrooms, hang on to it for dear life and support them for all God's sakes.
Must support them. They're worth their weight in gold.
They are.
Russ, what about you?
Well, I played a lot of Dungeon Roll.
Really?
Yeah, my family got into it. We played a bunch of games of that, and then a bunch of friends came over. We played that more. I played it with my brother. Big success, and this game is basically... we already reviewed it last episode.
We already reviewed it, so we don't have to talk about what it was.
Also played a big 3-player game of Firestorm Armada. Had a blast.
3
with the second
players.
edition.
How'd that go?
Went fine. It went a little, obviously, long with third player, but the mechanics supported it pretty well. The battle tracker doesn't work so well, but we'll talk more about that in the Firestorm Armada review.
That's a shame. You don't want to play a game that breaks the battle log.
Well, it still worked. Actually, it worked fine. It was just that what happens is, so in the new Firestorm Armada 2 rules, each side is a battle tracker. Yeah. And you start at 0, and it can go up and down, positive or negatively, based on things that happen. So kill enemy squadron, up down to half, you get positive points. Destroy their squadron, you get more positive points, but your opponent now loses points. Basically, it's also your morale, right? The tricky bit comes in a 3-player game. That works fine in a 2-player game, right? Because turn 1, I do some damage to your squadron. Turn 2, I score the kill and get the full points. But in a 3-player game, turn 1, I do all the work, taking your squadron to 3 down to 1 ship. And later in turn 1, player 2 steals the kill from me and gets all the points. So it's but it wasn't really designed as a 3-player game. So you'd have to mitigate that somehow, but otherwise it works fine. So I had fun with that. Super Dungeon Explorer, broke that out. Played both a epic 6-player game of this.
Ooh. Where did that happen?
My brother's house. Actually, of all places, with 4 kids, ages 8 through 12, and my brother and myself. Was a little slow for the kids. Took a little long with that many players. A lot of downtime.
Yeah, I would imagine.
My kids have now learned the term downtime, and they use it all the time. Dad, this game's got too much downtime. All right. But the difference between kids and adults is most adults might say a lot of downtime in Super Dungeon Explorer with 6 players, right? But my kids are saying there's too much downtime in Dungeon Roll. So, that's just sort of funny. Also, finally got a game in of Fallen City of Carez, which is this epic board game that came out as a Kickstarter last year and was back at Gen Con this year. I picked up a copy because they were having a great deal on it. And it's sort of like Lords of Waterdeep, Lords of Waterdeep, because it has this giant board. It's a city, it's a worker placement, and each player is trying to build the city back up. So the city has come to ruin, and you build it up. But what's interesting about it is there are these dungeon runs you do, like in Lords of Waterdeep, but instead of it being just a very abstracted, grab some cubes and do it, you actually have a party of adventurers with cards that says, this guy is the cleric, this guy is the ranger, this guy is the thief. You can actually give them equipment, and when you go on the dungeon run, you actually have a list of monsters you're actually going to fight on that run. So it's a much more detailed dungeon delving experience that's actually got a lot of mechanics around it, and it's really kind of fun. So it's obviously longer playing, a little heavier than Lords of Waterdeep, but also a lot of fun. The only downside is the rules are a little tricky to interpret, so you have to kind of spend some time doing that, but I enjoy it, and I want to play some more of it. So Fallen City of Cards, if you see it around, check it out. It's worth a look. So that's all the games I've been playing. So how about modeling? Chris, you mentioned you color code your models. Do you do any actual modeling, or is it pretty much just keeping your models together so you can play games?
It's pretty much keeping the models together, but like a lot of gamers, I've got scads of things that I haven't painted yet, etc. I've got GDW Traveler the New Era ships that I haven't put together yet.
Holy, what year is that from?
92?
92?
93?
Wow. Holy cow.
When they went out of business, I made a point of like scarfing up everything I could get my hands on.
Nice.
And I did the same thing when FASA went out of business. So I've got a pile of Renegade Legion stuff.
Nice. Ooh, that was a fun game.
Both armor and stuff for... I don't have anything for Leviathan, but I do have stuff for Interceptor and Centurion.
Oh, nice.
I've got a little bit of... old Agents of Gaming Babylon 5 Wars stuff.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Which I would never consider actually playing with Babylon 5 Wars because there's a lot better rule sets out there. I say that as a playtester of that game. But some of the models were actually pretty neat. So I got a bunch of those. And one of these days I'm going to have a game room that's going to be big enough that I can actually have a miniatures table again.
Oh, cool. Yeah, that's a
nice.
challenge as you get older and have a family and everything. I have no spot for my gaming tables. That's really it's a shame.
Yeah, I had a kick-ass gaming room at one point. It was just wonderful and did a lot of gaming on it, playtesting a lot of stuff. Because my current roommate and my game design partner, Arias Kaufman, and I worked on Babylon 5 Wars. We worked on a game called Exordium Tactical, which has never been published, but it's set in the universe of Dave Trowbridge and Sherwood Smith's Exordium series.
All right, yeah.
Which is a wonderful series that Dave and Sherwood are bringing back out. They put the hood up, and they're sort of like going through and doing a very heavy rewrite on parts of it, including parts that I thought was perfectly fine and sort of tried to talk them out of it. And then they did the rewrite and I went, oh, thank God you didn't listen to me. Thank God you didn't listen to me.
Sometimes they know best. That's cool.
So Arias and I at some point need to grab that game and start fixing it. It's a game that we originally were inspired by an old Avalon Hill submarine game. Because this is a game where, in that universe, in the Exordium universe, they have speed of light sensors, but faster than light drives. So you spend all your time zooming around, not quite sure where the enemy target is.
That's kind of cool.
And having to try to sort of build the picture. So have you ever seen any movies where they have gun kata in them? Like Equilibrium, for instance?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so this is the Starship equivalent of gun kata from Equilibrium. It's all based upon if I know myself and I know my opponent, Ramius at the bottom of the hour always turns to the left, that sort of stuff.
Right.
If I know who I'm dealing with and I check my Office of Naval Intelligence databases and stuff, I can predict where the other guy is going to be. So when he shows up there, I'm waiting with the BFG to blow him away.
Right.
So it's a
cool.
wonderful universe, and I managed to actually talk a professional game designer, out of trying to design a game in that universe because I said it was impossible to do, and then I figured out how to do it. So
that's awesome.
So one of these days, this game is going to come out. One of these days, it's going to come out.
Well, keep an eye on it. Let us know. We'll watch with bated breath.
And what's the universe again, Chris?
It's the Exordium series by Dave Trowbridge and Sherwood Smith.
Uh-huh.
And it's a great series. I've often described it as everything that Traveler should have been.
Oh, wow.
That's awesome.
So it's just a wonderful series. It's one of my 2 or 3 all-time favorite series. There's only a handful of things like Honor Harrington come close to being, in my mind, as good as the Exordium series.
And how do you spell? I'm having no luck with Exordium the way I'm spelling.
I found it. It's on Audible. It's EXORDIUM.
Yeah, and they just came out with the first 2 books in Audible.
Yeah, well, I'm adding it to my wish list right now.
There you go.
Look at that. Boom.
And David and Sherwood are people that I've known for a long time, and theoretically, I'm the head of a group of people that are helping them, like their pet naval analysts and political analysts that they can call upon. And I found out about it when I just happened to mention Audible, and he said, "Oh yeah, they're out in Audible now." It's like,
nice.
Cool. So
That looks awesome.
It does look awesome.
yeah,
Very cool.
they're really great books.
So sweet. So Craig, what have you been modeling lately?
I have. I'm about to. Excuse
Bless
me.
you.
That was. There's nothing I could do. I'm still working on my dungeon tiles from Dwarven Forge, man.
Oh yeah,
I got a
Keeping you
lot
busy?
of these, and I got a lot of dungeon accessories at the same time from a bunch of different vendors. And so I'm just painting. I'm getting to the point now where I'm finishing off a box at a time, and I got 14 boxes.
Wow.
So right now I've got like almost 8 boxes completely done. And now that's actually a negative thing, because now as I finish a box, I start to build stuff with them instead. Like, I should go on to the next box. Oh, I can make a room.
can do
Look
this.
at this room. Oh, I have stairs. Oh,
Yeah,
look, I
it's
go up the stairs.
Dangerous.
So,
That's a lot of
yeah,
loot you got that Kickstarter though. That's awesome.
that Kickstarter was, like I said, that was so far the only good thing that's ever come out of Kickstarter for me.
Oh, wait till Chaos Ball. Chaos Ball.
I think Chaos Ball will be good. I think Chaos Ball will be another positive. for
Well,
me.
I didn't do much modeling either this time around, mostly because I got my Xbox One, so that distracted me from any kind
Well,
of
that's
modeling.
not going to help.
But you might find this interesting, Chris. So I had this brilliant idea that if I took all my old Firestorm Armada models, because I stopped playing version 1 because I started feeling it was a little clunky the way point defense worked and everything, and I got enamored with the Dystopian Wars rules. So it's like, well, I probably will play Firestorm Armada for a while, but I had this great game called Eclipse, but I never liked the
that's
fact
right.
that all the Eclipse models were sort of the same ship, and they're sort of these generic plastics from other board games too. And wouldn't it be cool if there were faction-based ships you could use? And I was like, wait a minute, if I had enough Firestorm Armada fleets, I could repurpose them for Eclipse. So I started doing this, and then I realized, well, but the giant bases in Firestorm are too big to get any more than one ship per tile in Firestorm, in Eclipse. So I clipped all their bases and put them on little small bases so they would work. But then during playtesting, I made the horrible discovery that all the ships were a little bit too top-heavy and a little bit too big, and we had any large fleet actions, everything started falling over, and we lose where everything was. So it turned out to be a total fail for my otherwise brilliant. And then I was getting suggestions.
How many episodes did you I'm doing Project Obscuring Luna.
It was
blah,
Project
blah, blah.
Obscuring Luna, right? Eclipse. And so the whole problem with this project was that I put all this time into it only to find out that really the only way to make it work was to come up with bigger hexes, which would require reprinting all the hexes in the game and getting. So it became.
Did you try putting a weight on the bottom of the base?
Yes, but then the problem was that the ships were just. It turned out in the end that even with the bases working, with the bases being tiny, the ships are just too big. So then I went down to different heights on the pegs, so I could get 5 ships at different altitudes together. But even then, when it just didn't work. I needed bigger hexes, so it could have become a gigantic project. But it was about this time that I heard the rumors of Firestorm Armada 2. And I was like, no, now I need my ships back on regular Firestorm bases so I could start using them there. And then I was like, well, I could magnetize them all. It's like, you know what? No, it's not worth it. So then I went back. So I've just reconverted them all, included back onto Firestorm Armada sites bases, and given up on Project Luna, Obscuring Luna, which is too bad, but there you have it. So the good news is my Aquane Prime fleet is now back, ready to rock for Firestorm Armada. So,
Excellent. And we
long story
welcome
short.
you and your strange, fishy little ways.
yes, our Admiral Akbar controlled flagship. So anyway, what about others? So this is stuff about other geeky goodness, movies, comics, TV shows, whatever. Chris, what else you got going on?
Let's see, what else do I have going on? Well, I just was, as you guys said earlier, I was the Toastmaster at HonorCon.
Ooh,
And you
which
did a
was-
great job.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It was sort of funny because this is one of those things. I'm a member, one of the founding members of a group called BU9, and we recently, back in May, came out with House of Steel, the Honorverse Companion. Actually, the first Honorverse Companion. It's the 20th anniversary of the first Honor Harrington book, and David Weber wanted to do sort of like a compendium of information, etc., and Bain Books wanted to do something to celebrate the 20th anniversary, so it made sense that all these projects came together. And since BU9 has been working with David Weber for a lot of time, as it came down, Tony Weisskopf said to David, we should do like a companion volume, and David said yes, and I know just the guys to do it. So we also ended up running the con, where we spent a lot of time sort of showing people behind the scenes stuff, how all the technology works, et cetera, et cetera. I mean, we literally have guys who can do the math on the space drive systems.
Wow.
And all the rest of it. This is a group of people, I'm a former professor at the War College.
Right.
We have We have former naval officers, former naval enlisted people. So we've got a guy with a degree in spacecraft engineering,
Nice.
in addition to being a naval officer in submarines. We've got we've got artists, really kick-ass artists. We've got people that just have a wide variety of skill sets, and our job is to make David look good.
Right.
Now, David's pretty good at looking good by himself, but we're there to help.
Well, you can't have too much backup.
He likes the help, so
That's right. That's right.
Oh, he pretty much said that when he was on the show, he was kind of to say about you guys. Hey, I just call them up and ask them how it should work.
That's right.
Yeah, the
awesome.
first time we call this con that we just did Honor Con, as our beloved leader Tom Pope said, that's a name we stole from ourselves, because it used to be what we called the annual meeting, where we got together with David and we just sort of exchanged ideas, and
Right.
if possible we did it in a port city so we could climb on ships and stuff like
Nice.
that. And at the first Honor Con, one of our members, I'm not sure if his day job people want me to mention his name, so I'm not going to.
Okay.
But if you buy House of Steel, he's the guy that doesn't have a bio. He's listed as an author, but he doesn't have a bio. So if you on the very first Honor Con, we took over this Hampton Inn lobby at like 11 o'clock on a Saturday night, and we like unplugged all their gear from the big screen TV in the lobby, and the front desk people didn't even bat an eye as we're like tearing their system down. And this guy hooks his laptop up and he gives this PowerPoint presentation to David that goes like this. Starts off like this. In your books, you have grazer mounts on the starships, wherein if you actually sort of do the math on the cost of those mounts versus the cost of X-ray laser mounts and the relative amounts of damage that they do, you would conclude that from a cost effectiveness standpoint, X-ray lasers were a superior choice. But you chose grazers. And I'm here to explain to you why that was the right choice. And he proceeded to do it.
That's awesome.
And because he's got a master's degree in spacecraft design from the Naval Postgraduate School, he's not making shit up.
Wow.
That's awesome.
The answer, incidentally, has to do with the penetration capability of gamma rays, that they have a tendency to penetrate through the light stuff and deposit all their energy in the crunchy bits that you really want to blow up like fusion reactors.
That was all on the tip of my tongue. I was going to say that, but I just didn't.
I knew. I just didn't want to be
Right.
embarrassed.
Don't want to be
Russ.
presumptuous. That's awesome. That's just so cool that I just think it's cool. It's like, when you see books like, the real physics of the physics behind Star Trek and things like that, it's interesting.
Yeah.
But it's interesting that you guys are getting so granular, or able to get so granular with Weber's works, and really get into like, this is how it could work. Like he's just near enough to reality where it all, there isn't things like transporters, which are really, really hard to explain how they'd ever work. But the things he does, you can actually kind of see, okay, that could work if we just understood these few things.
Yeah, cool. The big MacGuffin, and I should hesitate, or I shouldn't hesitate to emphasize that when it comes to this stuff, I'm not considered one of the technical guys in BU9. I'm a guy who does strategy and tactics and sort of like how navies work and that sort of stuff. I can understand the explanations that these guys come up with, but these guys all have some sort of engineering or physics background, et cetera. So I just sit back and be amazed with the rest of us. But I should say that the one thing that we've come away from this is saying that, gravity doesn't work in David's universe like it works every place else.
Right.
As one of my colleagues has put it, in order for gravity to work for them to do the things that they do with gravity in David's universe, everything we understand about gravity is wrong. Right. Would have to be wrong. Uh-huh. That's not bad. It's science fiction. I think the more important thing is the fact that it's consistent and we can sort of make it all fit.
Right.
And there's parts of it that there's a little black box at the core of this stuff, and we can't ever look in that black box because we'll go blind if we do.
Right.
And every now and then these guys will go through and figure out a way to make that black box a little smaller.
Right.
But there's some parts of that are just pure fiction.
Yeah.
And you just have to press the I believe button and go on.
Oh man, I could talk to you hours about the different black boxes in different sci-fi universes too. That'd be fun.
Oh yeah,
that'd be awesome.
That could be a very interesting conversation.
That's another whole
The
episode.
birth of a new podcast.
I know. There's another whole episode there someplace, but unfortunately, we don't have time for all that now. Darn it!
No, that's craziness.
Are you reading any books right now?
Let's see. Right now, I'm taking a break from fiction. I'm actually reading some Stephen Covey books, or I'm listening to some Stephen Covey books on Audible. But right before I got into this sort of like thinking about goals, because it's the end of the year, right? It's about time to do New Year's resolution sorts of stuff. So I'm spending December sort of doing project management, goal setting sorts of stuff. But before that, I discovered that. Roland Green's Star Cruiser Shenandoah series was out at Audible. It's not out as an ebook, but it's out at Audible. And this is a series that I had read back in the late 80s, early 90s when it first came out. And the series is not perfect, but I enjoyed it pretty much as much this time as I did when I read it the first time, and I know a lot more about navies and the rest of it than I used to. So it's a great little series. And before that, I did Jack Campbell's Lost Fleet series.
Oh, how'd you like that?
I really like John's stuff. John's a good guy. I enjoy like seeing him at cons and having dinner with him and stuff like that. And he's a former naval officer. And I asked him the last time I saw him, I said, listening to the Lost Fleet series, I get every now and then I get this little voices telling me that, this particular little failure mode or this particular little story is not something he invented. It's just something he obscured that occurred in his career. And he looked at me and said something to the equivalent of, well, duh.
That's awesome.
So, I know what ships he was on. I know what classes of ships he was on, and I know what some of those failure modes on those ships were. And it's like, I can see that. It's like, yeah, he's really talking about a Spruance class destroyer. I can tell.
That's awesome.
I know other people that have worked, were on Spruance class destroyers, and they told me their war stories, and it's the same war story that Blackjack Geary's having.
Nice. Well, that's awesome. So you can really see the authors that have been in the Navy and how they tie into actual sort of the kind of realistic events you'd have on a naval ship, even though it's been obviously transposed into sci-fi.
Yeah. In fact, my favorite incident of that was I was reading Scott Geyer's Ganellan series. Mm-hmm. Scott wrote this wonderful little series back in the sort of mid to late 90s and got caught up in the sort of mid-list purge at Del Rey. But after I read the first or second book, I said to myself, this guy was a naval aviator. Mm-hmm. I can tell that he was an aviator. And I thought he was probably a P3 guy, anti-submarine warfare guy. So I contacted him. I love the internet. You can just, send an email to an author. And I contacted him and asked him about that. And he said, no, you got the P3 part wrong, but I was a naval aviator.
Oh, cool. Mm-hmm. Guess right.
And I could tell because whenever his characters did something that you would think that there would be a checklist, mm-hmm. They always did stuff in the same way because they were clearly following a checklist. And I thought he did a good job of showing that without talking about it. Oh, cool. So it's one of those things that if you're sort of familiar with how the military does stuff, you'd immediately pick up on it. But if you're not familiar with how the military does it, you may not notice it, but you won't have the opportunity to appreciate it, but it also won't get in the way of your appreciating the rest of it.
Right.
Oh, cool.
That's cool.
That's very cool. Well, awesome. Those are some. I'm making crazy book notes now on my Audible wish list queue here as you talk about these. That's awesome. So, Craig, what have you been doing in the other section here?
Well, let's see. I am reading a book that was actually recommended to me by one of the folks from HonorCon. And the book is A Desert Called Peace by Tom Kratman. And I hesitate to even talk about it, to be honest. And I wasn't even sure I was going to admit that I was reading it.
Uh-oh.
It is not poorly written, although he goes into a lot more detail than I would probably need about the design from the ground up of a combat brigade. But it's science fiction, but in all honesty, if I'm going to be brutally honest, it is a 9/11 revenge fantasy.
Oh dear. Which
is disturbing at several points on several levels throughout the book, where he literally is this would probably be, you know how we talked about Metatropolis when I listened to that when I got it for free on Audible, which we'll talk about in a moment. And I said this was really bad biased fiction in one direction. Well, this is I think it's good fiction, but he is so wrapped up in the 9/11 revenge fantasy element and all of the sort of negative things that kind of tumble on into that, in addition to just blatantly hammering, not unlike the Metatropolis stories blatantly hammered Republicans, he blatantly hammers Democrats and more specifically progressives, and more specifically European progressives, to the point where just basically like every problem in the galaxy is their fault, and here are the reasons why, and here's why they should all die. And it's really getting in the way of me enjoying what is at heart a really good, well-written story, but the framework of it is constantly getting in the way for me. Yeah, and it is far too real. I mean, they've got blimps instead of jet planes, but they do exactly what they did on 9/11, and the they is the same they, and there's really no, that I've seen so far, there's really no mitigating character element that says, like, not all of them are the bad thems, and not that you would necessarily have to do that, but I would like to see that if that's such a core element of your book. And so there's a, I don't know, I'm really
not digging it.
No, well, I'm digging parts, but I'm really not digging other parts, so I'm very conflicted about the whole thing. And he really is not. There's no strong female characters, really. All of the female characters that have any strength to them are only strong in a supportive role of supporting the men, and so it's limited in very many ways, unfortunately. I'm listening on Audible, and I'm not listening to that on Audible. I'm reading it on my Kindle because I decided to stop that whole alchemist thing. I just couldn't finish that. Patient Zero by John Mabry is what I'm listening to. I got that on a deal through Audible when they were doing one of their many deals, and I picked up like 5 books for $20, I think.
Yeah, don't forget, Audible is a sponsor of the show, and the way you
don't forget that.
Yeah, exactly. What you want to do, if you want to join Audible and get a free month, right, 30 days free, and a free book of your choice, they get to keep. Really, you get an Audible credit keep. Just go to our website, click on the Audible logo on the side, and they will hook you up with the D6G deal, which is a free book and a free subscription for the month. And the subscription is great because not only do you get the free book, but any current Audible specials going on, and there's always something cool going on.
Yeah, that's
you can leverage as if you're a full paying member. And if you decide not to keep your membership, which is free for the first month, you can just decline, but keep your credit and keep your audiobook you get. So it's a win-win deal.
Right. So it's a free audiobook at the very least, and there's really there's no reason to say no to that.
Definitely not. So, Chris, do you use Audible quite a bit?
I've been sitting here trying to think in my head exactly how many Audible books I have, and I know that it's somewhere north of 60.
Yeah.
Nice.
I think it's around between 60 and 70. It might be a little bit more than that. Like I've got everything that all the Honor Harrington stuff, including the sub-series, all the Honorverse stuff, the sub-series, the short story collections, all that other stuff. That right there is like 27 books, 28 books, something like that.
Yep.
I recently I switched over to the year deal where you get all your credits at once. So I got like 20. Yeah. I got 24 credits. This was about 3 weeks ago. I got 24 credits at once. Yep. I currently have 3. Because I then switched back to the regular 2 a month deal. So I think I'm up to 3 now. and I got like E. Doc Smith, et cetera, et cetera. So I've listened to all the Honorverse stuff. I listened to all the Lost Fleet stuff. In fact, it's got to be north of 70 now that I think about it, because all that stuff, all the Star Cruiser Shenandoah stuff. That's 6 books there. So I mean,
yep, try it. You'll like it. Basically,
I love Audible.
Yeah, it's awesome. I love it too. If you have any kind of drive or commute, it's fantastic.
And I'm gonna let me go ahead and make it a little bit more of a pitch here.
Yeah, sure.
The thing that I really like about Audible is that, you know, when I want to sit down and read, if I can read, I can usually also like watch TV or get on my computer or web surf on my iPad, those things like that. So I mean, it's always reading competes for very scarce time with all these other activities.
Right.
At some point, I figured out that I don't have nearly as many things competing for my attention when I'm like driving in my car. I can listen to a book. When I'm getting ready in the morning, when I'm just sort of hanging out with my cat on the couch, and he's not wanting to let me watch TV. There's a lot of opportunities where, you know, shopping, where it becomes easy to listen to an audiobook where it's not competing with actual reading time. So I'm at the point now where I always buy the ebook to go along with it, and Audible occasionally has these deals where you can get like a discount on if you buy the ebook, you can get a discount on the audiobook or vice versa, something like that. But I found that the amount of reading I've done has gone up tremendously, reading in quotes, since I subscribed to Audible. The dirty little secret with Bu9 is when I first became part of that Bu9 group, I hadn't actually read any of the Honorverse stuff. And this was a big joke for a while, because David would be going off on some detail about, well, you know, remember the part where blah, 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 and I'm just sitting there nodding, and I'd be looking at Tom Pope, and Tom has got this big smile on his face because he knows that I'm still on page 13 of the first book, and I have been for the last 9 months.
Oh, wow.
So when I finally figured out that this stuff was out on Audible, I downloaded it all and got caught up. It took me about a year, maybe a little bit more than that, to get through the 26 books of the sort of main core series. But I'm all caught up.
Nice.
There you go. That is no mean feat.
Nope.
No. You know, people would say, I can't believe you haven't read the Honor Harrington stuff. And the thing is, I've been buying them as they came out since day one. I mean, literally, I walked into a store one day. There was this book called, now I'm losing it, On Basilisk Station.
Right, yep.
And I bought it, and it was clear that it was the beginning of a new series. And I thought, you know, I'll let him get a couple out, and then I'll get caught up. And next thing I know, there are, you know, 700 books in the series and a new one coming out every 6 weeks.
Right.
Yeah.
He's nothing if not prolific. That's for sure.
Right.
That's awesome. So,
which is really pretty good for a guy who can't type.
I know. He does it all with dictation. It's amazing.
Yeah, he broke his wrist several years ago.
Yeah.
It's really painful for him to type for a long period of time, or to sign large numbers of books. So
yeah.
So that's Audible.
Yeah.
And Patient Zero is a weird. And Patient Zero, again, I don't know what happened, because neither of these were intentional to me. They both suddenly took this turn. Is also a terrorist oriented book, but with zombies.
There you go. Well,
so the terrorists are now using zombies against us.
Well, everything's better with zombies, so it's fine.
And that's true. Everything is better with zombies. And now, irony of ironies on top of this, like I just said, we just went to New York. So instead of gaming, I was in New York, and we went to Ground Zero, which is the first time I went there, and it was a very moving, very powerful experience on top of everything else, of course. And then we saw Pippin, which has swords in it, and a beheaded body that talks, and Phantom of the Opera, which has like stuff blows up and stuff. So that's kind of like gaming, and that's all I've got.
I saw Pippin, and it has swords in it. I see. Okay.
That's right. Oh no! But I did see. What did I see? Oh, I ran out and I saw Catching Fire.
Oh yeah, what'd you think of Catching Fire?
I loved it.
You did? Oh, good.
I did. I thought, and I know I'm going to be crucified by many fans and actually people who like literature in general, but I do not say this often, and everybody knows that I don't say this often, but I think this is one of those examples where the movie is better than the book.
Yeah, I may not agree with you on that, but
Yeah,
I
well,
see why
that's
you
okay.
like it.
You don't have to agree with me. I'm the only one with an English degree. So, why I'm right and Russ is wrong? No, I will tell you that the first book was great because I think she had an awesome idea and some great characters, and then I think she kind of lost the thread of that idea in book 2, and book 3 was just kind of scrambling and went sort of in the general teen angst love triangle direction. And I thought that the movie did a much better job of telling the story and explaining in visuals, not telling, but showing the triangle and how it was developing, as opposed to kind of like dropping it into the rest of the story. So I really enjoyed it immensely.
Yeah,
I did.
I was probably influenced by my audience members because I went with my daughters who have both read the books and are huge fans of the books, and were constantly telling me throughout the entire movie, that's not what happens in the book. That's not what happens in the book. That's not what happens in the book. So like, oh, I mean, I read the book obviously or listened to it on Audible, so
I would argue that it was much closer to the book than the first movie.
I think the biggest problem was that it suffers that a lot of movies suffer with as when they're trying to make a trilogy into movies, and that is that authors who write these series their books get fatter as the series goes on.
Right.
So trying to cram in the fatter book into the same 2-hour film, or in this case 2.5-hour film, that you did with the first movie gets harder. Harry Potter also had this problem. So in Catching Fire, because the book is longer, what they ended up deciding to do is they compressed the games element of it more in the movie than was in the book.
Right, which I wholeheartedly agree with, because that was the whole first movie. So what they did was they excised entire subplots from the book, which is it's the hardest way to shorten the content of a book into a movie, but it is the only good way to do it, in my opinion.
Yeah. I just think there was some interesting but there was interesting stuff in the book, in the games, where you didn't know who the bad guys and who the good guys were, and in the movie they just sort of cut right to everybody knows who everybody is.
I don't think they not quite as fast as you say, but I think they did. And the other thing that I think they did in the movie was nothing in the movie contradicts the book.
Right, that's true.
Everything that they cut out is still happening. You're just not seeing it.
Fair.
So that's why I think it was a better job of making a book into a movie, and I think the book was weaker than the first book, so that I think it worked better as a movie. But that's just me, and that doesn't happen very often. I would say probably this and Game of Thrones are the only two examples I can think that I think the visual medium is doing a better job than the books. But anyway, that's that's me.
We're going along, so my quick stuff, I'll just sum up real quick. Well, unfortunately, my reading is not nearly as in-depth and well-seasoned as your guys, unfortunately, because I've been trying to catch up with my daughters and keep up with them. Chris, my daughters are 9 and 11, so I'm reading things like, Hunger Games, but also they're now into Percy Jackson. So I'm listening to Percy Jackson just to kind of keep up so I can chat with them. Percy Jackson is not deep literature, and unfortunately it's not really as fun to read as something like Harry Potter even. It's much... it's interesting. It's kind of fun, but it's not quite as well written. So unfortunately, it's not as fun. But it's all right. It's if you're reading it to keep up with your kids, go for it. But I wouldn't recommend it outside of that. Another movie I saw was Frozen because my kids wanted to see it. But actually, my wife and I are total Disney nerds, and we really liked Frozen. Actually, it harkens back to the sort of the Broadway-esque feeling of a Disney movie that they really captured.
That's what I heard.
Yeah, they captured it really well with The Little Mermaid and Beauty and the Beast. If you like those kind of Disney films, I think you'll like Frozen. That's very similar to that. But to get back to more grown-up things, I did actually finish Rise, Son of Rome on my Xbox, which is a game that got kind of panned because it's got a lot of repetitive gameplay and dismemberment and blood, but you're going to get that when you're playing a Roman Legionnaire.
Right, that's true.
You got to dismember people if you're going to kill things with a sword.
Yeah. Not really. Those swords were designed to stab.
Well, both those things. Actually, there's
let's not let history get...
No, because it's a video. Well, there are gods and things going on here, too, so it's definitely a little alternate, and there's some timeline issues with Nero and some things. But
very cool.
But it was great fun.
I'm okay with all that.
And folks kept asking me, because I was saying I'm a big Rome fan, and they know that Craig's a big Rome fan, so the big question was, is Craig going to like this game? And I said, well, I don't think Craig will have the time to play a game like this. He's holding out for Angry Birds Rome.
That's right.
So when Angry Birds Rome comes out, Craig will be ready.
That is so true.
So we'll be ready for that.
That's so true.
And I think that then after that, that's a lot of achievements, but I think that covers
that. We have gone far and wide today on achievements.
Quite a bit. So there we go. That's achievements.
Bye.
You're listening to the D6 generation. Born to game.
That is the sound of the Lone Wolf from Lone Wolf Development.
That's right.
And, of course, these are our friends, the absolute leaders in technology and gaming today. Whether you're role-playing, whether you're playing miniatures games or collectible games, Lone Wolf Development has the software so that you can have fun with the game and not fight the tools that make the game possible.
And here's the thing. Like, for example, let's say you're a GM and you're like, I always have trouble, setting up for an encounter on my campaigns, keeping it all organized, getting it ready to go. Well, they've just announced a brand new Hero Lab Encounter Builder. Ooh. Coming to you very soon. Exactly right. So head on over to the website, check that all out. That looks crazy cool, and it works for all their gaming systems, so it's not game specific. Again, like most of their products, they're all game system independent, and this is well. They have a great article on their site right now that talks all about the new Encounter Builder, how it works. This literally just got announced. I think it was like the last 2 or 3 days, so it's brand new. Breaking news, folks.
Nice.
Breaking news here on the D6 Generation. You heard it here first. That's right. Also, they're in beta test for brand new Hero Labs as well. They've got a lot more details on the status of Realmworks. It's out now for all the Kickstart backers, and it's coming soon to non-Kickstart backers as well for everybody. So it's getting very, very close. Just some great stuff coming on. And remember, Lone Wolf Development builds just really the best software for gamers, whether it's Army Builder to track your miniature war games, keep your collections together, figure out what you're going to take to battle, make sure you got all the right equipment, all your models, the war gear's there, you're not over points, you're not breaking any rules. All that's there for just about every miniature wargaming system ever. And it really, Craig and I depend on it to be able to switch through all these miniature war games all the time, to be able to drop back into Warhammer, to drop forward into something else, to bring up Firestorm Armada, all those things. All the rules are right there for you. Bam, you're ready to rock. You got
absolutely.
Your Hero Lab for creating characters and role-playing games.
Fight the monsters, not the tools.
Right. I'm getting ready to show my girls. I'm going to introduce them to a Card Vault because they've just gotten into the new My Little Pony collectible card game, which just came out. And so and it was perfect timing, My Little Pony people, because the card game just came out like this weekend after Christmas, and my girls are sitting on all their Christmas money. So it's like, boom, they bought like 8 boosters each in the starter set. Now they're like all these cards, and they don't organize. Card Vault, bam, put all your collection in there, does exactly what you have. You build your deck, tells you the probabilities are going to come out. Just really a great tool for that. And my kids are already into it, starting to figure out maximizing their decks, figuring out how many more Pinkie Pies do I need in this deck. It's all in there. So head on over to wolflayer.com and check out all the hotness and make sure you've got the right tools for the job. And now, what's in the news? With the shout-out, Greg and David invite you to come listen to the After Eleanor, the Horus Heresy Book Review Podcast, an in-depth review of each book in order. Find them on iTunes. And now, the news. Up first, new Firefly expansion has been announced. There's been a Firefly booster for the Gale Force 9 Firefly game, but now the first full Firefly expansion has been announced. It'll be coming out in March 2014. What's exciting about this expansion is it adds a lot more player interaction. The expansion, Pirates and Bounty Hunters, is going to put a heavy dose of player versus player interaction, according to the article. You're going to be able to raid rival ships with piracy jobs, hunt down wanted fugitives, and collect bounties who are on other people's ships. Things like bounties for river and stuff like that. Also really cool, there's new ships to play with, 2 new ships. What's cool about these is they are actually new classes, so you get new plastic models that are different than the Firefly class ships as well. So it looks really, really cool. So there you have it. So the new Firefly expansion. And speaking of Firefly, the long-rumored Firefly Online MMO is starting to solidify. Confirmed over here on Polygon.com, they reveal that it is indeed coming to PC and Mac this summer 2014. So if you're an MMO fan and wish there was a Firefly one, well, you might get your wish. Speaking of digital gaming, 2 exciting board games on iOS. Suburbia the board game is now live on iOS. Also, the family favorite, the Wakeland household. Oh yeah, maybe. Survive Escape from Atlantis from Stronghold Games is also on iOS as well. And while we're on the topic of iOS games, Warhammer Quest. Warhammer Quest on iOS has received an update with a lot more capabilities as well. So if you're interested in that, check that out also. And that's really it for the news. Short on this one, but it is the holiday season. Not much going on. One bit of news, the My Little Pony card game, the collectible card game, is in fact out. The Wakeland family has acquired a couple of copies. Oh yeah, it's great. Wakeland has played with his daughter several times, and I believe the oldest Wakeland daughter there, Rose Wakeland, will be appearing on Total Fangirl segment
to talk in more detail about the My Little Pony card game. So check that out later in this episode. And that's what's in the news. Well, now it's time to talk about our friends over at Winged Hussar Publishing, publishers of great historical books, great history, but also, you know, that WWX series, Wild West Exodus books, written by one of the hosts of this program. You can guess who it is. It's not me.
Yeah, well.
And
book one is out.
Yeah, doing great.
The exciting news is that book 2, which is Outlaw's Wrath, is going to be available very soon, actually. Within a couple weeks of you hearing this podcast,
excellent,
you'll be able to get book 2, which is, of course, by C.L. Werner. And that's very exciting. And book 3, apparently, although it's pretty much done, is only going to be available in February so that we can generate some buzz with book 2.
There you go.
But not only that, ZMOC, which is the imprint, the fiction imprint of Winged Hussar, is also announcing now from a brand new author named Brandon Rospon, is a new fantasy book called Rebirth. So they're really kind of launching their full-fledged efforts to get out there with fiction as well.
Nice.
So,
they got those great historical books, great fiction books now. It's really just a fantastic publisher for that stuff. If you want to check them out right now, head on over to wingedhussarpublishing.com, get all the latest information. I'll check out all the new books and check it out. I would check it out at least once a month to see what the new stuff's going on there right now, because they're a great way to get great fiction as well as great historical stuff for your gaming needs. If you're a historical gamer, get the background, read the actual words of Julius Caesar. Just a really fantastic, fun books.
Right. And it's a Rebirth of Courage, actually. It just looks like Rebirth from the cover.
And don't forget, put in the code D6 and G6G, and you'll save 15%.
Yay!
You're listening to the D6 generation. Born to game.
Welcome back, and now we're very excited. We have Craig. We have an episode
we are crazy excited, Russ.
Chock full of naval experts.
That's we are daunted and intimidated.
And I'm not talking about oranges. No,
no,
I'm talking about. So Chris Weuve,
or belly buttons. That comes in next episode.
So we all know Chris Weuve is an expert, but Chris has brought on board with us Chris Carlson as well. Chris, welcome to the show.
Thank you much. Thank you for having me.
So Chris, we should let everybody else know that we've already had a chance to tell everybody about Chris. And we're going to start. We got 2 Chris's here, so we're going to go with Chris W for Chris Weuve and Chris C for Chris Carlson, just to keep it simple,
just to make it easier,
right? Because I'll go crazy. So Chris, We've had a chance to talk to Chris W earlier about his background. Chris, what is your involvement with the Navy and also game design?
I was a naval officer. I got my commission through the NROTC at the University of Minnesota.
Yeah.
And I went down the nuclear pipeline, so I'm really one of those people that need a 12-step program.
Awesome.
But he's really handy when the lights go out.
Nice. Right. Does he glow?
Just like a faint glow that comes off of him.
Yes. Thank you very much. But in my senior year at the University of Minnesota, this naval officer came out with a modern naval war game called Harpoon.
Mm-hmm.
And it just so happens Larry Bond is also from Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
So after a few letters, because we didn't have email back then, it was only snail mail, and the occasional phone call, Larry and I met. With his help, I got some money and some opportunity to run a gaming group at my NROTC unit. By the way, that's who's referenced when they talk about Tom Clancy.
Yeah.
And some Navy guys playing it. That was me.
Oh, cool.
Myself and a friend of mine, Mike Harris. So we would run games every Saturday.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
It was wonderful. I went down nuclear power pipeline, like I said. Went into submarines, which is why it's very difficult to understand how Chris said I would glow when I looked like one of those zombies. My pallor was, shall we say, page white.
Oh, yeah.
And due to an altercation with cats, literally. I ended up going over to the Intel side of the house and traded my commission from active to reserve. And started working in the DoD intelligence community, doing, of all things, submarine warfare and technical issues thereof. And I was also in the reserves, basically doing the same thing. Don't know how I managed that, but I did. And I've retired from both. Retired from the Navy first in 2008 with the rank of captain. That's a colonel for you guys.
Right.
Oh, it's a captain for us.
Okay, fine. And then I retired from
We're with you, man.
Okay. I don't know who I'm dealing with sometimes.
That's okay.
Well, my father was in the Army, so it's good to clarify these things.
Yeah, no,
Right.
it's good.
Right.
I tease the Army, they don't understand.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
And then I've since taken up writing books with Larry Bond, and we've gone crazy in making modern and historical naval miniature war games.
Nice. Can you name a couple of these games you guys have got out there floating around?
Well, there's Harpoon, of course.
Yeah, of course.
We have two versions of that out. We have the Harpoon, the standard one, and then we have a game called High Tide, which focuses on the 1980s when the naval confrontation, or the Cold War naval confrontation, reached a maximum between us, NATO, and the Soviet Union. We also have Command at Sea, which is for a modern naval game. It's all tactical level for World War II.
Right.
We have an awful lot of supplements dealing from the Baltic to the Pacific to the Atlantic to the Mediterranean.
Wow.
We will be working on the Arctic here momentarily. Right now we're finishing up the Spanish Civil War, which had a lot of naval action that just isn't well advertised. We also have Fear God and Dread Not, which is a World War I tactical naval.
Yeah.
And an offshoot of that is the Russo-Japanese War, which we call the Dawn of the Rising Sun.
Oh, very cool.
And we've done a recent one was an interwar period called Bywater's War, where we actually took the novel written by Hector C. Bywater in 1925 called The Great Pacific War, and we turned them into scenarios so that people can wargame them. And Bywater was the one who pretty much got a lot of what happened in the Pacific War right. Talked about a surprise attack by Japan. Wasn't on Pearl Harbor. It was on the Panama Canal, but it was a surprise attack. And ultimately, the concept of the island hopping campaign came up in his novel. So we put all these sort of things together and we put them out. And our goal is to try to get people to enjoy history by doing it, by reliving it.
Right.
Cool.
That's really cool. So these are all. So that's great. So you've got Harpoon, which is sort of like I guess closest
Isn't
thing.
that like the iconic modern naval combat game?
Yeah, I would say so. When I was in school,
I mean,
it was.
for all of our listeners who don't know miniatures gaming, I mean, any miniatures gamer knows about Harpoon.
Harpoon is like the advanced squad leader of naval combat, right?
But it
So
looks cooler.
Right.
So there's nothing that looks less cool than Advanced Squad Leader.
Well, that's true because it's all chits, right? Yeah. At least the Harpoon. Harpoon got the right with the miniatures.
I mean, Russ, if I can digress just for a moment, do you remember that convention we went to in Massachusetts where they played the game of Harpoon in an entire gymnasium?
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
With blue fabric on the floor and enormous ships that were up to 4 feet long.
Yeah,
that was just crazy to watch.
That was cool. So Harpoon is like a. And would you say that's like a simulation? It's pretty. I mean, it's not full sim, but it's pretty. It's got a lot of granularity to it, right?
It has a lot of detail, but we do abstracts a lot of things because when you get into combat with lots of mechanical things, it gets complicated really, really fast. And we're trying to offer these games up to someone who doesn't necessarily have a strong engineering background, but just a desire to try and understand what does it mean to engage in modern naval combat with missiles. What does it take? So we try to keep things somewhat simplified. There are things you just cannot avoid.
Right.
When you have those pesky things called airplanes, life just gets ugly.
It's really complicated. And it's fun. We've been seeing a lot of... So it's great. So you've got these three... I just want to kind of reinforce these. Get these three games from three different early eras, right? You got Harpoon, which is modern. You got Command at Sea, which is World War II era. So aircraft, but kind of pre the heavy missile stuff, right? And then you've got Dreadnought, which is World War I, which is basically your pre-aircraft kind of game, right?
Or
Well,
pre-heavy aircraft.
You have some.
Pre-carrier, though, right?
Not really carriers.
Yeah.
There are Zeppelins that tried to drop bombs, not very practical, but where you started to see attacks were by seaplane carriers. They actually started doing bombing campaigns. They bombed the Zeppelin hangars, the Brits did, with seaplanes.
Oh.
And in the Dardanelles is where we saw the first torpedo attack by a float plane. So they were playing around with the idea. There was not large-scale air. What they used air for at the time, and then again, not particularly well, was they were trying to use it for scouting, particularly the Germans, to try and keep track of or detect movements of the British Grand Fleet.
So, cool. So it was early days, just like in other elements of ground war and World War I. That's awesome. So great. So we got two Chris's here, both who are experts on the topic. So we thought it'd be fun to talk about. We've done our Mulling Mechanics sections in the past where we talk about different game mechanics and why they work the way they do in different ways. Different games have decided to tackle different kinds of problems they're trying to solve. We thought it'd be great to kind of go through some of the basics of any naval combat game and what elements do you need to capture in a board game to really to be credible in simulating the fundamentals of naval combat, right? But I think before we get into this, we need to set some ground rules here. Otherwise, we're going to be all over the map. And maybe we'll be anyway over the map because, it's our show when we do that. But let's just, first, I think we got to talk about era just a little bit, right? So going into this, if we were speaking only age of sail, I think obviously we'd have very different things we were trying to model than if we were speaking only World War II versus World War I versus modern. Is that right? Or are there even some fundamentals that are throughout naval history and naval warfare?
You're presented with the same questions. You may get different answers. One of the most fundamental things that you need to decide early on as a game designer is you need to have a pretty good idea of what the scale is going to be, both in terms of the map scale, the figure scale, the board scale, actually not figure scale, the board scale, the scale of whatever playing surface you're using, and in terms of the time scale. If you get those wrong, your game will suck. You have to get those right. Now, so how do you get those right at the very beginning? Well, usually there's some things that sort of at least point you in a particular direction. Like, for instance, daylight is important in surface gunfire combat, so maybe somehow daylight, the duration of daylight is an input into deciding what your turn scale is going to be. But, a lot of times it's not unusual to sort of like go, okay, I think the scale of this is going to be such and such, and as you sort of work your way through it, you go, nah, that scale actually isn't quite right. I need to fix it. I need to change something. There's a historical gaming system out there, which I won't name by name, but a lot of you have heard of it, where one of the things that people have noticed is that the scale, there's like a fast speed and a slow speed, and none based upon the distance scale and the time scale, and neither one of those speeds actually corresponds to anything that a real ship ever did, because they had these doctrinal speeds that they would use based upon coal usage and the like. And they didn't just randomly pick a speed; they had a tendency to pick one or the other. Within a set range of options, and the game doesn't capture that at all. And it's one of those things that a lot of people I know look at this and go, this is just plain wrong. And the more you know about the era, the more likely you are to say that it's wrong.
Interesting. So is there so you got to worry about, and I want to ask you guys about this too, how important is the actual, as you mentioned, scale in terms of, size of the board and time scale, but also when you're thinking about a naval game, I know this is definitely true in land-based combat, is how critical is the size of your action going to be? If you're talking about a single ship or a squadron versus a task force versus a fleet engagement, obviously I think the kind of what you're going to abstract and what you're not is going to shift dramatically, right?
The goal, our goal when we design these games is we want to get the player to start asking the same questions a ship commander would ask. We want him to start thinking about how he's going to react in the same manner. And we get away from all the niggly details that a commander would have to. What scale does is it affects your perception. And Chris is right. You pick a bad scale, and people are not going to be able to get their hands on maneuvering. And we will end up pretty much like Rush Hour in Naples. Lots of collisions.
Right.
Yeah, and especially if you're dealing with miniatures games, it's important to remember that the human manipulation aspects of it have a certain inherent degree of inaccuracy, and that inaccuracy is not affected by the scale of the game. So what do I mean by that? If you are playing a game where ships are moving, say like your ship is going to move 3 inches, you're not going to get the measurement exactly right at 3 inches. And that's actually a feature, not a bug, right? You shouldn't have to be measuring exactly to 3 inches.
Right.
Approximately 3 inches should be good enough. But if you're playing a game and you're wanting to move your ship 3 millimeters, you're now forcing the players to have a much greater degree of precision that they're not likely to have.
Right.
And I'm not making 3 millimeters up. I once played a game that was done on scales like that. Because basically there was an over game. So we did the initial maneuvering before we got to the point where we were going to put miniatures on the table. We did that initial maneuvering by drawing it out on 8.5 by 11 sheets of paper.
Right.
And so, I mean, it literally, I had a ship whose speed at that time was 3 millimeters a turn. And it's like, this doesn't work. Because now you're at this point where, if I'm a couple of millimeters off and I'm moving 3 inches a turn, then, that's, don't even worry about it. But if I'm like 2 millimeters off and my top speed is 3 millimeters a turn, now I've got this ship that's going 70 knots.
Right.
There's got to be this form of perception, which is why, for example, one of the things we'll do, I know, Russ, you talked about, how nice miniatures look. Well, if I'm using a scale of 1 inch is 500 yards, my preferred miniature is 1/6000th.
Right.
Because the length of the ship makes more sense to the ground scale. Therefore, when they start maneuvering, the perception of the player will feel right.
And I'm asking that too because I've noticed that as well. Like a lot of miniature games will pull back on exact scale. So the ships will be scaled up or down incorrectly. For example, they won't be scale of each other, or they won't be scale of the ranges. So the ship's position on the map, maybe you measure the distance you move very accurately, but the actual size of the ship relative to itself and relative to maybe the range of its guns are an aesthetic thing, and the game designers have ignored it. But for me personally, as a miniature gamer, I prefer the scale to be as close as possible just because it, as you're saying, it gets me more in the moment and it feels more real. Is that something you guys think about too? Because there's the practicality of how can you move, but there's also the practicality of manufacture where if you get your scale too small, you can't make an interesting looking ship.
Yeah, well, like I said, 1/6000th is really about it.
Right.
That's and the large ships aren't a problem. They actually look okay. The destroyers, well,
right.
Now let me offer a counter argument to that. There's something to be said for the idea that you want the size of the model to incorporate within that length, not just the length of the ship, but also the doctrinal separation distance between ships. Because then you can put these things nose to tail and you're recreating historical separation.
Right.
And the player doesn't have to think about that. I mean, one of the jobs of a game designer is the game designer deals with the complexity and tries to reduce the complexity that the player is going to have to deal with by designing a game that's actually simple to play, etc. But there might be an awful lot of complexity behind the scenes that you never see. Like when Chris does a chart for Harpoon, you look at it and you go, well, maybe he just made those numbers up. I can assure you, he didn't make those numbers up. He ground through those numbers. I mean, I've been having conversations with Chris about shipboard damage control and how weapons do damage to ships. We've been having the same conversation for what, 8 years?
Yeah, about that.
Yeah, so like, every time the subject comes up, Chris has found out something new. He's recalculated something, etc. There's been a new study that's come out. There's been an old study that he finally got his hands on. That sort of stuff. There's a lot of complexity there that gets processed through. And you can do some things with the scale of the figures versus the ground scale that will deal with that. You do need to make sure that you say things like, you always measure from the center of the model to the other center of the model. You need to have, or from the flight stand if it's an air-related thing. You need, you need to sort of do those things.
Yeah, in fact, when we use ours, our standard of measure is bridge to bridge. And we always provide some counters in our games, which have annotation lines. You'll see them, little black or little red lines along the side of the counter that says, in between here is the bridge. That's where you measure from. So we provide those references. But the goal that we try to give is that we give an impression so that when the player looks at the tactical picture, he has an appreciation, a correct appreciation for how things move. Because that's very important, particularly in World War II, if you're trying to use those very difficult little buggers called torpedoes.
Right.
But the other thing is in the turn sequence, in which we've actually walked away from multiple time sequences. We had a 3-minute turn, which is our standard, a 30-second turn, a 15-second turn. People watch through them. It wasn't worth it.
Yeah.
Having the players make the time jump wasn't worth it. In fact, Larry coined what he called his first law of wargaming, is that it takes as much time to run a 3-minute turn as it does a 15-second turn.
Right.
So what we did is we then rejiggered everything for one single turn length of 3 minutes. And we chose 3 minutes because there are some studies, some psychological studies, that say that is a reasonable amount of time for a human decision-making cycle. To look at something, crunch the data, and come to a conclusion. It also works out well because there are some thumb rules that the Navy has in terms of maneuvering that we can borrow, which reinforce the idea. So that's why we chose 3 minutes.
So you're saying, just to be clear for our listeners, you're saying that the game length turn, which may take as long as it takes to physically think about things, move your models, is simulating 3 minutes of real time if there was a real battle. Oh, cool!
Wow,
interesting. And so you're saying that's how far a torpedo would roughly move in 3 minutes. That's how far targeting a gun would take. Whatever is happening.
Well, for example, movement gets real simple. If I'm moving 15 knots, the Navy has something called the 3-minute rule, and that is you multiply your speed by 100, and that's how many yards you go in 3 minutes. So if they know 1 inch is 500 yards, they're doing 15 knots, the player just knows off the top of his head, oh, I moved 3 inches.
Right.
Yeah, so you can teach the players some of the same rules that they teach naval officers. And, it makes a lot of those things easier. So you do a lot of the complexity behind the scenes, but you pick answers that are easier for the players to implement. Sometimes when you're dealing with time scales, another thing to think about is like rate of fire of weapons. As a general rule, if you can avoid it, it's a good thing to avoid having a weapon that requires actions over multiple turns before it's ready to do something. Now, I know the Starfleet battle players out there are perhaps gritting their teeth at this point. And, that wasn't intended as a slight against Starfleet battles. Starfleet battles is designed to give a particular type of effect.
Right.
There's a great game that I don't get a chance to play nearly often enough, which is called Attack Vector Tactical by Ad Astra Games. And I've given copies of Attack Vector to various game designers. I've recommended that they get a copy of it because there's so much meat in that game, and there's so many great things with the way Ken Burnside has put together that game and how that game works. I mean, I always describe it as, on a complexity scale from 1 to 10, it's an 11, but it plays like it's a 7. And as a result, every time I play it, I'm just in awe of some of the things that he's done. But whenever I give a copy to game designer friends, I always say, you need to understand that he's trying to maximize some things that you would minimize. Because otherwise you look at it and you go, this scale is all screwed up. Well, it's because he's looking for that a Starfleet Battles kind of effect. He wants it to be a case where you have to power your weapons over multiple turns before you can actually fire. Most game designers don't approach it that way. Most game designers try to find, okay, what's the longest weapon that it takes to recharge or reload or whatever. Okay, that one takes 2 minutes. So in like a 6-minute turn, it could fire 3 times. So maybe 6 minutes is the right answer, and everything else can fire like 5 times during the 6-minute turn or something like that. It's easier to do multiple shots. So the thing to sort of keep in mind is that what you're really aiming for when you're trying to make your game as realistic as it can be, the right way to think about that is you're aiming for a given level of complexity. So you should try to make it as realistic as you can make it for that level of complexity. And you should, as part of that realism package, you should be thinking in terms of the player having to make the same kinds of decisions that a real world person in that situation would be making.
Right.
So that was first articulated, by the way, by my friend Brian McHugh. So I want to make sure that Brian gets credit for that. I'm not sure if Brian claims that he's the guy who first put it together, but he's the first person who told me that. So
that's
we'll go with that.
Yeah, and it's a great segue into the third topic I wanted to mention, which was this idea of rules granularity, and are we talking about, are you building a simulator or as close as you can get to reality without taking all data, move two turns, implement 6 minutes of real time, or are you looking at a more casual player or somewhere in the middle? What is your level of complexity, as you pointed out? So
the nice thing about Harpoon is that it has been called a simulation. I don't think it's quite. I make a distinction between a war game and modeling and simulation. Okay, modeling and simulation I use to help make the rules for the game. Because if I run a scenario twice, it won't end the same way. Right. So it's really hard to do comparisons at that point. But what we try to do is we try to shoot for a mid-level degree of complexity, but we do allow and provide rules for people to take the next step if they want to. This is particularly true in some areas of the game mechanics, like detection can be a real pain in the butt, particularly as you get into modern, when you've got infrared, radar, sonar, visual, and then intercepts of any type of active sensor. There's a lot of stuff out there that a player needs to grind in. So we try to keep that level of complexity, but we tone it down. We tone it down to what the range is of this particular thing, what its probability of detection is. And then there are optional rules that will adjust those.
That makes sense. That's really cool. And I wanted to ask about this too. So let's talk a little bit about, because I think this kind of dovetails into the idea of granularity and simulation and how you're going to do it. And that is, and I guess we can bring the eras up when it makes sense to bring them up in terms of whether we're talking, Age of Sail or modern or whatever. But what do you guys think about different turn systems? So we've seen a lot of different, in miniature gaming now in particular, there's really the two most common you see in most popular miniature war games right now are either you go, I go, where I move all my stuff and then you move all your stuff. Or there's integrated, which is I move some small portion of my force, one model or one unit, let's say a small fleet or small task force, and then you move one, and then we go back and forth. And in some games, you fully activate, so you move an attack or you do some. What do you guys feel about those? Because how do you you got that abstraction where it's not in real time. Or I guess the third option, we plotted movement, plotted everything, where you wrote everything down and then all kind of resolved everything simultaneously.
Yeah,
what are your thoughts on those?
That's how we do it. Only we have a little bit of a catch for World War I and World War II. You plot your movement one turn ahead.
Okay.
Not your fire. You're allowed to, you plot your fire the turn because you're going to see how things develop. But your movement is plotted one turn ahead. And this helps a lot, particularly in terms of torpedo attacks, because if you don't see it, you can't react. Therefore, you have to go with your plotted movement.
Right.
And that leads to some very unpleasant wincing and whining.
That sounds like a great thing.
I have a tendency for naval type games for historical naval games to gravitate towards pre-plotted movement as well. And the reason for that is naval combat is machine combat. And making those machines work requires large numbers of people synchronized, and it requires those people, as they're synchronized, people are making decisions. Those decisions have to be communicated down through several layers, and then they do things: set sail state, change throttle settings on steam engines, etc., etc. All those things they do then take some time to actually occur. So, like I've always said that if you've ever seen the Navy do an underway replenishment video of that, the two ships come alongside and they throw hoses across like that and they move stuff across.
Right.
That's really sort of the equivalent of two cars driving down a straight road in the desert and trading, like moving boxes from one car to the other car, like two convertibles. Mm-hmm. Except you add the element that anytime you do an input on the steering wheel, it doesn't actually take effect for 3 seconds.
Right.
So it's really hard to turn a ship. It takes time for those things to happen. So pre-plotted movement adds a little bit of this, I can't react to what the other guy did because my decision cycle isn't fast enough and physics doesn't let me do it.
Yeah, we do pay attention to Sir Isaac Newton.
Right. Yeah, so that's another thing, when you're making the decision on whether to do pre-plotted movement or how to do these movement systems, this is another one of those things where you need to be thinking about what the mechanics are of what they're representing by doing that and make a decision accordingly. Once again, that's not to say that, you look at a situation and go, well, it's either pre-plotted movement or it's wrong.
Right.
But you should get that right for the general level of complexity. Mm-hmm. If the rest of the game is like at a certain level of complexity and then you've got one thing that's at a much lower level of complexity, well, now you're kind of looking at your game isn't in balance, right, or it's at a much higher level of complexity, right? If you're sort of abstracting everything, but the gunfire mechanism has 17 steps and it includes like making a die roll to see if he successfully opened the breech of the cannon, mm-hmm, you've probably gone a little overboard on that.
Yeah. So I think because I agree with you guys. I mean, pre-plotted is clearly the most accurate representation, but it does slow the game down, and in many ways, especially if it's a larger action, right? Because you got to plot the movement of all your 30 on 30 ships. It'd be a lot of scribbling.
Maybe not. Yep. Actually,
we haven't seen that in convention play. If it slows it down, it's only slowed down because the player wants to take a moment to think. Mm-hmm. And that's the goal I'm after, so I'll give them that time.
And the other thing is, it slows down the part where you've added this step where you have to spend some time writing, mm-hmm, but it generally speeds up execution.
That's a good point, yeah. Because
especially if you're doing something where you're rolling for initiative to see who goes in what order, yeah, rather than just do simultaneous movement, because that's the other bit with pre-plotted, is that it almost always comes with simultaneous movement.
Right.
So it's one thing that, you spend 10 minutes sort of pre-plotting everything out, and then you go, okay, execute. And the execution phase generally takes like 2 or 3 minutes, even if you've spent 10 minutes plotting it out. But if you have to do this, okay, we've got, 15 ships on the side, so I have to roll 15 dice to figure out who goes in what order.
Right.
Right. Or you take 15 time, everybody gets their chance to move their ship, and then the next guy has to think about what they're going to do in relation to that, yeah, and maybe decide, in situations where they can choose which, if it's not an initiative thing where they can just choose, I get to move a model. Okay, which model do I move in this situation?
That's a good point. Well, I never thought about that. You're right.
It's by no means clear to me that pre-plotted movement slows things down for large numbers of ships.
And it helps to get the player to try and anticipate. It also introduces fog of war because, you've got miniatures on the table. I can, clearly I can see them.
Right.
But I can input imperfect knowledge because by my pre-plotting, if he does a turn, I can't react to it right away.
Right.
We also have one other way of causing pain and discontent, and we'll do this with small numbers of ships, is we have communication rules where you have to spend a turn writing your message, raising your flags. The next turn, I hand, after plotting, by the way, I hand the receiving ship the message, and then he can react.
Right.
Yeah, one of my all-time favorite games includes that. In fact, I should have mentioned it earlier because it's actually a game that I've played relatively recently, and it's one of my all-time favorite games, and I totally spaced it. It's a Age of Sail game called Close Action, done by Mark Campbell, who's a friend of both of us. And in Mark's game, it's Age of Sail. We played the Battle of Trafalgar with 65 people because it works best at one person per ship.
Nice.
But you can send a message. You have a limited number of words. If you are Admiral Nelson, you get 7 words. If you're not Admiral Nelson or not somebody that good, you get fewer, down to a low of 3. So make your words count. You write your message at the beginning of the turn, and it's delivered at the end of the turn. So, sometimes you're in the situation where, like, I've been the admiral in this. I write a message. By the time my team actually sees it, the message is stupid. Don't do that. Don't do what I told you to do.
Yeah, we have character limits. You can send so many characters in one message, and it's really interesting because if I'm feeling particularly wicked, I'll have the sending player try to beat me in a die roll. If he loses, I tear the message in half, and I give only half of it to the...
That's hilarious.
That's if I'm feeling particularly...
I love it. I got to try that now. I can't wait to... So, and that brings up another point I wanted to mention, which was the idea of perfect knowledge. How much do you try to obscure or protect against the idea of perfect knowledge? Because as you say, of course, you got all these cool models on the board, and it looks great because there's this huge, convention floor or giant table covered in this awesome-looking fleet action going on. But at the same time, of course, everyone wouldn't know where everybody was. So I like the idea. The plotted movement's gonna kind of prevent a little bit of perfect knowledge. You don't know what he's going to do right now. Interrupted communication sounds great. And really, it's funny. There haven't been a lot of some of the more I don't want to use the word popular because I know Harpoon and everything is very popular, but the sort of the games you find in game stores, let's put it that way, like you're seeing plotted movement more now in some of the Starship games, right? Like the X-Wing game from Fantasy Flight Games, Attack Wing from WizKids. Those are, and of course,
all of the games
the games from prior to those, the Wings of War games, all had the simple but effective plotting of movement for air combat, which really, just like naval combat, is really a game of almost entirely maneuver, right? At least at those time periods. So it's neat to see. I think that's a really interesting point about how it should be handled at the naval surface combat.
Well, let me point out, when you talk about imperfect knowledge, you say having the miniatures out there. We don't start with miniatures out there. We start out with a counter with just a black silhouette looking down, a plain view. We used to put out different sizes. We've now gone to one size. And the player can see that there's something there. He has no idea what it is. He has to get within visual detection range. And then he has to roll for visual ID.
Cool.
Now, right now, that's pretty simple. And it leads to some embarrassing situations. We were running a particular scenario, and one of the guys had a Japanese light cruiser called the Kitakami.
I've got a Kitakami story, too. Go ahead.
The Kitakami,
doesn't everybody, though?
The Kitakami is the photon torpedo cruiser.
Yeah.
Okay, it's got 40 long lance torpedo launchers.
That was 40.
Wow.
40.
So we put out the miniature for the Kitakami the Americans start doing this invasion of the body snatcher scream, pointing at it, yelling, "Kill it! Kill it! Kill it!" Of which the entire formation fired on this poor ship. I mean, the whole ocean beneath it opened up. It lowered itself and was covered. And the poor guy running it basically said, but I didn't do anything. And the American commander said, and I'm making sure you don't.
Yeah, being the guy who's running the Kitakami against people that actually know what it is, it's sort of like being the flamethrower dude. Right? You know, everybody in the battlefield goes, that guy's the most dangerous guy, kill him first.
Right.
So you don't want to be there. So my Kitakami story, my friend Sean Barnett, who also a friend of Chris's, who does a lot of the naval gaming I've done over the years have been games that have been run by Sean. So Sean did this game where when you first detect the enemy, when you first detect him on radar, you get a generic model. It's like he just had this model spray painted white or something like that. And he said, this isn't what it really is. This is just a generic model indicating you got a contact. And then when you get close enough and make your die roll, when I'll roll for you, when you make the die roll that you can actually see it, I'll put the real model out. So he play tested it with me and a couple of other members of our game group. We had a great time, great scenario. Sean, go forth and run it at the con. He goes to the con and runs it. And when he puts the Kitakami out, just about that time, Larry Bond, Chris's game design partner, wanders by. And Chris knows Sean. He stops to look at it, and he looks at it real closely, and he goes, "Wow, a Kitakami. You don't see one of those every day," and wanders off. And all the Americans are going, "Kitakami, what's that? Why does that sound familiar?" And one of them grabs a rule book and is paging through the whatever rule book it is until he gets to the Kitakami entry, at which point he said something to the effect of kill it now. So Sean had this great thing that was intended to be a surprise for the Americans, and Larry came along and blew it.
That's hilarious. So I love the idea of so hidden knowledge, and that's great. But in order for that to work well, right, you need someone, a game master or a referee or somebody running the game outside of it, right, to keep that all on the rails? Or how do you?
It helps. It is best run with a referee, to a knowledgeable individual that can help balance out the information flow to the two sides. I mean, many times I'll tell a player, yes, you can see the miniature, on the game table. But you on the bridge, he's too far away.
Right.
You cannot see him. You cannot react to him. You will go with your plotted movement. Now, the guy's going to change his movement for the next turn based on that knowledge, but it's at least time late.
Right.
It may not be worthwhile.
Right.
My gaming group went through a phase where we played a lot of land games, double blind. We physically had some sort of divider, vertical divider splitting the table in half, and you couldn't. And sometimes the ref, we played dividing the table into thirds, and the ref had a master board that didn't work as well. Believe it or not, it was actually usually better to have two boards, and you got to see and know where all your units were, but you didn't get to see the enemy units. That's, on the one hand, that's a lot of work. Because you have, especially if you got a lot of hexes out there, making sure that you get everybody in exactly the right hex and keeping track of all that's a lot of work. The good news in that situation, though, the thing that sort of mitigates the fact of how much work it is that a lot of the rules in modern war games are specifically designed to take into account the fact that the real world is double blind, but you're not playing it double blind.
Right.
So there's a lot of things there that are designed to prevent you from taking advantage of the perfect knowledge that you have. Now, if you then create a situation where you're playing it double blind, you can start jettisoning some of that stuff. It requires some thought, some forethought to know what you can get away with and what you don't have to do. But once you've sort of gotten to that point, you can make that work. Same thing if you've got multiple players playing on a side. At one point, we were playing the Gamers Civil War Brigade series, which has written orders. And the idea is that those written orders have to be There's some limitation on exactly what you can do. You have to write your orders out and you give them to the ref to implement them or something like that. I forget exactly how that worked. But if you had multiple players on a side and what you were limited to like writing a sentence to tell them what to do, a lot of the complexity stuff you could jettison just because now you're playing this game of telephone,
right?
And you write the order out and hand it to the guy, and it's like, well, that's not what I meant you to do.
Right.
Well, that's what you told me to do. Yeah, it's especially fun when you play with brothers.
Yeah.
In that scenario. There were a couple of brothers in my gaming group, and it was always, bring popcorn, sit back and watch the argument.
I think Craig has a few stories about my brother and I playing games in the past.
Oh my God!
Similar.
Yeah, that would bear up your opinion of brothers being an ideal.
We cut our teeth on Starfleet battles in the beginning too. And I want to ask you about this too. So with the, I'm loving it. So you got the ref and your and I'm really just taking this all in as like sort of the key, since you guys have spent so much of your lives involved with, understanding and teaching also in naval combat, what the kind of essence of what you're looking for to kind of give you the feeling of what it would be like. How important is how target acquisition works? Is that a big element also so you've got you're plotting your movements, so you don't have perfect knowledge of where the enemy's going to be when you've got to make a decision of whether you're going to port or starboard or all ahead full or whatever you're going to do. You don't know the exact nature of the enemy until you've got visual on them or some kind of ways to detect their silhouette. But then how should targeting be handled? Is it something that can be kind of abstracted through just probability, or should there be some specific rules about getting target acquisition, or how do you handle that part?
It's really a two-step process. You first have detection, and then you have to have a period of time of detection, because what targeting is gathering data on the opponent's movement, so you can figure out his range, his course, and his speed. And you can do that with a die roll. We kind of do that in Harpoon with systems that are purely passive. We'll make them do die rolls because target motion analysis is long, slow, and generally not as accurate as you would expect from an active track.
Right.
But we break it up into those two components. You have to have detection first, and then you have to hold detection for a period of time so that you can get a good track on the guy. Mm-hmm. Now, we do impose some rules. One of them in Harpoon is you cannot fire anti-ship cruise missiles in reaction fire. So if you detect him, detection comes after planned fire. If you detect, you have to wait to the next turn.
Right.
So that you delay it so the guy can punch the buttons into the fire control console to say, yo, Harpoon, this bearing, I want you to do range bearing launch search area small and go forth and conquer. And that's how we kind of take that into account. With air, it's a little different. But it follows the general standard. You have a detection, you have a time period, you can then engage. The nice thing about aircraft, though, or missiles, let's call it, is that you can get an idea of its course and speed pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. That's what radar's for. That's what combat systems are for. So you can react very quickly, and in some systems react automatically, and that's a benefit. That's a technical benefit some systems have.
Right.
There's another element there that you have to sort of keep in mind with all this, and that's the gamer psychology part of it.
Yeah.
No gamer ever really complains about rolling too many dice.
That's right. Mm-hmm. That's a true statement.
So, I don't know if you've ever played Tobruk. Tobruk is an interesting game in that it's what I call a follow the bouncing ball game. Mm-hmm. In that you've got this process that you're going through when your tank is shooting another tank, where you go to a chart, you roll a die, you take the result of that, you go to another chart, you roll a die, you take the result of that, you go to another chart and roll a die, mm-hmm. and you do that like 4 or 5 times. Now, there's no decision-making involved in this, but what you're doing is you're walking through this process that starts off with, can I get a round through the box that the tank is in.
Right.
Okay, now that I've gotten it through I've hit the box where the tank is in, can I hit the thing in the box that is the tank?
Right.
Now that I've hit the tank, where on the tank do I hit it? Now that I've hit the tank on that particular point, do I penetrate? Now that I've penetrated, how much damage do I do? So each one of these things, there's no decision making from a player standpoint.
Right.
But the cool thing about it from a player standpoint is once you figure out exactly what you're doing with that, it's building the excitement. It's like, oh yeah, I completed the first step. I completed the second step. I completed the third step.
It's the gamer version of that Hollywood bullet cam, where you see the bullet go through the vision slit and then take out the target.
And I know at one point somebody was talking about doing a second edition of Tobruk, and they said to me, like, there's no decision making here, so I just created this D1000 table. And you can just go from the initial shot to the result by rolling 3D10s and treating it as a D1000, because there is no decision making, and he's right. You could do that way. If you're playing like Kursk and you've got 100 tanks on a side, you might be happy with the D1000 approach. If you're playing Tobruk and you've got 10 tanks on a side, you're going to be really annoyed with the D1000 approach.
Right. It's going to depend on the size of the game, and it's a funny story about that too. Once in a while, I run into a critic who says about a particular game, that game is not great because you're just rolling buckets of dice. And I would say to him, "What's your point?" I love rolling buckets of dice. I'm a gamer, so there's definitely that element of if I am simulating 1,000 infantrymen shooting guns, it's more fun to roll 20 dice than it is to roll one and just hope it gets a hit, kind of thing.
One of the primary rules of game design is it is impossible to design a game that everyone will like.
Right.
Yeah.
So just, the first thing I tell people is just, you develop a thick skin. It doesn't matter how many people buy your game. You're going to get at least one bad review. There's going to be people who just hate it, people who think that scale is all wrong.
Right.
There are some people who are going to look at it and go, this game really sucks. I want something like Starfleet Battles. And there's other people that are going to say, this thing is really great because it's not Starfleet Battles.
Right. Yep.
I think you got to design what you're going for. There's one other thing I want to ask you. We're running out of time, but there's one other area of this I really wanted to ask you guys that sort of distills down, and I think when we did the Lost Chapters with you, Chris, you mentioned this as being a big influence in the shift of sort of naval combat in a particular time period. But what are the key? I know in Harpoon and stuff, you guys have like every single weapon system known to man, basically. But like if someone's designing a naval combat game and they're coming down to weapon systems and they're trying to decide what they want to kind of make it. They want to make it a little abstract. They don't want to have a weapon class for every single kind of gun ever invented, and they want to have broad categories. What are sort of the essential categories you need to capture to kind of give that good feeling of the different kinds of tactical options that most weapons that are used in a particular era are around? Does that question make sense?
I think it really depends upon what area you're talking about. In some eras, there were weapons like World War I. And if you want to talk about fleet actions, like say the Battle of Jutland, right? What was the role of torpedoes in the Battle of Jutland? Well, there really wasn't one. Except torpedoes are actually much more important than people think they were. And the reason why they were more important than people think they were is because the commanders on both sides were thinking about torpedoes. They were worried about the possibility of torpedoes, Jellicoe especially, and they took actions specifically because they were worried about torpedoes. So if you look at a World War I Jutland type game and you go, well, why do I even have to include torpedoes? I don't need rules for torpedoes. I can just leave them out. But if you do, now you've taken away something. Granted, it was ineffective as done. If you take it away, now you've changed the balance, and ranges will end up being a lot closer because people will be willing to get closer. Mm-hmm. They weren't willing to get closer because they were worried about torpedoes.
Yeah, so what was the big tactical, for those listeners who aren't naval experts, what was the big tactical change? What did the addition of torpedoes sort of do to the tactical option, the decision-making process of a typical naval commander?
A shell, when it hits a ship, lets air into the hull.
Right.
When a torpedo hits a ship, it lets water in. And some ships, in fact, if you go back and look at HMS Audacious, sank after hitting a single mine. Torpedoes were incredibly deadly. If they hit you, and that was the big thing, if they hit you, they were really going to hurt the Precious.
Right.
The thing is they don't have a real good high probability of hit as long as I keep them at arm's length. When Scheer sent the battle cruisers and the destroyer flotillas ahead and launched those torpedoes, Jellicoe was compelled to turn away, to open the range and present a minimum aspect to reduce the probability of hit. It forced a maneuver that took Jellicoe out of a favorable position for beating the snot out of the High Seas Fleet, which he was doing at that time in the major fleet action.
As I used to hear one of my students, a few of my students in Newport say, you got to honor the threat.
Yep.
So sometimes the purpose of a weapon system is to make the other guy do something to avoid the weapon system.
I love that example that you guys.
And as I think I said earlier, the thing about torpedoes in the early days of torpedoes wasn't that they were able to sink all these ships and they made battleships obsolete like their proponents said. But what it did do was force the fleet designers of the world to sort of redesign their fleets. So you ended up with new types of ships that you didn't need before, and it was entirely about spreading out the defense and holding those torpedo-armed craft at arm's length. So it's always funny because, as I think I said earlier, the people who were big advocates of torpedoes said this is going to change warfare and it's going to change it in this particular way. They were right about it totally changing warfare, but they forgot that the other guy gets a vote.
Right.
So the big effect of adding torpedoes into the mix was that you no longer had sort of a single ship of the line that sort of did all your heavy lifting. Now you've got this specialization of amongst the battle fleet, and you've got these small ships that are actually fully fledged combatants. They didn't just sit back and watch anymore. They were part of the battle.
But to answer your question as to what weapons you need to really break out, you need to look at your scale. Are you going to be a grand tactical or operational level where individual weapons characteristics don't play as much? Are you going to be at a tactical level where a weapon's range drives how you're going to respond? You can simplify it even at the tactical level. You can have a main armament. You can have a secondary armament and then torpedoes. Usually when you're at this kind of level, submarines don't play much, so you can skip ASW. I mean, ASW means awfully slow warfare, which is a lot of players don't like to play it. In fact, I rarely run ASW scenarios at conventions because they're so doggone boring. So you can throw that over the side. If you want to just run, gun duels, you don't need those pesky airplanes either. So you can simplify things a little bit, but you have to be careful because if you want to say you have a tactical level game, then ranges and capabilities of individual weapon systems have meaning.
Right.
I once saw a tactical game. It was an add-on to an operational game, naval game. And the tactical game didn't include facing. So you could shoot the weapons of your dreadnoughts. This was a World War I era game. You could shoot your weapons 360 degrees. Well, anybody who's studied tactics in that era understands the concept of the battle line.
Right.
I mean, books have been written about the battle line. That was the tactical unit of organization. You spent that's what you drilled on. That's how you thought about the problem. Okay, I no longer have facing. Why do I care about?
Right.
Why do I care about a battle line anymore? Because all my guns bear in all directions. So instead of having a line of battle, what you ended up with was a point of battle.
Yep.
You put everything together in the same hex as sort of this blob stacked together, and it could fire out in all directions. And it's like, we played this game once, and it's like, it isn't even worth playing this tactical system. It makes the whole game worse, not better.
I played a fantasy naval combat game some time ago, and I won't name it, but what was interesting about it, what I did like about it was was very abstracted, and there were all these super high fantasy things going on there, but I realized when I could form my ships in the line and sail them right along and crossing the T worked and everything else worked, it felt realer, even though it was this total abstracted fantasy with orcs shooting high elves. It was just great feeling of, hey, this kind of feels real because some of the Age of Sail tactics that I've read about and kind of know about work here, and it makes sense. So there's definitely that feeling there needs to be enough in there, and to your point, to both your points, to capture whatever you're trying to emulate, whether it's Age of Sail or torpedoes or whatever you need. There has to be enough in there to at least have a nod of it in there, so you can kind of feel like this feels like it should feel, right?
Yeah, when the game design punishes the use of historical tactics, it's probably time to play a different game.
Yeah, what we try to do is we don't want the player to push the I believe button more than once.
Yeah.
There you go.
So, or as I oftentimes say when I give science fiction related talks, disbelief should be suspended, not lynched.
Right. Well, guys, thank you so much for
this has been great.
Really interesting. It's been fantastic to hear how you both tackled this in the game designs you've worked on, but also B, the kind of things you like to see and look for, and C, I want to go to a convention with you now and try some of these games.
Absolutely.
That sounds
well,
awesome.
Russ, one of the things that I'll just throw a little shameless advertising. I sent you the websites, the Admiralty Trilogy, CIC.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because our goal is to help teach people about history, we share our models.
Oh, cool.
We will make presentations. We will share them. We tell them what the historical basis is. We provide the information. And if there's math, we walk them through the math. Mm-hmm. And again, this is to help make a smarter player.
Great. Well, we'll definitely add that website to the show notes so people can go and check it out and click on it and find out all about that stuff. Well, thank you guys so much again for joining us, and we'll be right back here after a few breaks to talk about Firestorm Armada, and does it fit into any of this stuff we just talked about at all?
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Looking for not too horrible insight and entertainment beyond the usual paltry 4-hour D6G shows? Well, there's only one place on the planet you can find it, and it's in the Lost Chapters. Go to the D6generation.com and begin your quest. Damn, farming games. Why did it have to be farming games?
That noise means it's time for Vic the Viking to charge to your door with the latest from the War Store. See what I did there?
Right. The War Store, bringing the war to your door for a decade and more.
Oh, indeed they have been. And, I think the War Store made a lot of people's Christmases much brighter with all their deliveries.
It made mine brighter.
They did indeed, and they have all the hotness. I mean, if you're a miniature gamer, pretty much they have every system you will need to keep track of all your stuff. And I love the breakdown on the left-hand side, Craig, all the great breakdowns by your various game systems, your various game companies. You're looking for steampunk. You're looking for alternate history. You're looking for historical. You're looking for
sci-fi.
It's all
fantasy.
there.
It's all there.
All there. CCGs, you name it, they've got it. Just click on it, get all the information, all the hotness, what's coming out, what's new. Follow Vic on Twitter, too, at the War Store as well. And they'll tweet whenever they get new things in stock, so you'll know, oh, that new game did just come out. And you're ready to go order it, and you won't miss out on the launch date.
And pre-orders and what's hot and what's up and coming. I mean, it's really all the stuff you need to know about miniature gaming and more can be found at the War Store and through their Twitter feed.
Yes, indeed, that as well. So head on over to thewarstore.com and make sure you check them out and get all the latest miniature gaming hotness at some great prices on the internet.
I'm Rafe Hollywood Granger, and this is the Hollywood Minute. Hello, and welcome back to another edition of the Hollywood Minute.
today's weather is it's about 15 degrees, and we have some snow on the ground with a slight frosting of ice over the top. And I like to tell you the weather because I figure there's listeners out there that are thinking, this is the Hollywood Minute. Why is he always talking to us about the weather? And I just think that part's funny. All right, so we've got a couple things to cover today. It's almost January 7th, which means that my month of avoiding the cult of the new, which is my new name for that, is cotton. So no more cotton, no more cult of the new for the acronym. And I'm going to talk about it a little bit because I've stayed within the guidelines so far for about 3 weeks. So January 7th will be a month. And it's been pretty easy going. Of course, a lot of that might be because of the holidays. Not many people gaming. Our game group has missed 2 game nights due to the fact that they've fallen on the eves of Christmas Eve and New Year's. And I had someone check out the blog and looked at the list, and they're like, man, that's a pretty long list. And I think the analogies I used before, which was juice cleanse, is really the wrong analogy. I'm not trying to avoid all food and only drink juice and lose a lot of weight in the gaming world, meaning I'm not trying to restrict my game list down to just a very few games as some sort of punishment or flagellant type of behavior. It really all just has to go down with rule sets. I just don't want to have to keep learning new rules when I have a breadth of games as exhibited by my list. I have a breadth of games that if I just played those, I would get better at the strategy and the tactics. So actually the breadth of my list, it's not exhaustive. It's not all-inclusive. There might be games on there I've forgotten that I have played in the past, and that's okay. That's 100% allowed. So it's just a little fun thing that I'm going to do for the year where I'm just going to play the games that I already allegedly know how to play, or at least to play the rules so I can get better at strategy and tactics, and so I can go ahead and enjoy the expansions and other types of rule sets there. So that's what I've been doing there. Been working on a Dark Heresy campaign, and we looked at the new Dark Heresy 2.0, and our game group went ahead and made a decision that we're going to try to play Dark Heresy using the Savage Worlds rule set, and I'm so excited for this. I had forgotten the breadth and ease of Savage Worlds. I was reading the rules. It is not going to be difficult for me at all to create a Dark Heresy setting in the Savage Worlds. I know that you're sitting there going, yes, we know, Rafe. Those you Savage World players are going to be like, yeah, that's the whole point of Savage Worlds is you can use that rule set and set it in almost anything. But I guess I had forgotten, and so 9/10 of all, if not 10/10 of all the skills are very easily transferable over to Dark Heresy. The magical system in Savage Worlds will work just fine. There's rules for social conflicts. There's rules for mooks. There's rules for mass combats. Anything a GM could want without having an encyclopedia of memorized rules that we'd have to code. That was my fear with Dark Heresy. I wrote out the combat system, just a simple combat. I'm using the degrees of success and so on and so forth, and it was just too rich for my blood for this time around. I just, I'm sitting here trying to create my mission, create my story arc, create my flavorful environments and flavorful characters, and then the whole back of my mind, I'm thinking, God, how am I going to, remember the combat and the psionics and close combat and range combat and remembering what each weapon does? And I was like, it's too much. It was becoming a full-time job, and frankly, I wasn't enjoying it. I wasn't enjoying creating the world. And so I got concerned that I play with very rules-intensive players, and they're going to want to play right, and they know 40K, and that we'd be flipping through rules books. So I made a command decision with my players. So far, we've got old Andy and Dave locked in, and a new player named Jeremy. And we got him locked in, and we're going to try it out. And they said, yeah, let's do the Savage Worlds. So I was pretty psyched about that. And that led me to want to check out what Ross has been doing over there with Accursed. And I know Andy backed that Kickstarter there, so I'm excited to see what Andy has there to share with us, and looking forward to Ross's release. I haven't checked when that is. I'll have to check that out. That'll be exciting, and I'm sure with Ross behind it, it's going to be freaking wicked awesome. And now that I'm in the Savage Worlds mindset, I can't wait to really check it out. And then the other thing that's on my radar that I'm excited about is the new Agricola game. It's based on the Agricola rule set from what I understand. And it's, I forgot to look it up before we recorded. It's called Caverns. I can't never remember the full name, but it's all hotness on Board Game Geek. It is designed by Uwe Rosenberg, and from what I understand, it is Agricola with a new skin on it, and there's dwarves. So how can I not avoid that? So that's waiting for me to pick up at Myriad Games. I'm looking forward to pick that up, and hopefully I'm going to get a game of that in on this Monday. And then the other thing I did was I fluffed up my fleet a little bit, my Star Wars fleet, by getting a few extra TIE fighters and a few extra X-Wings so that I can, run kind of fleet combat if I want, because right now I just kind of had a single of everything. So I was looking forward to getting some more battles of that in. And pretty much have missed out on gaming for the past 2 weeks due to the holidays, so I'm looking forward to get back in the swing of that. So that's pretty much what I got going on in this Hollywood Minute. Recorded the year-end show with all of our results with Russ and Craig. That was fun, getting back in the third chair for our predictions. Predictions were very hard for me this time around. I will admit, my prescience on the matter was dark. What else? I'm looking forward to TempleCon, and that's pretty much it. So if you want to follow me, I'm at the blog known as jimmydjango.com. I'm the D6G Hollywood on Twitter, and my email address is hollywood@the d6generation.com. Stay tuned for further Hollywood Minutes, and happy gaming.
Now it's time to talk about our friends at Game Salute. They have all kinds of great stuff going on right now. The Little Prince game coming out, the adorable game. Remember the Little Prince, the guy on the little tiny purple planet? That's got a game now. They've got, and Craig, we talked about how Dan Yarrington's like one of the hardest working men in the gaming industry.
It's really ridiculous.
They got a brand new podcast over there at Game Salute.
The 21 Game Salute.
I know, right? The inaugural podcast just came out. You got to check that out. But then, what's all this going on? Dan's on like 12 other podcasts now. What's going on over there?
I know. Well, he dishes on the game of crowdfunding with All Us Geeks.
Yep.
And of course, our friend Rodney over at Watch It Played has just announced that he's got the how to play video for Keyflower. Another Game Salute game.
Exactly right. Game Salute helps small publishers or small designers get their games out to you guys, whether it's via Kickstarter, with all their experience on that now to make sure you don't take those wrong steps, or whether it's into stores through their networks of contacts, or whether it's just helping larger publishing houses getting things done as well. So head on over to GameSalute.com and check out all the great stuff that's going on right now. Check out that new podcast as well. Just a really good way to keep your ear to the ground in the gaming industry.
You bet.
This is Total Fangirl. Regular Jane most days, total fangirl when the moment strikes. Han shot first. Starbuck is a guy. And Lestat, now there's a vampire.
Hey everyone, this is Nicole, your Total Fangirl. You can follow me on Twitter at Nicole Wakeland and check out my blog, TotalFangirl.com. This week's shout out is to me. It's a Happy New Year wish from Cranky. So thank you, Cranky, and Happy New Year to you and to everybody else out there. This week I have a guest sitting right next to me who, I guess technically she didn't have a choice about appearing. Is that right?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. I have our oldest daughter, Rose. Say hello, Rose.
Hello.
Okay, and the reason I have Rose on the podcast is because we got a game this week, and actually I said the girls and Russ got a game this weekend, and they collectively lost their marbles in extreme excitement when they saw that the game was out there. What game is it that you're playing?
It's the My Little Pony new card game.
The My Little Pony card game. Now, how long have you been waiting for this game, Rose?
Since I knew it came out.
When was that? Was it like...
I don't know.
Did we play it at PAX, or was it at Gen Con?
No.
You didn't see it, so it must have been at Gen Con that Daddy and I played it, right? Okay.
Yes.
So why are you excited about My Little Pony?
Because I really like the show. I've seen all the episodes more than once, and I just really wanted to play the card game.
And you really wanted to play it. So you guys came home with one or two things.
No.
How many things did you come home with?
Kit bought the starter pack because she saw it first, and I got, I think it was 6 booster packs.
So all your Christmas money?
Nope, not all of it.
Not all of it?
Nope.
Only some of it?
Yes.
You have a few more lists to go buy more booster packs?
Yes.
Is that the plan?
Yes.
Okay. So you got a chance to play this with Daddy over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And what did you think?
I think it was really cool.
What did you like best about the game?
I think my favorite part was the troublemakers because they really make it hard to solve all the different problems.
So what do the troublemakers do when you're playing?
So to solve the problems, you need to have a certain amount of different types of ponies to solve these problems. But the troublemakers can stop this by you play a troublemaker on your opponent, and they have some problem that makes it so you can't solve the problem, and they'll do something to your ponies each round, and there's certain requirements to stop each troublemaker. Except but there's also like higher level troublemakers, which are villains, and they stop both people from doing the problems.
Oh, some of them just affect your opponent, and some of them affect both of you. So you have to be careful when you're playing these. Okay.
But it also depends because you might want to use the villains when you have a hard problem that you might not be able to solve either, but your opponent can solve it really easily.
So do you play against each other, or are you working together in this card game?
Well, you're kind of working together, but you're also working against each other because you want to see who can get the most points first to win, which is 15 points. But the thing is, to solve a problem, you both need to have a face-off, which is where you both have the requirements to solve the problem for each one, and you have a face-off. And you're kind of just seeing who gets the credits for solving the problem. You both help solve it, but you need to see who actually gets the points for actually solving the problem.
Very cool. Now, how long... Did you guys just play one game? Did you run through, or did you get to play it a couple times? Because you just got this over the weekend.
We only played one game because it took us an hour to play it because we were just learning all the rules and stuff.
So the hour was because it was a new game. How long do you think it would take you to play if it wasn't new?
We said probably, depending on how hard the problems are, maybe 30 minutes.
30 minutes? And did it feel like it went fast and was easy to learn, or was it really tough?
It felt really easy to learn.
Yeah?
Yes.
Is it one of your favorite games right now?
Probably.
Is it more favorite than the Minecraft that you've been playing all afternoon with your friends?
No.
No? Minecraft still wins over My Little Pony?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you think you're going to buy next?
I really want to try to find the Fluttershy card because she's my favorite character in the deck.
Does she do anything special?
You get main characters that you have to use, and I want her as my main character because she has really some cool moves.
Now, do you have to just guess? Like she's in a booster pack somewhere and we don't know unless we buy a million zillion of them?
I haven't got any main characters in the booster packs. I've only seen them in the starter packs, but they might be in the booster packs. But they're either really rare in the booster packs or they're not in the booster packs.
So that's your mission, to get enough until you finally get Fluttershy, and then you're not buying another card ever?
Maybe.
Maybe you might spend a few more dollars in your next batch of money that comes your way the next holiday. So what would you give My Little Pony, the collectible card game? Would you give it a thumbs up, a thumbs down, or like a thumbs sideways because it's eh?
A thumbs up.
A thumbs up? Both thumbs? Like 2 thumbs up?
2 thumbs.
Wow, and she's sitting here with her 2 thumbs up in the air. So you really liked it?
Yes.
What age kids do you think would like this game? Tell everybody, how old are you?
I'm 11.
You're 11. And do you think kids younger than you could play?
Yes.
You do. How young do you think a kid could be and still play this game?
I think maybe like 8, probably.
You think 8?
Yes.
That seems to you? An 8-year-old kid could handle. Do you have to read a lot or no?
There's really not much reading. There's a part that might, like some of the more complicated stuff, like the troublemakers might get a little bit confusing, but I think other than that, it should be pretty simple.
Very cool. So thank you for coming on the show, Rose.
You're welcome.
Now you can go back to playing Minecraft with your buddies.
Okay.
Okay, everyone, and that's our show for today. Thanks for listening, and catch you next time.
And now it's time to talk about our friends from
That's right, baby. CQGames.com. And, you head to their website. They have some great, great games there. Games that you have heard us talk about for a long time now. Road to Enlightenment was one of their first games, and it's still one of their best. Great, great game. But my personal favorite of theirs, actually, to be honest with you, is the new science. I just love the fact that it's historical in terms of gives you a good perspective on how science works, how a lot of ideas work, how you publish, try to get your ideas out first, and then other sciences leverage that idea to build on your shoulders and do even more discoveries. And you also have to learn about famous science and history. Just really, really a great, great game. I really like it a lot. They also have, and the breadth of their game variety also is really fantastic. Then you got a game like Tomorrow, Craig, which is just totally different.
Off the wall. Well, the key there for all the Conquistador games is all about theme, but also quick games.
Yes.
So you're not going to be playing these games for hours and hours and hours. You're going to immerse yourself in these themes and really fun, quick gameplay that's not going to last all night, but going to give you a nice, solid experience when you sit down to play any one of these games. Road to Enlightenment, The New Science, tomorrow, and of course, right around the corner is something that we were really excited about when they did the Kickstarter, War Stories, which kind of brings board games and miniature games together. I mean, it's really a great company that's really focusing on getting things done right.
Yeah, and don't forget too, there are other Kickstarters too, including their fantastic the gaming extras like the coins they do. What are those called, Craig? There?
Oh, they're the doubloons, the Road to Enlightenment doubloons that look awesome.
They
by
look
the way,
fantastic. Don't forget too, you can kick up your your Tomorrow bits if you didn't back the Kickstarter directly and you buy Tomorrow in a store. They won't have all some of the really cool meeples, but you can buy them directly from them as well. So you can get like little mushroom clouds and wooden tank meeples. New Science, you can bling out your game also with new characters, new historical scientists for your game.
Yeah, I'm not sure they're actually characters.
Well, they're characters of history, historical figures, if you will. But they're not really figures, but we call them historical figures, Craig.
Right.
So, anyway, so that's the great thing about these guys. So check them out. Go to cqgames.com and check out all their great games and just really check them out. They have some good stuff.
Yeah, and don't forget, we're talking about Conquistador Games.
This is the D6 Generation Podcast. More fun than Merchant of Venus. Wait, what? Who writes this? That's impossible.
Welcome back. So, we've talked all about real life naval combat and all the mulling mechanics, and we've had Chris C and Chris W weigh in on all kinds of awesome mechanics that you can use to recreate these various types of conflicts. Now we are going to review a game that, of course, we first reviewed many moons ago when
episode 46.
What's that?
Episode 46.
Episode 46.
Way back. I know, right?
That's like year 2.
Yes.
Ish.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, my math is awful. And so Spartan Game, we're talking about, of course, Spartan Games' second offering, Firestorm Armada, their spaceship combat game.
Mm-hmm.
And their second edition, not to be confused with their 1.5 or whatever it was last year, their second edition of the game has just come out. The rule books actually just went on sale yesterday when we're recording this.
December 2013.
This is very timely. And we're going to look back on some of the things that they changed. And we're going to actually give you a quick overview of what didn't change, so newcomers to the system will know what we're talking about. And basically we're talking about Spartan Games, which is, as if you weighed in on our episode a few episodes ago where we talked about the state of the industry. We talked about the king of the mini resin model. That was definitely Spartan Games. So you're talking beautiful resin models. It's a miniatures fleet action space combat game, and what happened to the whole system? So, to the whole game system. So, Russ, first impression, what did you think? Or do we want to save that for last?
Let's save that for last. What are you doing? Yes. So
I just, we've only been doing this for 6 years.
Yeah.
Now,
let's talk about what changed and what didn't change, because this is interesting. So this is the full second edition, and now also we should say that both Chris's are still with us at the moment.
Yes.
And so now one of you has read the rules, and one of you has not. Right.
Yeah, I read an earlier version of the rules.
Okay, so
it's been a while. It's sort of funny. I was talking with a friend of mine about this not too long ago, and he expressed some desire to play. And I had heard that a new version was coming out, so I actually said, no, let's not bother reading the rules until the new version comes out. It seemed like a good idea at the time.
Well, you're probably right, because to be honest, they've changed quite a bit. There are some core mechanics that are the same, and the game will still feel like Firestorm Armada, and indeed a lot of the other, Spartan Games really came to the forefront of the miniature gaming industry by bringing back their naval combat games that are fun, that are also fantasticals, right? So they had Uncharted Seas, which was fantasy-based naval combat.
Which was a lot of fun.
And a lot of fans of the old GW game Man of War jump back in and like, Man of War is back, but it's simpler, faster, easier to play.
And more balanced.
and more balanced and different factions work. And then they come out with Firestorm Armada, which is basically similar core mechanics in space. Now they've got Dystopian Wars, which is similar core mechanics in an alternate World War I, World War II era time period. But let's go out.
That's a hoot. That one's a hoot.
That is Dystopian Wars is fantastic. It's actually Dystopian. When Dystopian Wars came out, they fixed a lot of the mechanics that were very fiddly in Firestorm Armada. So, for example, how torpedoes work and defensive point defenses work was overly complex in the original Firestorm. Boarding actions also were very overly complex in the original Firestorm. It made the game take a lot longer for not a lot of realism gain, I didn't think.
Right. It didn't give you a lot more benefits for all the effort you were
So
putting
they
in.
cranked out Dystopian Wars, great implementation. Now they've turned their sights back to Firestorm, realize it's a very beloved franchise, great-looking ships. They've redone all the models.
Yep.
Totally new models, even more impressive than the old models, and I've always thought the old models look great. They've still got those 6 core factions, and they're cranking out new ones. But also they went through all the mechanics and kind of said, what can we streamline, what can we change, keep the essence of space combat, add more variety. So they actually were effectively able to add a little more variety, add more weapons granularity, add more uniqueness to each faction, but also streamline the rules at the same time. That's what they tried for. And I think they did it, but let's talk a little bit about how they did it.
Now let's set a baseline first and talk about what stayed the same, because it's less than you think. When you look at all of the little changes that they implemented that really cleaned everything up, you really kind of go back. You have to go back and revisit a lot of these things because a lot of it has changed slightly. But there's some things that have stayed the same. Initiative is going to be 2d6. So you start each turn, you roll initiative on 2d6, and you're each going to have your fleet command bonus. So somebody may or may not get a slight advantage. It usually isn't a game breaker. Somebody might have a +1. In some very rare combinations, you might have a +2 on that 2d6. You're talking alternating activations again by squadron, including squadrons of 1 in the case of really large ships.
So Craig moves a squadron, then I move a squadron. And you fully activate, right? You move, you shoot, my turn, move, shoot, back and forth.
Exactly. The movement is still inches. You're still getting 45-degree turns with that controlled by... now, this is... We should say, in the interest of having such august presences as our guests, that there really is... you look at this game and you're like, yes, this is based on naval... terrestrial naval combat. Because there's very little nod in the way of we're actually in space now, not on an ocean. The ships are moving inches. They've got 45-degree turns, and the way that is controlled is based on larger ships have to move forward a certain number of inches before they can take another 45-degree turn.
Right. So that's simulating your inertia, right? So you're basically big ship, and what's nice is it's a separate stat for each ship. So by ship you can have more or less maneuverable craft with a very simple mechanic.
With a very simple mechanic and a very simple turn template. You don't have to have multiple... Not that there's anything wrong with the multiple templates, because I love that in Uncharted Seas and Dystopian Wars, but in this, it's kind of cool that there's just that one. And you always have to go a minimum of half your move. You're not allowed to slow down to the point where you're, again, with a nod towards inertia.
Now, let me ask Chris this. So we just talked in the previous Mulling Mechanics segment about how pre-plotted movement is really cool and a really nice way to simulate naval combat. Now, both of you have played either Dystopian Wars or Uncharted Seas, correct?
Yes.
And this turn interaction system is very similar. So it's be interactive. There's no plotting of movement. You got minimum movement distances to control how rapidly ships can turn. Does that mechanic feel pretty good in these kind of games? To you guys?
If you're talking terrestrial, yes. I grew up with Traveller, with the original vector movement, which was painful.
Yeah.
But at least somewhat of a nod, if you will, to reality. Other games, and I think Chris has mentioned one, does a better job of it. But the bottom line is that, like Dystopian Wars, it's about having fun. It's not about physics.
Right. Yeah.
So once you understand that, this movement system is comfortable to players. They can dive right in and play, and then get in with the, shooting their rail guns or their lasers or their particle beams. When you go to particularly Dystopian Wars, because their aircraft carriers usually cause my head to hurt when I look at them.
Well, physics is right out.
Flight deck on 2 Zeppelins. Owie.
The best part is the flight deck is on the top of the Zeppelin, which really would just roll right over, right? If you thought about it too long.
Or you could have it balanced on 2 Zeppelins, which is a precursor to the Typhoon submarine.
Right. But who cares? Because it just looks awesome sitting there on the table, right?
Yeah, their stability becomes an issue. But, when you look at the miniatures, you're going, what's this? I don't care about reality of movement. So, this works for me because I come in knowing this is fun. Punch the button, move on.
Right. There you go. Punch the button. I love it.
I've always sort of viewed this as it's important that the game is faithful to the milieu that it's representing. Now, this is especially important if you're dealing with a licensed property. If you're doing vector movement in Star Wars, you're doing something wrong.
Right.
But it fits for a universe like this. The other thing is, when it comes to doing vector movement, if you're going to be more realistic in the movement system in terms of capturing real physics, and that sort of implies some things that you're going to be more realistic in other places as well. So you don't want to have your game out of whack by having one thing that's really detailed and everything else not be really detailed. So it works perfectly fine. And I don't yet have my copy of the new edition. I have the 2 previous editions, and whenever I've read through it and sort of looked it over, it looked pretty good.
All right.
Chris has got a really good point. If you're going to go all out and make vector movement, then you can't have laser weapons fired at a faster-than-light ship, okay? This isn't going to work.
Right. And one other thing, too, we should point out, again, they're trying to do, one of the goals here is to make really large fleet actions. So they're really going for lots of ships on the board, just a really cool-looking table with giant spacecraft flying all over the place. So they're trying to keep it reasonably fast here.
There you go.
So, Craig, what's the other thing that stayed still shooting, right?
What you're talking about basically is shooting, and you're still using a bucket. It's a bucket of dice mechanic still, which we've all agreed is still cool. You're using range bands, but they've changed in really cool, unique ways. There is still linking, although it's much clearer in the second edition, and you are still looking at exploding dice, so every 6 counts as 2. And across the game system, you're always looking for, and they fixed this because this was something that we talked about actually all the way back into Uncharted Seas, where usually a 4+ was a success, but sometimes you needed a 5. They've changed that, and across the board now a 4+ is a success, but there are rules that then modify it. So across the board, you're looking for 4s, and a 6 counts as 2 successes, and you get to roll another die on top of it. So you've got your exploding successes. So theoretically, in the best case scenario, a single torpedo could take out pretty much any size ship if your dice are ridiculously hot that day.
Right.
So the absolute core, the soul of the game is still the same.
And
you still get the same factions.
And consistent with Firestorm, and Dystopian Wars Uncharted Seas with how the core shooting mechanics basically work.
Exactly.
Pool of dice, exploding dice, success-based, range bands.
Yep. Exactly. You're still using the same engine. So that's in the old world, and that's what we've still got from the last edition. But now let's talk about where we are now and where Spartan's going with this. Russ already talked about the new models, which Spartan Games is great in this, that when they do this and they reboot an entire line of miniatures, the old miniatures are not they're not out of the picture. In fact, what they've done with Firestorm Armada is almost every ship has been upgraded in its view, in its look, and its feel, but they've kept the aesthetic across each fleet very similar. So you can look at the new cruiser for the Terrans and the old cruiser for the Terrans, and you can say, yeah, they look like they're coming from the same general design philosophy. And the same thing for each of the other factions. And now another thing that we'll talk about later is you now have the ability to upgrade and basically customize your squadrons, which is new in this edition. And you could easily show that by having some of the old squadrons and some of the new squadrons. and it would make it easier for you to remember which squadrons have which upgrades. So the new models are awesome, but fit in seamlessly with the old models, even better than the Uncharted Seas new models did, because these are both digitally designed. The first edition and second edition are all still digitally designed. It's just that they have gotten so much better with their digital designs and their execution of those designs that these models look like they've got even more detail. They're easier to put together. And they're you can tell that there are cooler things happening design-wise if you just look at the Aquans and how many of their ships now have tentacles, as an example.
Yeah, it's like Cthulhu took them over or something.
It kind of is. It kind of is. So, Russ, what else about what the overview of version 2?
Well, so the core rules have been seriously streamlined, and 3 of the areas that were really clunky in the original version of Firestorm. Boarding actions, there was a lot of things to keep track of on each ship after boarding actions started.
Yeah.
They persisted. There were, boarding party assault points you had to track for each ship.
Yeah, it was a resource that cost.
It was a resource.
It cost your ship to do the boarding in the first place.
A lot of complexity. It was cool, but it was a lot of complexity. Point defense also. So whenever you fired a torpedo salvo at another enemy ship, every ship you passed near with that shot could fire point defense. So basically, if you're shooting across the table, and unlike as we learned in Mulling Mechanics, that torpedoes in real life are short range, in Firestorm Armada, torpedoes are actually very long range.
Well, it depends.
It depends on the faction, but
they use different.
But for several factions, they're very long range. So typically, you're firing your torpedoes very far away. When you do this, you're going to cross multiple enemy ships, which means the whole game pauses as you figure out your shooting vector and how many bubbles of point defense you're passing through and how many dice the guy gets to roll. That's all changed now to just the target gets to fire his point defense. Also, small craft was cool, but also a little clunky. They fixed it up.
Very fiddly.
Yeah, they fixed it up much clearer in Dystopian Wars. I really like the implementation of small craft there, but it still was a little fiddly. Now they've got it really simple.
It's like a weapon system almost.
It's going to be interesting. Some people aren't going to like how it works as much.
Yeah.
I do like it because it's very abstracted now. We'll talk about that in detail in a little bit. So it's one thing. Also, all the individual ships have been redone. So it's like across-the-board redesign of the stats of every single ship, weapon systems in every single ship. Still the same flavor, but points have changed. Exactly what they're armed with may have changed. And also, as Craig mentioned earlier, ships now have hard points and upgrade options and escort options right on their card. So you're paying for extra escorts right when you're doing that as well, right on the card. A lot of going on there. Right. And the races have more flavor. They've instead of a bunch of generic weapons, they've really come up with some interesting specific weapons that each race leans upon more or less than other factions for primary weapons. Now, instead of just generic primary batteries, those still exist, but there's also now beam weapons and mass drivers and different things that different factions use. And that's going to add a little more flavor to the game. Also,
and they have a little effect in the game now.
Yep. And then finally,
the fluff was always there, but now it's reflected in the rules.
Right. And finally, they added this thing called the tactical ability cards, which replaces the Dexa cards. I think those are gone.
Yeah.
These are things you buy that are sort of like in-game tactical options for you that you sort of, I guess, tap and then bring back in later. The rules are in the core rulebook, but the cards are not out yet, so we don't know what the cards do, but they're out there as an option.
But the examples that we have indicate they're not the kind of frustrating cards that you would see that like really knocked Russ out of more than one Spartan game.
Yes. Well, I just stopped using the decks.
Oh my God, I've brought his battleship down to one hull point. I'm about to... Oh, wait, he repaired it all.
Right, at 1/3.
No, it doesn't seem like there's any of that. It's more like, I'm going to play this card, which means... And it seems like these cards are played at the beginning of the turn also, so you know what's going to happen ahead of time. And it seems like they basically convey one upgrade upon a ship or a squadron for that turn.
Yep.
So it's kind of like they're going to make something more effective, but then it's going to go away again. And it doesn't seem like it's going to be a big, like, all of a sudden surprise out of the blue, something's totally changed on you.
Yep. So before we get to the details on all those changes, let's talk about the models just for a second, because it is a miniature game, and as miniature gamers ourselves, we know, when we said before, that models are half the reason you buy these games, if not more. Chris W. or Chris C., have you guys seen any of the images of the new models coming out from Spartan Games for the new service system?
As it turns out, Chris actually pulled up the website. I had seen some of these before. Actually, the models were one of the things that first attracted me to this. Mm-hmm. I think I discovered Firestorm Armada online before I ever saw it, saw the book in the flesh, so to speak. So yeah, the models look great.
So you like it? Craig, what do you think of the new models?
They look awesome, but I love the fact that when we started playing this week, so we could review the game, I brought out all my old models, and I love the way the old ones look.
Yeah.
So the new ones look like they look like slightly more advanced versions of the old ones, like in a technical progression, like in a common sense or a sensical technical progression for each race or each faction. So the design philosophies are still there, but they look a little cooler. The bridges are yeah, I mean, there's little changes across the board that make them all look a little cooler, but the old ones still look really cool.
One thing they did fix, which the original Firestorm did not have, and I don't know if they ever fixed this in the interim, but the original Firestorm did not have models for your fighters and bombers and little small strike craft.
That's true.
So what we did was we had our old models from back when we used to play Babylon 5, A Call to Arms. So we got those out and started using them as little fighter squadrons. But now they're not out yet, but they have pictures of them in the book and online, and they'll be out soon. They actually have little fighter and bomber and shuttle and other types of small craft tokens now, and built into the token is a little slot for those mini D6s, which can be used to track the number of wings that are flying in that current token, and we'll talk more about how that works later, but that's also a nice touch. So now, basically, there's everything you need to fully field a fleet of escort vessels and destroyers and frigates and cruisers and big capital ships and carriers and even the little complement of fighters and bombers and that kind of stuff too.
Yeah.
So it's going to look great at the table with all this stuff flying around. All right, so let's talk about the book. So you guys have had a chance to see it online, but only Craig and I have had a chance to hold this thing. So real quick, it's a hardcover. It's full color. It looks really pretty. It's got a lot. I think it's got much better artwork and background than the original Firestorm Armada book did. I don't know, Craig. What do you think about that?
Well, the artwork there is no artwork. Well, there's a lot of really cool clear cut diagrams.
Yep.
And there's a lot of there's a lot of pictures of this guy giving you tactical advice who looks eerily familiar to me. And all of the actual art is these cool photos of the actual models. Mm-hmm. And extremely well painted, lots of different paint schemes to give you an idea. And then, like I said, a lot of very clear, concise diagrams, lots of diagrams. And the diagrams, almost all of them use a combination of photos and digital or imagery to get the point across. So they're very, very good, very clear cut.
And a solid table of contents and index, which I was able to use several times during a game to easily find stuff. So that
absolutely, yeah,
which
very
I'm always
useful in the actual game.
I'm always big on that, so I'm glad to see they got that right. I think it's fun to look through, and I thought it was great. And I thought it was, Craig, I don't know what you thought about this, but I thought the rules were easier to consume than the first time I read Firestorm Armada rule set. I don't know if you found the same thing.
I did. I thought the first rule book was very confusing in its layout to me. This one is much clearer, although there's still a couple very confusing things. When you're trying to flip through and you're trying to find things, you've got like a couple odd things. You've got victory conditions between boarding actions and small ship combat. So it's confusing why victory conditions wouldn't be in the back. But other than that, and because the table of contents and the index make it so easy, I not only think the layout is better, I think the little color coded tabs that you get.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
On the page edges that make it much easier, like red is segment, order of play, using terrain. That's all very clear. And as you said, there are these color-coded call-outs that are important notes and little pieces of advice that make it clear when something may confuse you. Right there is a little note on why it shouldn't confuse you.
Exactly. So yes, I think the book's a good improvement, and it feels good, and it's probably worth I think it's definitely worth the price of it.
Oh, absolutely.
So let's talk about the changes to building your fleet.
Yes.
So one thing is already the fleet manuals are up online for free, PDF file, one for each of the 6 core fleets right now.
Yep.
So if you're curious, you can go check them out. And what's nice about looking at those is it's going to show you the new ship cards, which show you all the different options you can build your ship. So one of the big things is now, first thing you do is you pick your game size, right, which is basically the number of points you're going to be playing. And choosing your game size is going to dictate
what kinds of ships you can have in your fleet. And now they've broken the ships down into different class sections or
different tiers.
Yeah, right. And you have a minimum and maximum number of squadrons you must include from each tier, depending on your game size, right?
Yeah.
So you'll have to choose. So that means you're going to be limited to the biggest ships. You're going to have one, let's say, or maybe zero in a really small game, and then you're going to have two of the medium tier 2 and maybe two of tier 3. I can't remember the exact breakdown, but that's sort of how it works. So they're kind of controlling the types of ships you can have, and also because you have to have at least one from each of these tiers, you can't just take a bunch of little ships or just one big capital ship. You have to kind of break it up a little bit.
Right.
And that also tells you the minimum maximum squadron size for each of those as well. So if you take a cruiser, you got to have a minimum of 2 of those as your one choice for tier 2, for example. But then in addition to that, you've got all these what they're calling hard points on your ship that you can upgrade in different ways. And these things run the gambit from increasing base movement, decreasing minimum movement, which means decreasing the amount of inches you got to move before you turn so you can make your ship more maneuverable. You can increase your shields in some factions. You can increase your weapons, change their types even, like make a type to nuclear, increase the number of wings your ship can carry. So basically give it fighter transportation abilities. And also escorts are tagged on now to those groups. So the really small ships that escort the larger ships are actually not a separate tier choice. They're just another add-on to one of the particular ships.
Right.
How does that all sound, Chris's? What do you guys think of that whole process, the additional granularity of fleet building?
I think that sounds pretty good, actually. I like a lot of the things. It sounds like they're spending a lot of time thinking about play balance and trying to prevent players from just mini-maxing in kind of a wacky way. The one question I have, though, is I know that one of the things that was in version 1.0 that went away in version 1.5 were ship design rules.
Yes, those are gone.
They're still gone?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, which was a shame because that was a cool idea where you could just sort of bring any ship model you had in your cabinet to the table somehow.
Yeah, it's ship design rules in a game like this are nitroglycerin like,
right? Yeah.
In terms of it's really cool if it works, and if it doesn't work, you blow off your hand. Right. So I can understand why they maybe decided that it was more trouble than it was worth.
But you have to admit, by adding this hardpoint concept, they are giving players within limits the opportunity to tweak their individual ships the way they'd like, which gives you a similar feeling of ownership that you would have had if you had just designed it from scratch without the nitroglycerin effect that Chris was referring to.
Right. That's exactly how I felt about it. Ownership is a great way to refer to it, because I felt like I was sort of customizing my ships so they were my own, as opposed to just a whole fleet of generic ships. So I didn't have to go through all this minutia of adding 1.5 points and blah, 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 blah. But all I get is, if I want those, I pay 5 extra points. So it kind of like cut to the chase as far as making your own or adding your own feel to your fleet, I guess.
Yeah, I actually, you're right, and I like that too. And it also gives you a little modeling opportunity because, first of all, some of the upgrades are like literally adding models to your fleet, adding escorts right next to the guy, little tiny small ships. But also, if you're the guy that always takes the +1 shield upgrade, maybe you paint a little shine to your ships so they have like any implied shield. You can kind of do some fun stuff like that if you're a hardcore modeler too, which is fun.
It also seems to me that things like those various hardpoint options have the potential to fit into campaign rules.
Oh yeah.
Potential to fit into earning upgrades over time.
Yeah,
it doesn't have to be something that you start the campaign with. It's something that your tech guys develop over time.
Well, that's a great idea.
That's a great idea.
No campaign rules in the core rulebook, but that's something that could easily add on, or you could just house roll right in. That's a great idea.
Yeah. You could fit that right into an XCAM, Russ.
Yeah, more flexibility is always good.
Yeah.
So let's get into the core mechanics and what they've really changed here. So the basics, as we said before, are the same. Integrated turns, pre-measuring's always allowed. Hey, what do you guys think about pre-measuring?
For this particular sort of milieu, I actually think pre-measuring is a good thing. If you're dealing with a time period where one of the problems was measuring, because of whatever system they were using to do it, whatever optical system. If you're on the deck of a sailing ship and you're going, I think it's about 300 yards, that sort of stuff, then yeah, don't allow pre-measuring. But if you're in a situation where realistically the captain's going to be able to look at a display and it's going to tell him exactly how far away it is, go ahead and pre-measure.
Yeah, that's what we would call the fluff justification they have in the rule book, basically, too, is all the great sensors. So that's in there. I like it just because, as from a practical point of view, it just prevents arguments, and you get when there's no pre-measuring, you basically get the veteran gamer who can look down at the table and know what a foot looks like versus the newbie gamer who can't. So it kind of removes that whole thing. Movement is essentially the same, but Craig pointed out here, and he's right there, they added a secondary movement phase step, which is after your primary movement's done, which is the typical move ahead 4, turn 45 degrees, maybe move ahead 2 more, whatever up to your speed limit is, and turning the number of times allowable based on your minimum movement before you turn. The secondary movement step is sort of an interesting addition. You have a couple different options. You can basically go full stop, which basically means you won't be moving next turn, but that allows you to do some other interesting things. You can invert, which is really the only nod in the game to the fact that you're in 3D space.
Right.
So to keep the game simple, and because it's based heavily on the surface naval combat Uncharted Seas, there isn't really any 3-space option element here
other
to the
than
game.
ships don't block line of sight.
Except you don't block line of sight. You can't really run into each other. And you always measure from a single point to center because the space is big. But also you have this inversion option. So there are critical hits now that can take out your port weapons battery. So if you invert, your port becomes your starboard becomes your port, and now you can shoot on the other side. That's kind of a neat little bonus.
I think it was awesome. I used it last night, and I'm an idiot. So it was awesome because it was like, hey, you're an idiot. So the Terran cruisers have a special ability called sector shielding, which basically means they have one die of shield all the way around, and of course that's you roll a die, and for a 4+, you roll however many dice your shield stat is. For every 4+, you negate 1 hit. For a 6, you negate 2 hits. You roll again, just like as if you're shooting. The Terran cruisers have a shield rating of 1, but they have sector shielding, which means you choose one facing and you add a die to that facing. So I had taken a beating with one cruiser, and my port batteries were completely out. And so at the beginning of the turn, I looked, and he was on my port side. So I was like, okay, I put my sector shielding on my port side, and I move. And then in my secondary movement phase, I invert. Yeah, eat it. Now I can shoot at you with my other shield, with my weapons. Not at all thinking that now my double sight, my double weighted shield was pointing in the completely wrong direction. And I paid for it with my life. Or actually, my men paid for it with their lives. But it was a very cool little moment because, again, it's a nod, exactly as you say, Russ. I spun over, I was on my back, and then I got the crap shot out of me.
Well, look at it this way, Craig. Now you can say, there I was.
That's right.
Time.
That's right.
10 parsecs away, flat on my back.
That's right.
I love that example for a couple reasons, Craig, that it really shows a couple things they did here that is neat. One is the inversion actually helps you. Secondly is they've added the Mars, which were first introduced in Dystopian Wars, which
model
is
assigned rules.
Model assigned rules, which are basically this idea that they have these keywords you can stick on any model card, and then there's the rule book lists all the keywords and what their special abilities are. And the shield ability that is a MAR that happens to be mostly on the Terran fleet, but other ships could have them as well. It's a great little nod because, in Star Trek and even in Star Wars, there's this idea that you can increase shield power to a certain facing, right? Yeah. And it's nice that there's a little nod to this now on the Terran ships. And it was also kind of cool that you got burnt by it, which is kind of neat as well.
Savagely burnt.
So it keeps it simple.
There's some interesting things about these mechanics. I've been sitting here thinking about how there's on the list of things to do. I need to do some thinking about how game mechanics for tactical space combat games have changed over time, because there's some themes here that I'm seeing in this game that I've seen in some other recent games, like the X-Wing game.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember what it's called.
Called X-Wing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the Star Trek one that's called Attack Squadron.
Attack Wing.
Attack Wing.
Okay, I haven't actually seen Attack Squadron.
And just
yet.
so you know,
I need to do that.
Attack Wing licensed the rules from Fantasy Flight, the guys who made X-Wing. So the mechanics are very, very similar, and that's by their license. So that's why.
But one of the things that I've noticed, and some of these things go back to the original Star Trek disc flipping game, where you've got these extra things that you can put down that give you special abilities for like the duration of the turn.
Yep.
And the idea that you've got one of the special abilities you can have is to do something like an inversion or something like that. I like this sort of setup because it adds a little bit of extra flavor, a little bit of extra complexity without turning it into what I oftentimes refer to as a Unix game. Right. And if you have any familiarity with the Unix operating system,
yes.
Every little bit of Unix is very simple, but there's just so much of it, and none of it works the same way. That it's a complicated endeavor that's built out of the simplest of parts.
Exactly right.
And this actually seems to solve that problem of presenting you with 40 different options that you have to sort of wade your way through, while at the same time giving you the same flavor as if you had that full menu to begin with.
That's a great analogy, and they've been iterating on this design now. As Craig pointed out earlier, they're calling this version 2, but it's kind of version 3 because it came out with version 1, and then they had 1.5, which was another rule book, like a reprint, and now there's just 2. So they've been iterating on this for a little bit now, and trying to refine this. So let's talk about the weapon systems now, because they did do quite a bit of changes here. So there are still range bands, but in Dystopian Wars and in Uncharted Seas, and indeed in the original Firestorm Armada, range bands were constant for all weapons. It was 8-inch range bands. So if you're within 8 inches of a target, you're at short range. If you're within 16 inches, you're at medium. What they have is on the cards, it shows 8, 6. It actually just said 1, 2, 3, 4, and you had to remember that it was times 8. And then it would have a number in there, which is the number of dice you're throwing at that particular range band for your primary weapon system. Now what they've done is they've changed. The range bands are different depending on the weapon systems. So for example, they've actually created classes. So now they have, for direct fire weapons, there's things called primary, which basically work the same as they used to. They're 8-inch range bands, no special rules. Then you got beam weapons, which are 10-inch range bands, but that's not the only difference. There's also a perk that most weapons have, and the beam weapons perk is that if you're within 10 inches, i.e. short range, any ones you roll can be re-rolled. So there's slightly more accurate weapons at short range than other weapons. You got your kinetic weapons, which have a different range band. And I think kinetics, Craig, don't they let you add to the critical results when you get them?
It's a 12-inch range band, which makes them lethal because they're reaching right across the board. And, if they get a critical, they can add 1 to the critical result.
So you can kind of see, do you want to go up one more level? It's optional. Do you want to make it a worse hit?
Now, interestingly enough, the worst roll on the critical table, of course, is Snake Eyes, and you can't subtract from it. So you can't like maneuver yourself into a Snake Eyes, but you could. It's interesting the way they did it. Snake Eyes is the worst; it makes you blow up, and all kinds of bad stuff happens. But then 3 is pretty bad, and a 4 is worse, and a 5 is worse. So it goes up from there. So adding 1 is still a really huge ability.
And just a reminder for folks who haven't played before, when you're shooting, you're rolling this dice pool of stuff, right? And you're looking for successes. As we mentioned, 4s or higher are successes. 6 counts as 2 successes, and you get to roll another die into the pool. You then compare this number to either the damage rating of a ship. If you're higher than their damage rating, you do 1 hull point. And each ship has got a number of hull points. When they're out of hull points, they're dead. There's another number on there, though, called the critical number, which is usually higher than the hull point. So a typical ship might have a damage rating of 4 and a critical rating of 7. Meaning if you get a 4 to 6, you do 1 point of damage. If you get 7 successes or more, though, you do a critical damage. And if you for every full 7 successes, so if you get 14, for example, and double it, you get 2 criticals. And that gives you a roll in the old critical damage table. And hopefully you're going to get something juicy in there. Like typically it's like,
you're always going to do 2 points of damage.
Yeah,
2 hull points.
You do double damage, and then maybe you take out the maneuvering thruster so he can't turn till it's fixed. Or you take out the port weapon system. Or, you take out their... What's also interesting is they've genericized, is that a word? They've made generic this thing called the hazard token.
Yes.
So instead of they used to have a fire on board token or your venting atmosphere. Now they just call it a hazard token. And a hazard token means anything from you've got a radiation leak to you got a fire on board to your venting atmosphere, or whatever it means. It means there's something going on that's basically killing crew until you fix it, essentially.
Exactly. And can kill more crew and can make itself worse.
Right. And as they stack, bad things happen too, which is kind of a neat mechanic.
Yeah. Yeah, and just to go with that for the critical table, again, I played 3 games last night, so I played a lot of this, and I had a blast all 3 times. In the same game where I inverted, actually, that cruiser's squadron mate got struck with a critical from way out of left field, and the critical was security in disarray, which means that your Marines are so busy trying to deal with the critical that they can't repel borders. And so I got that. I failed to repair it. I had one opportunity to repair it before he was in position. He launched a full-out boarding action on me, and I had nobody to meet him. So it was an awesome timing on his part. And we'll talk about how boarding works later on, but it was an awesome sequence of events because he got that critical. That critical caused my Marines they were running all over the place trying to help with the repairs. They were so bad, or whatever the fluff justification might be in your head. And he just walked right onto my bridge and blew up my ship.
Nice.
I hate it when that happens.
I hate it when that happens. It'll ruin a good day.
If Worf gets knocked out, everything goes to hell. That's
it does. It clearly, he's the linchpin again.
So the other type of weapon,
the ill-shooting linchpin.
That's
right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Good point. The last weapon type I wanted to mention, though, is my favorite. It's the nuclear weapon type because it's great. A lot of sci-fi shows have these things, especially for Terrans. And basically, the nukes, how they work is you fire a nuke. It works like a normal weapon. You roll your dice pool. But if you get a critical, it explodes in a 4-inch radius area of effect. Now, this is particularly neat because most command distances on most ships are 6 inches, meaning that squadrons have to be within 6 of each other. So this is a great tool for clearing smaller ships in squadrons because their critical number is typically lower, so you can get a critical more easily, and they're typically kind of close together. So you can take a whole squadron of this thing. It's a very nasty little weapon.
It was.
So a lot of fun with that. Now, another core rule change they made, which I really like, is this idea of targeted strikes. So again, more tactical options. So as we mentioned in Mulling Mechanics, right, you want the commanders to feel like they have interesting tactical options and their weapons should feel different. Now you've got different range bands, so you got different weapons that are tactically viable at different ranges. Because your dice pools are going to change at different range bands, and 8 inches is effective for some, but 10 inches is better for others. You also have these new perks you get. So maybe you want to fire the nukes at the squadrons, maybe you want to fire the kinetics at the big ships. You can get a better critical and take out their boarding repellers or whatever. But targeted strikes is even neater. So what a targeted strike does is when you're shooting any kind of your direct fire weapons at the enemy ship, you can choose the targeted fire. When you do this, you immediately take a -1 to your die rolls, which basically means that now instead of getting 4s for successes, you're looking at 5s.
Yeah.
Okay. But if you get a damage on the enemy ship,
you've got to target a specific system.
You target. You say, I'm going to shoot his bridge, or I'm going to shoot his. There's actually a little table, and you can pick an area on the table.
Bridge, propulsion system, weapon system, life support systems, or defensive systems.
So you're firing at a specific system. So it's like focus fire on their bridge, and you shoot at their bridge. If you successfully do damage, you get to roll on a little critical table for the bridge. But if you only do a regular hit, you do the normal damage, but you also do a D3 on this table, which means you do a little bit of something. You confuse them in some way. Maybe you get the security system knocked out, whatever. But if you get a critical hit, not only do you the critical result, but you also get to roll a full D6 on this thing, which can go up higher and get into little nastier critical effects. Mm-hmm. So you can really...
Which are additional critical effects to the critical that you've done.
I really like this because it allows you to, even when you have really heavy weapon systems, firing at some of these massive capital ships, there's no way you're really going to do much to them. But if you're like, okay, I'm really close in, I'm going to hit him a lot, I'm willing to take that -1 just to really hope I can do some trouble to his bridge and maybe, or hit his maneuvering engine so he can't turn this turn and can't get his guns to bear on where he needs to get them. So you really can affect your enemy's tactical options here with this. Just one more arrow in the quiver of tactical choices.
Yeah.
All right. Now, in addition to your primary weapon systems and all those direct fire weapons, they've also introduced this concept of indirect fire weapons. And torpedoes are one of those things. Yeah. Now, I'm sure our 2 naval gentlemen on the show are like, indirect fire torpedoes, what is that about? I don't know. It's sci-fi. Work with me here. But basically, what they're saying with indirect fire weapons, they count mines as indirect fire. They count torpedoes as indirect fire. They have a couple others, Craig. I can't remember what they are. But
is countermeasures
I think
indirect?
Yeah, maybe. But so basically the idea is that each of these weapons have their own special rules, but they all have a few common rules. And one of them is they don't need LOS. So you don't need line of sight, which means, and there are some things in space that block line of sight or reduce effectiveness of weapons, like firing through a nebula or a cloud there halves your dice. I believe asteroid fields totally block obscure line of sight.
Oh, yeah. Cyber warfare and gravitational weapons.
Cyber warfare, that's right. You can hack the enemy ships now, which is kind of cool.
Yeah.
But basically, torpedoes work similar to the last version of the game. Basically, one thing we should mention also with the primary weapons is in the original version and in this version, every point of damage your ship takes reduces your dice pool by 1 whenever you're firing weapons.
Yeah.
So you have battle degradation over time as your ships take damage. Torpedoes and other indirect fire weapons don't. So your mines are always just as effective when you drop them. Your torpedoes are always just as effective when you shoot them. That's the good news. And torpedoes are typically more effective, but not always at longer ranges, depending on the faction. But the big thing about torpedoes is your enemy gets their point defense fire. Basically, that works the same, except only the ship or squadron being shot at gets point defense.
Right.
So you only got to worry about who are you shooting, how much point defense do they currently have, does everybody in their squadron have any point defense they can add to that?
And it's linked. It's not combined.
How does linking work,
huge.
Craig?
Linking works this way, Russ. You take the primary weapon system that's being linked. So in this case, it would be the point defense of the target. And then every other ship in the squadron adds its point defense together as a pool, divides it by 2, and those are the dice you add to the target's point defense.
Right.
So if you have 4 frigates, each one has 1. Or let's say each one has 2 to make it more difficult. So the target's going to get 2. Then you've got 3 left. That's 6 divided by 2, 3. So you're going to have 5 dice total point defense. And the point defense works exactly as shields do, but they only work against torpedoes.
Right. And fighters.
And fighters,
differently.
Yes. And boarding action, actually.
Yep.
Never mind. Ignore my use of the word only.
It's the typical lots of little tiny guns that are there to stop things from flying at your ship and getting on you, whether it's torpedoes or people or fighters.
Yeah.
How do the torpedoes rules sound, guys? I know they're completely different or very different than terrestrial torpedoes, but what do you think of those rules?
It depends on what you mean by indirect. I suspect indirect in this case refers to that the other weapons go from point A to point B in a straight line.
Yeah.
The other ones don't have to.
Right.
Yes, that's
if I look at it that way, then yeah, that makes some sense. Although I'm still trying to figure out how mines are indirect because you drop them and they may drift a little, but I don't think they move a whole lot.
They do drop and float. I think it's just a core rule that you don't need to worry about line of sight when you drop a mine. That's all.
Right. Well, I also think it has to do with when these weapons are used, because you first have to use all of your direct fire weapons, and then you use all of your indirect fire weapons. So it's just a way to dictate when the mine gets put down also.
It also sounds like for the indirect fired things, you're really sort of aiming at an area in space, whereas for the other ones, you're aiming at an actual physical thing.
That's a good point.
Yeah. I think the way I thought about the torpedoes, I think they're smart missiles. So basically, they can ignore intervening terrain is what happens.
Yeah, I think if you think about them like a cruise missile, where you just shoot it up and it's programmed to go someplace and it can fly whatever it thinks is the best way to get there, then I guess you're kind of in the same boat as that, maybe.
Yeah.
For what it's worth, I really like that linked point defense thing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. That strikes me as being, because as your fleet gets bigger, as your game gets bigger, you run into this problem where every ship gets to take a shot as the torpedoes go by. Mm-hmm. So I can understand why you would want to not have this n squared problem.
That was the problem they had.
Yeah. Although it was cool cinematically in your head.
It was cool because
it took forever to do it and actually started a lot of arguments.
Yeah, it seemed cool in the beginning because you could set up screens, right? You could have this little squadron out there who was just, flying out with point defense and taking out torpedoes before they got near your main fleet. But it's just much more practical now, especially in larger actions. Now, the other thing that got really clunky before was boarding actions. So I'm not going to describe how old boarding actions used to work. Just suffice to say it was messy. Now it's much simpler. So basically, and this is going to bother some people, but I like the simplification. Every ship in your fleet can engage can launch a boarding action once and only once in the entire game.
Yeah.
There is one exception to that for a special rule in the game, but basically for all core mechanics, the ship's got a special rule once and only once. So all that means is once you've launched a boarding action with your ship, you just put a marker next to it to remember that, hey, he's launched his boarding action, he's done. And then all you do is you figure out your total assault points, which is just another stat on your ship, and you're going up against whatever ship you're about to board, his assault points, but he also gets all of his point defense against you first. So that's pretty much
first. It gets added all as one.
Oh, added all as one. That's right.
It used to be these multiple phases, and you had to get through that. Then you had to get through that. Then now it's you have one pool of dice, which is your AP, and he has one pool of dice, which is his AP plus his point defense,
right?
Plus the linked point defense of any of his squadron.
In a squadron.
So the defenders got the advantage. It can be very hard if you don't do it. Like if you're not smart about it.
So the defenders got a huge advantage, right? Which makes sense because your guys are. When you're assaulting, you're near their ship within I think it's 4 inches, right, Craig? So you're
4 or 6. I think it might be 6.
It's close, but you guys are basically floating out little jetpacks, something, and assaulting, or in very very small assault craft. So you're basically
boarding torpedoes. Or something.
As Craig mentioned, what you got to do is soften the target. Either get a critical hit and take out their point defense,
which is actually the 5 or 6 on the targeted strike on the bridge is security in disarray.
Right. So
that's another reason to try and go in there and
target
take out
the bridge. And the other thing too is we forgot to mention this also, but remember that damage degradation, right? So you also lose a die of point defense for each damage point your ship's taken.
To a minimum of 1. And that's for all weapon systems. It's always to a minimum of 1 now.
Yep. But basically you can soften them up, then go in, but it's really hard to go in up against a fresh target. And against targets like carriers who've got fighter escorts, it's nigh impossible because there's so much point defense in their fighters. So it's a really good abstraction, right? You're not going to pull up next to a carrier and launch a bunch of guys in jetpacks when there's like 6 wings of fighters flying around that could just shoot you up when you came in. So it's just not even an option. Or same with torpedoes. You're not going to get through all that point defense of all these fighters that can shoot them down the way in. So you've really got to soften your target or you're going to have to choose what your target priority on some of these things, which is kind of neat.
Right, absolutely.
All right. Well, that's a good segue. You mentioned carriers. We should talk now.
Well, we haven't said what happens when you actually do the.
So what happens in a so if you fail, you fail and you're repelled. But if you succeed, Craig, what happens then?
What happens is you're basically going to count your successes. If the attacker has any successes after all of the defenders' dice have negated whatever they did. So basically, you're rolling and you're all looking for 4s. A 4 of the defender negates a 4 of the attacker, or actually any success negates any success. If the attacker still has any successes, he rolls on the table for. We're really going to test the rule book. Okay, boarding. Okay, here it is.
Yeah, he rolls on the boarding table.
Okay, I looked right up. Okay, and he rolls on the boarding. Resolving. If after any they lose 1 hull point.
Yep.
So you do 1 hull point of damage if you've got any successes at all left, and then you roll, and you have to target. Again, it's just like a targeted attack. Actually, you have to target a specific system when you send your guys over. So the same system's exactly. It's actually the exact same table. So bridge, propulsion, weapons, life support, or defensive systems.
Right. So your job, assault Marines, you're going to go in and take the bridge. Go.
Exactly, and you're going to be doing 1 hull point and getting to roll a D3 on this list, or you're going to be doing 2 hull points and rolling a D6 on whichever targeted list that you did, and you can do more than that if you really crush them. After the roll, you get a roll on the critical hit table, and you get this extra roll. So it's very much like a targeted strike, actually.
What I like, too, about the book also is in the back, near the very back, they have all these tables in one nice, easy to reference set of pages. So it's really handy to go find all that stuff, too.
Yeah. Oh, and I got one thing wrong, and I did it wrong last night. Or I did it right, and I had to look it up. What you're doing is you're comparing the number of successes you had as the attacker to the defender's initial assault point total. I mean, their stat. Right. That's what you're. If you get 1 success, you got like a basic thing. If you got that or more, that's when you do a critical.
Right. So does that make sense, Chris, about the whole assaulting thing?
Yeah, I think so. Boarding is one of those things in terrestrial naval games that is always fun to do. Some games have, shall we say, overemphasized it a bit. Like if you've ever played Wooden Ships and Iron Men, every person I know who's played more than, say, like, I don't know, 6 or 7 games of Wooden Ships and Iron Men can tell you the story about the time that he and his buddy traded ships.
Yes.
Because they both launched boarding actions at the same time.
Yep.
Games should, as a general rule, allow boarding and make it fun, but not make it so easy that it becomes a game about boarding actions.
Hey, it worked in Pirates of the Caribbean, right?
Yeah.
I rest my case.
There you go. If it worked for Jack Sparrow, it must be real. That's what I say.
That's right. or fun.
or fun. But yeah,
limiting it to one boarding action, that is actually makes quite a bit of sense.
Yeah.
Because,
it's sort of like limiting people to one marathon a day.
Right. Well, the thing that would happen in the old Firestorm was you'd come in and some of your ships have these huge assault point stats, which are representing how many Marines were on board, right? So they have like 10. And they come flying in and they could assault like a whole squadron of 3 ships, like assault. And they would take out all your ships in like one giant assaulting action. It was kind of like, it just didn't feel right? It just felt wrong. And this is nice because...
But when you did that, you also left your ship completely defenseless, and then you had to track where they were, and if they didn't completely complete their mission, then the combat continued on the enemy ship.
So it became this really complicated mini-game you had to worry about, and this whole thing to track. So I like it now because it's enough where you can seriously, as Craig mentioned in his game, you can seriously cripple an opponent's really ship, especially if you've got a good opportunity for it, but it can't be your main, it's hard to make it your main line of tactic. Now, I did mention once, there's a special rule. There is a model-assigned rule for one of the fleets that allows the ships to actually perform 2 boarding actions per game instead of just 1.
Yep.
So that's a nice mechanic because it does allow them to make a faction that is sort of the boarding-heavy, scary faction, like the space orc type people, right? But not become crazy hard to track. It's just you put 2 tokens on the ship before he's done instead of 1. That's all.
Yeah.
I like that.
They're the lizards.
The lizard people, right? The Gorn, if you will. The Kirk that's got a... Anyway.
We'll call them the Ceruleans since we're reviewing Firestorm Armada.
Our non-IP infringing lizard people. Now, one other area, I know we're running along, but one other area I really wanted to talk about because it was another super fiddly bit. Yeah. And I know in our Lost Chapters we talked about how, carriers in space may or may not make sense, but I like carriers. I like any game with carriers in it. I'm a huge Star Wars fan, a huge Babylon 5 fan. I need my space fighters. I just do. So this game has them. Firestorm Armada has always had them, which has been great, but they've been a little fiddly. I think they really did a good job with fixing them in Dystopian Wars, but now in version 2 here, I think they've really nailed it, but it's in an abstraction that not everybody's going to like, I don't think, so let me try to run through it. How it basically works is that each ships that can carry strikecraft or fighters are what they call SRS, short-range ships, okay? I'm just going to call them SRSs from now on to avoid confusion. Ships have a number of wings, which represent how many wings, flight wings, if you will, of SRS ships can be on board. So you can buy them at 5 points a wing. So that's a first tip. Just because your carrier says it's got 5 wings on it, unless you spend the points, he's got 0 wings, right? So,
which is one thing I never did like. I would like the initial complement to be included.
Yeah,
in the
I don't know why you'd have a carrier at the battle group without any wings on it, but I guess it gives you more granular control of your point cost, right?
There you go. That's true.
One thing that's a little unclear to me is that they don't specify in the rules that when you buy the wings, if you have to specify the type of strikecraft it is. So I'm not really sure about that. I think you can kind of launch whatever you want. It's just the number of wings you're carrying. I'm not sure about that.
Really?
But let's just pretend for a minute that that's not a problem. So you buy them at 5 points a wing. So if your carrier says it can carry 6 wings, you can spend 30 points and have the full complement of 6 wings on board your ship. Now, one concept we got to get down up front here is the difference between a token and a wing. A token is a physical object on the table that represents a specific type of SRS. There are several different types of SRSs. There are fighters, there are bombers, there are interceptors, there are shuttles, and there are assault boats. You can probably guess what all those do, but we'll talk about those in a second. So basically, when your ship decides he wants to launch a SRS, he can launch in his turn 1 token, but that token can represent up to 6 wings of that type of ship. So you put a token on the table, it's going to represent, let's say, fighters or bombers, or let's say fighters. And then what's cool about the new tokens is there's a little slot in there for one of those mini D6s you put in there. And you're going to set that die to the number of wings in that token. So, for example, if your ship could have a maximum of 6 wings on it, you could put a fighter token out there and put a 3 in it, meaning that 3 of your wings have launched out of the total 6 in your ship, and they are fighters, and they are placed base to base with your ship when they launch. So you got 1 token, and the token's going to tell you, they make different kinds of token models for different classes of SRSs. It's going to tell you, oh, that's a fighter, and then you're going to have a little D6 in there telling you how many wings of fighters that is. Make sense?
Yes.
Now, a couple rules about this thing. First of all, each squadron or ship can have a maximum of 2 tokens on the table at once. So if those of you at home that are really good at math, you will know that it's a maximum of 6 wings per token. If you can have 2 tokens, you can have a maximum of 12 wings in the air at once for a given carrier or group.
Which almost no one has that many
12's
wings.
a lot. 12's a lot. But basically, so there's an abstraction right there. I might have 6 wings. I'm never going to have 6 tokens flying around looking cool. It's going to be one or two tokens, and somehow breaking up the numbers. And I could launch a group of fighters with 3 in it, and I could launch a group of bombers with 3 in it if I wanted to. That's one thing. Another thing is that in addition to those tokens being a single type of SRS, they also can really, they got to stay close to their mothership. They really are short-range ships. In other words, if after your movement phase, these guys are more than 6 inches away, more than command distance, which is usually 6 inches, but it does vary by faction. But if they're more than 6 inches away from their home ship, which is usually a carrier, but sometimes battleships can have them, or other ships can have them, and they're smaller ships. Basically, if they're more than 6 inches away from their home ship, they immediately return home, quote unquote. It's a term, and you basically remove the token on board from them immediately. They're not dead; they just fly back home. You take them off the board. Okay, so basically, your little SRSs are going to be staying within 6 inches of their mothership until you decide you're going to make a strike run. And when that happens, it's during the activation you activate the mothership. You can also say, okay, this little group of fighters is going to move its maximum speed and attack. It's going to make a strike run on that thing, whether it's your opponent's ship, because maybe you got bombers, maybe it's another opponent's token, SRS token, whatever you're going to do, you make your run. Then you move them, and if they make within range, you can fight. All right? And that's pretty much the deal with these things. I'll get into combat in a second, but that's pretty much the whole deal. So the thing to remember here is only 2 tokens per ship. That can represent up to 6 wings, and they're always hovering around their ship. They're always very close support. They're never really flying off. You don't have like wings of bombers flying halfway across the table to attack something that's 20 or 30 or 60 or 40 inches away. What do you guys think about that core mechanic so far?
As a general rule, I think I like a lot of what I heard there. The limitation on the number of tokens out there is you can think of that as being like a doctrinal limitation. That, there's a lot of things that you can do in the real world that you don't do because you've thought about whether it makes sense to do something like that, and you've come to the conclusion that that's not the way that you should operate. So doctrine is just basically the way a military decides that it should operate on a general rule. It's the list of rules that they follow when they do stuff like that. So if you want to think about this in terms of like the police, the doctrine might say that you don't ever, if you think that you're dealing with an armed guy in a house, you don't ever send a single guy will never go into the house by himself. He will always wait for backup. Right. So always waiting for backup would be part of their doctrine. So a lot of players look at this and find it to be really restrictive because they can't do whatever they want. But I sort of view it as being a way to sort of add some elements of realism to the game. It adds the idea that there's this entire sort of background stuff where the people in that universe have figured out the way to use their things, and they make you do it without having to have a whole bunch of separate rules to make that implemented. If that makes sense.
It does.
Because they're using a terrestrial naval metaphor, you could look at this as being a limit of launching a deck load, vice your entire your air complement. Because you can only get so many on the deck at one time and still have room to get off.
Right.
So, you could, looking at that metaphor, that could also help. But I think what it does is it prevents that linking being abused.
Exactly. I think it does 2 things. First of all, it just reduces table clutter, so it's manageable. It also fixes a thing where what we had before was Craig and I would try to put out, they had little boring cardboard tokens originally for your fighters, and so Craig and I would try to replace them all with actual little models from our older fighter games, and you have to have a lot of these things. So
I have a ton that I'm kind of bitter about.
So
right
what's nice now is you only ever need, and since they're selling these models, you really only need 2 of each. I mean, it depends on how many carriers you want to field, right? But what they're doing now is the carrier box sets come with the sets of types of ships you need for SRSs you need, and all you would ever need is 2 of each type, and you have enough you'd ever field, right? Because you can't have more than that for that squadron. Now, what's also kind of neat is how the different kinds of SRS they've got. So they've got quite a few. You got your fighters, and basically each of these just has a 3 stats, which is really their speed, okay, how many they can move when they're done. And that's actually a huge difference because basically they have to stay near their parent ship. The big deal in these guys is until they want to make the attack run. So you've got to be basically, let's say you're 6 inches ahead of your own ship and your speed of your fighters is, let's say, 18 inches. Your fighters have a pretty good strike distance. Your threat now is like 24 inches, which on most gaming tables, most people playing 4x6, something like that, you're at halfway across the table with those fighters. So even though it sounds like you can't go streaking across the table, you're still projecting power a pretty long way. Bombers are slower than fighters. They're only 12 inches, but still add 6. If you're out in front of your ship, you're looking at 18. Now, the cool thing about that is if you've got your bombers running the edge of their bubble, right, ready to race forward, and your opponent's got his fighters on the edge of his bubble, he can come zipping out and get your bombers before you get a chance to move them, so you got to watch for that. Then you got your interceptors, which are kind of cool. They have a special rule where if SRSs get near them, they can move and intercept. So there you go. That's your interceptors, literally. But they also have lots of point defense dice on them as well, so they're also good at taking out torpedoes that get too close. So they're that nice guy there. They've introduced this new concept, which I just love as a fan of Star Wars and Lambda-class shuttles. They've introduced shuttles. Shuttles are a little model, and you launch them. They have no stats except for speed. They can't shoot the bad guys. They can't fight the bad guys. They're not assault boats, which also is out there, which allows you to basically throw a bunch of assault points at something and attack it. Shuttles can basically land on another ship, part of your fleet, and they can either be a medical shuttle, which basically heals crew points on your ship, or they can be a repair crew, which actually heals damage points in your ship. So now your carriers can actually dispatch little healing guys, support craft.
Damage effects, though, right?
Yes.
Not hull points.
Damage effects, sorry, you're right. Like fixing criticals, getting rid of those hazard tokens. So they're a great way to get out there and support your fleet. So having a shuttle floating around in the middle of your armada is kind of nice because you can zip over, make a quick repair or something, or heal some crew up and get you back into the fight. So that's kind of a neat little abstraction there as well to make carriers a little bit more than just fighting platforms. So basically that's it. They're really the mechanics of attacking is sort of the same. Like bombers actually have a lot of attack dice. So basically you just fly them all in. And the thing that's cool about SRSs is they do not link their weapons. They combine their weapons, which means you add their dice together. So if you've got one of those little bombers, I believe, have 4 attack dice each. So if you have one of those little tokens with a D6 on it set to 6, and your bombers actually fly all the way through your enemy's point defense because you get to roll the point defense against you, they're going to be rolling
3. They get 3.
3. So they're going to be rolling
18 dice.
18 dice against your opponent, which is huge, right?
You guys will remember that from Dystopian Wars.
Yes.
When you get one of those bombing runs off, there's
but
nothing
you got to get through their point defense, and if they've got, and remember, your point defense is all the ships in that squadron adding together, plus any fighters that got point defense.
Linking, Russ.
Linking, right? Yep, linking. But still, that's pretty huge. So,
oh yeah.
So you got to watch the bombers; they're very nasty. And I did pull one of those off. I did pull an 18 dice bomber run off, and it felt good. It felt real good because I had got a critical hit on them. It took his point defense out, so it came in.
Very nice.
So, good stuff. What do you guys think about the whole thing on the whole SRS system? Now that you've heard the whole thing, what do you guys? Does it add a little bit of a nod to fighters at least?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure I'm as enamored as you are with the shuttles idea.
Okay.
And I was never as big a fan of the Lambda class shuttle. I spent all my time wondering why it needed such big fins.
Because it looks cool going up and down. It's just it's a thing. He's not buying it.
It's a thing, Chris. Come on.
It's a thing. Come on. I can't explain it either. But I can't explain lightsabers either. It's just it's cool. That's all.
Well, okay, but I mean, yeah, I mean, we talked in the last segment about issues with Star Wars in general, flying robots with buckets of lava and the like. That's good point. So I guess the shuttle doesn't bother me as much. But back to the game. The game actually sounds. I once again, I'm sort of sitting here wishing that my copy of the second edition had actually arrived in time for me to peruse through it before the game, because it sounds like there's some cool stuff in there.
I'm not sure I quite understand why there's a distinction between fighter and interceptor.
There is a,
but I hear what you say about them, but I'm just not too sure why there's a difference.
Think about a fighter more as a fighter bomber, actually, because it has 2 attack dice each and 1 point defense.
So
they kind of like combine a bomber and a bomber. A bomber has 3 attack dice and 1 point defense. A fighter has 2 and 1.
So the fighter's a multi-role fighter, so you can either be a bomber or a fighter.
Long range.
Yeah, and your interceptor's
longer range.
Your interceptor's a single roll, right? So your interceptor's like air to air only, and your fighter bomber, right? It's like an F-16 versus a F-14, I think, kind of situation.
So these people are Russians.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
that works.
We're going long, but I also wanted to talk real quick just real quick.
Just
There's all
very
kinds of cool terrain, but we won't get into that. But I really want to talk real quick about the battle tracker, Craig. I think we got to mention this.
The battle tracker is awesome.
So one thing that was missing from the original Firestorm model was really good scenarios. They've got a nice set of scenarios in here, different deployment zones. But one of the things they've fundamentally changed, and I think this is pretty innovative, is this idea of the battle tracker. And it's
battle log.
Sorry, I called it the battle tracker, but you're right. It's the battle log is the official term. And it's really just a sliding scale from -20 to +20. And depending on your game size, it changes the maximum range, going from -10 to +10 to -15 to +15 to -20 to +20. The goal of the battle tracker is both sides have their own battle tracker, and they start at 0 each. Yeah. As things unfold during the game, you're going to gain or lose points on the battle tracker. Do things that are good, like kill some enemy ships, kill half a squadron, kill a whole squadron, get some points, depending on the tier. So the bigger the ship you take out, the more points you gain. If you lose key elements of your squadron, you lose points on your battle tracker. Yep. So the cool thing about this is the current difference between battle tracker scores indicates who's currently winning the game. Also, what they've done is they've integrated right into the missions that current objectives increase your battle tracker. So if I can scan the information off that satellite we're trying to steal from before you can get me, I might get 5 more battle tracker points. Yep. At the end of the game, who's ever got the difference between our battle tracker scores indicates the kind of victory the higher player got. So if they're within plus or minus 4 points of each other, it's a draw, and the bigger the point advantage, the better. But what's also kind of slick about it is how neatly they've integrated it into the core game mechanics with morale and everything else. So if you have a big enough, because there are, I think they're called confusion rolls, Craig, right, or something like that, disorder rolls.
Yeah, disorder rolls.
Disorder rolls. So like if you lose a certain amount of your squadron's got to make a disorder roll. Or if certain things happen and certain criticals happen, you got to make disorder rolls to see if your ships are confused.
There's a lot more morale in this game that we didn't cover also.
But what happens with the battle tracker is if you've got a big enough advantage on your foe, your chance for success on your morale rolls is much higher. It reduces the number of successes you need on 3d6, for example. So that's actually huge. It's a nice nod to that because a lot of games' morale mechanics ignore the overall battle status. It's simply, I lost half my squad. Quick, make an infantry check. See if you fail and start running. But if you were like dominating the battle, you might be less likely to flee even if you take critical casualties because you realize that we're doing awesome and we're just going to push to the finish line. So I like that little nod to that in there. But I also like this constant status of where you are with the battle tracker. What'd you think of that, Craig?
I think it's awesome, but there's other abilities that it has also that you didn't mention. You've got the TACs, these tactical action ability cards. You can once you use it, it's gone. You can actually spend battle log points to buy a card back into your hand again. So you're basically hurting yourself in the short term for this advantage. You can also do the same. Players may voluntarily lower their battle log by 1 to raise or lower the result of a reserve roll. Yeah, so you can make it more or less likely that you get your reserves on a specific turn by lowering your battle log also.
I like that mechanic a lot because it's kind of like, hey, you're calling for the cavalry to come in early. So your crews get a little demoralized because you had to call the cav in, but you don't.
Yeah, and it basically, in my head, what's happening is you're actually taking advantage of your tactical, the superiority of your tactical position as you're winning. Mm-hmm. It may cost your position to slide slightly, but you're getting these benefits and bonuses. Yeah. And the other thing I think is great about the battle log is that it's not sometimes in some games, I get a point for blowing you up and you lose a point. And you might as well just give me 2 points, Right. In this, just to use an example, the tier 3, which means that your smallest little ships, when I bring your squadron down below half, I get +1, and that's all that happens. But if I destroy the squadron, I get another +1, and now you lose 1.
Right.
So it's cool because you can see as the ebb and flow of the battle is developing, your tracker's going up and down based on how well you're doing versus how much damage you're taking. I think that's a really cool balance, which then forces more realistic tactical choices on you. As like, do I really still want to keep forcing the point and just drive my little squadron into the middle of your fleet, even though it's going to start costing me points now, or do I want to sort of flee and hide behind that planet and try to regroup, sort of thing? We were running the battle logs last night, and I thought it was great.
Well, it also addresses the Pyrrhic victory issue, which is like I don't want to win at all costs if I'm destroying you, but because you don't lose points if you run off the board. So if I destroy most of your fleet and shunt out, basically go to hyperspace, then that's better for me than destroying your fleet, but also pressing on and losing half of my fleet as well. So there's winning, there's destroying more of you than you destroy of me, but there's also destroying all of you and taking minimal losses. So it's like a dominant victory kind of situation.
Yeah, and I love shunting too. I did that all in the same game. I played 3 games, honest, but all the cool stuff happened in the last game. And I had one little frigate left that I was like, oh, that's it, I'm going to shunt out. It takes 2 turns to shunt though, and so you can't do anything. You can shoot your weapons, but you can't do any cool targeting or anything like that. So basically, you're just panic firing as you fly straight, spinning up your FTL drive, if you will. It takes 2 turns, and at the end of that second turn, boom, you're gone. And I made it through 1 turn, and I was facing these 2 battered cruisers. That's all he had left that were chasing me down. And then I won initiative, so I went forward again. I spun it up one more time. At the end of the turn, I had just had to survive one more round of shooting, and he just blasted the crap out of me in the last turn. It was just awesome, very cinematic ending to the game. I did not do well, in case you hadn't noticed.
That message has come across very clear.
I would like to note that I did win my first 2 games, but nothing really cool happened in either of those.
All right, good. Well, it's good to know that you had a good cinematic experience and had fun.
I had an awesome game. Yes, against the nerd herder Dave.
There you go.
So
So we got to wrap up here, but let's just do our quick. First of all, before we do wrap up and give our final thoughts here, we got to talk about the patent pending D6G rating system.
Oh yes, indeed.
So Craig, in the style of a sensors officer trying to relay a threat assessment to his commanding officer, please describe the patent pending D6G rating system.
Okay. Sir, I have something on the sensors. It's kind of hard to tell how big it is, how successful it's going to be against our defenses. Let me rate it for you. How should I rate this? Let's say it's going to be really awesome against our defenses. I'm going to assign it a number that's low. Let's say a 2. Let's pretend I'm rolling a D6, actually. And so I'm looking for a target number or above. So the low roll, if this is really awesome, it's going to really rip up our defenses. It's going to be like a 2+. So like on a 2+ on a D6, it would be really, really good against us. Or on the other hand, if it's really bad, a high number, I would give it a high number. So a 6, I'll give it a 6. Let's see. This looks like it's fire.
And there you have it. So lower is better. The percent chance a gamer will like
is
it.
better. The way we rate our games here is totally weird and doesn't follow any mathematical rules whatsoever.
None.
The lower the number, the better. And we say, instead of think of it as like stars, the lower number of stars, the better. And a reroll actually counts as a half a star. Yes, and we know that makes no mathematical sense whatsoever.
Right. So, Craig, why don't you start off? What were your final thoughts on Firestorm Armada version 2?
I loved Firestorm Armada, the first edition. I love space combat that doesn't burn my brain. I don't I understand the basics and it just I want a fun, fast game that is what I'm looking for. A lot of the fiddly bits though sort of killed it locally and made it not as much fun after your first few games for me either. When they announced they were redoing it, I was very excited because there were very specific things that I thought if they fixed it, they would have a far superior product. And I am very happy to report that they fixed all of the things that I was looking for. The linking fire is much cleaner, much clearer, much more easily understood. I think the SRS, the small ships, is a great. It's not as cool. You can't flood the field with lots of wings, and you're not going to have all kinds of ships and blah blah blah. But it's still got enough of that fighter complement feel to it that I get that part of it. The torpedoes are now much cooler, and at the same time, with the linking of the PDF, it's harder to take down all the torpedoes that are coming your way. And I think my favorite thing that they did is probably splitting out the weapons into multiple system types, so that now you've got multiple different range bands and multiple Mars that are attached to that can be attached to the weapons, and the little perks that each type of weapon gets. Because I played the Dindrenzi last night, for half my games, and I played the Terrans for half my games, and I played against 4 different fleets. And it was a totally different feel, Dindrenzi versus Terrans, not just because, one guy's torpedoes work this way and the other ones work the other way. Because my guns as the Dindrenzi, I was much more ferocious farther out because of my 12-inch range bands, but it was much easier for him to close so that then my weapons were less effective. And then he was in his effective range while I wasn't in mine. So you're getting a lot more maneuver out of your game. You're getting a lot more granularity out of the weapon systems. You're getting a lot more differentiation between each of the 6 core factions, and I can only imagine that will continue through the countless alliance factions that they have models for, that the rules should be coming out over the next month or so. They really did everything I could have asked for when they came up with their second edition, with some really cool additions that I wouldn't have ever thought of, like the battle log. So I am going to... Your average gamer is going to like this game, and I'm saying miniatures gamer. I'm going to say your average miniatures gamer, I'm going to say 4+, because naval/fleet space things, a little niche and... Not niche, I guess I should say, or niche for our European friends. Not everybody's cup of tea. If, however, you like space fleet stuff and you're looking for a lighter game, I'm going to say it's a 2+. So a 2+. If you like a lighter game and you like space combat or naval combat games, this is going to be a 2+. You're going to enjoy it. Anybody else? I'd say give it a chance. You have a. I'm going to say 3+, 2+.
Wow.
And I'm going to stop talking.
Okay. Well, I'll keep mine real short, and I'll let our guests go last here. I think I'm with you, Craig. I like all the changes. I think they're all positive. It's going to take me a while to get my head around only 2 SRS tokens, but I'm digging it so far, just reducing the complexity, and I like. Chris W., your comment on how it's just a doctrine. It's a combat doctrine that has been, for whatever reason is what works. I love everything about it. I like the addition of the MARs. Everything works great. I love the battle track. I think it's really innovative. I think a lot of the changes are really smart. The weapon systems are great. It really adds a lot of flavor. And I'm with you, Craig. The fleets feel much more different than they did before. The factions feel much more interesting. I think it's one all the way around. And I'm going to say the same thing you did. I think it's a 3+ for a miniature gamer in general. And I'm going to say it's a 2+ for anybody who likes space combat games. I think this might be one of the best, fast playing and relatively light. Not doing vector movement and stuff. But I really like it. I really like a lot of it. And you factor that in with the quality of the models, so the overall package you're getting
absolutely.
is really up there. It's top tier, I think.
Yeah.
So both Chris's, what do you guys think after hearing us yammer on about this for far too long? What do you rate your desire to want to try this thing out?
Well, I've played Dystopian Wars, so I'm already somewhat familiar with how Spartan does things. And given some of the improvements you talked about and its similarities, yeah, I think I'm worthwhile to take a look at it and try it. I do have some reservations. I understand the battle log, or what I would call a happy track. Mm-hmm. But as a naval gamer, I always feel a little unnerving when they use the word morale in there, because ground troops can do it, but they can run away.
Right.
The guys on board a ship don't have that option, and it's not just 1 or 2 guys running; the whole bloody crew has to go. So it's a little tougher. But I understand their mechanic that they're trying to instill, which is we will not fight to the death, unless of course you're the Klingons or the Kazinti, right. In which case you have to.
Yeah, they don't call it morale anymore. They do call it disorder. So right. I think they're
and I should say, the ships aren't forced to run. They're just not fighting as effectively as they would.
They're unaffected. It's kind of like your command and control's gotten taken out, or you've lost communications with the main ship. That kind of thing is what they're trying to replicate there.
Yeah, and that sort of thing, I can see that. I just, you say morale, and I just start going,
that's my fault. Me. I don't think the word morale shows up in the book.
Okay.
So blame me. I will take the 50 lashes with a wet noodle from that one.
I'm sorry, we use lightsabers.
No, that's going to hurt a little bit.
The cat
more.
is out of the bag, Craig. See, I went old school naval reference for that. See how?
Yes. Ooh, cat out of the bag. Nice.
Yeah, see what I did there?
Yeah.
For him, it's walking the plank.
Yes.
With sharks. So great. So you're willing to give it a try? Chris, number 2.
Yeah.
I think I'm pretty excited based upon what you said. This is a game that I've periodically pulled off my shelf and sort of regretted the fact that I never had anybody to play with. And the new version sounds even better. So I think it's a 2+ in terms of my level of interest. The other thing is, while we were discussing this and you were explaining all the different elements to the rules, there were lots of places where I could see the opportunities for how you could work the elements into something like a campaign system, how you could expand the system later on by taking the basic core mechanism that they created and then modify it with faction-specific rules or things like that. So I see there's a solid 2+ just in terms of my interest in what's going to be in that original book, and then probably even a 1+ for what I see as my level of interest in seeing what they do with it going further.
Yeah.
Oh, great. And I can't wait to see what they do either. And I think they've definitely got their eyes towards campaign mode. They just did the campaign stuff with Dystopian War, so I would be very surprised if they didn't go down that road also with Firestorm.
Yeah, and as far as people to play it with, Chris, I mean, remember all those guys at Atlantis Games?
Well, that's true. The nearest Atlantis Games is like 2.5 hours.
Oh, it is? Oh, that's not.
Yeah. Because I'm in Charlottesville, Norfolk.
Well, tell you what, guys, I really want to try out the way you guys run games like Harpoon and stuff at a convention. So if we're at a convention together, I'll bring my Firestorm Armada stuff. You guys show me Harpoon, and we'll have a good time.
That sounds like a plan.
That sounds awesome.
Solid weekend.
So, guys, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us here for this marathon episode of the D6G. We always appreciate that. If people want to find out more about the kind of stuff you guys are working on, where can they go to find out the latest games you guys are working on or whatever?
The stuff that you want them to know about.
Right, the stuff we can tell them,
Right now, probably the best place is either the Clash of Arms webpage, and Larry Bond actually has a Facebook page that he's very active in updating everything. Mm-hmm. So you can check that out. I don't have a public Facebook page. I've been abused about getting one. So I think that'll change probably here pretty shortly. But those are the 2 places you can go look for Naval Miniature Gaming from Clash of Arms.
Nice.
And for my stuff, I would point people to the bu9.org website that hopefully sometime in the near future will say something more than come back when we have content. Which is pretty much what it says now. But I mean, we're still doing books, companion books in that universe. We've talked about the idea of, we actually have a gaming division of Bu9, and we've talked about doing things like gaming. We're not quite there yet, but that's basically the place to find me. So
great. Well, thanks again, guys. We really appreciate it. And
yes, it's been an honor and a privilege to have both of you guys on. It's just been fantastic, just to be able to share your knowledge and your insight into these subjects.
It's been an honor and privilege to be on.
It's been fun, gents.
Well, thank you, guys. Take care now.
Bye-bye.
You too.
You're listening to the D6 generation. Born to game.
Well, with the freezing rain pouring down outside and the wind howling through the trees, exactly.
Wind howling.
It's now time to think about someplace warm, or at the very least with really good heating. And who better to bring you to someplace warm, or at least with really good heating, than Geek Nation Tours?
Indeed. And, you head on over to Geek Nation Tours website, and you click on upcoming tours. That is definitely the tab of choice, because that'll list all their great tours coming up with really, really cool little logos to tell you what's going on there. Yeah. And, for example, look at, exploring Trek sites from in the Hollywood to Vegas episode. That's going to be in July to August next year, and that's going to be in 2014, of course. You got, of course, Gen Con coming up in August next year as well. Don't miss that one because Craig and I will be there, and the big because what's great about Geek Nation Tours is they have that opening night dinner, right?
Oh,
where you get together, and your Terrace just kicks it off right. You get to meet a lot of great people in that area. For example, at Gen Con, you're going to have a bunch of people from the industry, and then people who aren't in the industry but just like to pretend they are, like us. There to talk to you. Exactly. So it'll be a great time. And, you're there with a bunch of like-minded individuals. You especially if you're coming from very, very far away. You're coming to this place, you don't know anyone. Who are you going to hang out with? Who are you going to see this con? Who are you going to get to know? You're going to make new friends. You're going to meet other gamers, and you're going to have a great time. And you're not only going to experience the event or venue the best possible way, but you're also going to see all the great other geeky things in the area as well.
That's right. Terrace really puts these things together amazingly. You're going to see all of the local color, but from the perspective of gamers, so special things that are going to be interesting to gamers, whether it's historical sites or museums or convention center areas. You're going to get that awesome dinner in every one of these vacations. It includes this orientation dinner with people who are in the know, who know what's going on, and then everything is planned out. And it's not like you're forced to do all this stuff either. They're just options. They're all set up for you. I got to tell you, the stuff that he has set up for Geek Nation Tours and Gen Con this year, I will be shadowing the Geek Nation Tours Gen Con trip for almost the entire weekend.
Looks awesome.
Artemis, all the different the Kentucky Fried Gamers stuff that they're going to be having, the dinners, because they're always going to the best restaurants in town.
So head on over.
Really, whether it's Gen Con or any of these other tours on the upcoming tours, head on over to geeknationtours.com and check it out, because you could go literally around the world with Terrace with people who like the exact same stuff you like.
And don't forget to tell them that the D6 Generation sent you, and you get a cool patch.
That's right. Tell them we sent you. This edition of Did You Ever Notice is probably brought to you by a certain lawyer who did not give his name. But he wants to dedicate this edition to Garage Hammer, The Dwellers Below, The Bad Dice Podcast, Helen Hammer, the LRDG, Rhinox Riders, After Ulanor, and all the rest. Keep up the good work. And to Andy, just shh. No, just shh. Did you ever notice how no matter how good things are going, no matter how great things seem to be, that life has a tendency to just kick you in the groin? It's funny, since the Did You Ever Notice where I talked about the speed limit on that road that I have to travel so often, and that it was my fault because I was leaving late, I still get angry. So it doesn't matter that I realize that it was my fault, because I'm still getting angry. I still don't understand why people are driving 10 miles an hour less than the speed limit on that road all the time. And sometimes I even lose track of it. Like, am I wrong? Is the speed limit really 40? But no, all the signs say 50. If you had told me a week ago, that, no, scratch, reverse, repeat. A week ago, I would have thought that I was going to be telling you that 2013 was an amazing year, yay, huzzah, blah, blah, blah. And then this week happened, and it's been rough. And it has done all kinds of strange things to my brain, working feverishly to help edit Outlaw's Wrath, the second book in the Jesse James archive. That was a lot more work than anticipated, and really just doing it to be part of the team, but at the same time, a lot of work. So that was happening. It needed to get done this week because I really need to bring the third book back into line with the second book, which wasn't doing a lot of the things it was supposed to do, so requiring a lot of rewriting of the book that I finished 2 months ago. So frustrating work. But at the same time, I mean, this is ridiculous. I've written 2 novels in 2013. It's unbelievable. The level of bucket listing, dream come true nonsense. And so, I mean, it was really just unbelievable. Now, however, my dad got in a car accident and broke his arm and has further issues that he's dealing with that he went to a doctor. That doctor started treating him and then went on a 4-week vacation. And the doctor who took that doctor's place decided that they would rather use some sort of strange voodoo therapy instead, which made the condition get worse instead of better. But it's a long walk for a very short payoff. So let's just say it's been very difficult. Then my mom had a little issue and ended up having to take an ambulance ride to the hospital. The same day, my dad ended up going to the emergency room 2 days after Christmas. So it's just been crazy. So I've been with them the whole time. Supposed to be working on book 2, editing it. Supposed to be working on book 3, changing it so that it fits back to book 2. And it's just, I've never had a vacation that was so unvacation-like. And so it's just been very frustrating because of the way Christmas Eve and New Year's Eve fell. 2 weeks now without gaming. So very frustrating on that front. And I've just been dealing with all of this just ridiculousness. And it makes you appreciate, wow, time. You've got your time, right? And you've got your time planned out, and a lot of you have your lives planned out. And a lot of the things that you have planned out, you're like, yeah, okay, I'm not in a rush to do that. But there's something to remember, and this is what's really been nailed home to me over this past week. And that is that although you might not be in a rush, there are countless other people in your life that have their lives going on at the same time. Let's say your parents who aren't getting any younger. And you've got to keep that in mind also, because like, yeah, I wasn't in any rush to do any of this. I wasn't in any big rush to get a book published, and now all of a sudden it's coming true and it's great. And, I mean, my parents are in, knock on wood, in very good health, hopefully, other than these little things. But it really hammers home that you've only got a finite amount of time on this planet. And not only you, but all of the people that are with you have only a finite amount of time on this planet. And so you really don't want to waste any of that time. And so Did You Ever Notice that was supposed to be really uplifting and happy, and I was going to be here thanking all of the people that made 2013 possible for me, has a little bit of an edge to it. And the key is that you've got to keep all of these things in mind. You've got to seize the day, when you really can. You've got to live life to the fullest, because you don't know what's coming around the corner, not just for you, but for the entire array of people around you, the support network, the audience, if you will, of your life that makes it worth giving that performance. And so to those people, to my mom and my dad and my grandmother, I dedicate 2013 to them, and I thank them for all of their help and their support, which has been phenomenal. To my wife, who has been amazing, to my friends who have been so supportive, and to of course to Romeo and everybody at Outlaw Miniatures, to Vincent and everyone at Winged Hussar, to Russ, as much as to anyone else on this list, for making me do this podcast, which has led to so many opportunities, and ultimately to all of you, because none of the opportunities I have, I don't think, would have come true if I didn't have such a huge group of people that for some reason don't mind listening to me, or at least to Russ, and tolerate me on a regular basis, which gives me some sort of gravitas that I don't even know how I justified. But so I want to thank you guys in particular for everything that you've done to make this show what it is, and for all of the help that you have provided over the years, for all of the support, for all the kind emails, for all of the smiles and the handshakes and the hugs at conventions, and really just for being there for us and making what we're doing worthwhile because of everything that it has resulted in for me. So as 2013 comes to a close, I split my thought. 50% thank you, everyone who made this year possible for me. And 50% go out there and seize 2014 by the throat and shake it around until it submits. Because you don't know how many more of these years you have or the people that you love have around you. So do it. Get out there and make 2014 the year that you do it. And that's all I've got to say about this. So thank you very much for everything, including listening. And good night.
Achievement unlocked. You've made it to the end of another D6 Generation episode, the podcast whose humor has universally been acclaimed as not too horrible. Please let us know what you thought of the show by either emailing us at info@the d6generation.com or by posting in our official D6G episode thread at the top of the DACA discussions forum on DACA.com. If for some inexplicable reason you actually enjoyed this show, you can help others find out about it by leaving positive reviews on iTunes. See you in 2 weeks. Thanks for listening, and happy gaming.
The theme from Total Fangirl comes from the soundtrack of The Last Night on Earth, the zombie game, courtesy of Flying Frog Productions, and is a composition of Mary Beth Magalanes.
So it turns out that both Nicole and I had the same bright idea: interview our daughter about My Little Pony. And we did this independently of each other and both came up with our own little interviews. Now, having listened to both of them, I thought my wife did a slightly better job. Also, having been married for 22 years, I decided that we'd use my wife's segment in the main part of the show. However, we did cover slightly different things in both interviews, and I thought some folks who are really interested in the My Little Pony game might appreciate hearing the second interview as well. So here it is as a little bonus at the end of the show. Enjoy. Okay, so I'm here with my daughter, Rose Wakeland. How you doing, Rose?
I'm doing good.
I'm glad to hear that. Now, we played some games of the My Little Pony collectible card game, right?
Yes.
And when I started checking that game out and putting pictures on the internet, a lot of listeners started asking, what was it like and how do your girls like it? And you've had a chance to play how many games now?
2.
2 games. And before we get into it, let's let everybody know the kind of games you like to play. So can you name some games you play pretty regularly?
I like to play board games and video games. Some board games I like to play are games like Crossmasters and Dungeon Explorer.
Cool. And you also play a miniature war game, right? War Machine.
Yes.
All right. So what got you excited about the My Little Pony card game?
One of the things that got me really excited is I like to watch the My Little Pony series, and I've seen most of the episodes a good amount of times. And when I heard the card game was coming out, I was really excited.
Excellent. So you saw it in the toy store and you had to pick it up.
Yes.
Okay. So what do you like about the card? Now that you've owned the game and you had a chance to look at the cards, what do you like about the cards that come with the game?
I think they look really cool. The scenes, I can tell, like, some of the scenes are right out of the show for some of the characters, but the characters that are more common, like the main 6 ponies, they look like they have more of their own art design for a few of the pictures, and I really like how they look.
Cool. And what about how the actual game, let's talk about this way first. How was it to learn the game? Was it a complicated game to learn?
It wasn't really complicated. The only thing that I feel like might be hard to learn with the troublemakers could be a little bit confusing. But other than that, I feel like it was really easy to learn.
So the troublemakers are guys that show up and actually interfere with your opponent, right?
Yes.
So in this game, let's talk a little about how the game, sort of the story behind the game, really. You're not really fighting each other in this game, right?
No, you're not.
You're actually working to solve problems together?
Yes.
But it's not what we'd call a co-op game. Definitely only one player wins. Right. So how does it kind of work?
Well, you take your ponies and you have to figure out the right amount of ponies in all their different powers to complete each problem. Now, the thing is, though, when you're completing the problems, you both actually have to complete the problem to win the problem over, which then you have a face-off, and whoever wins that gets the overall points for the problem.
Right, so problems are worth different points, and there's two little problems deck. There's a problems deck you bring to the table and a problem deck your opponent brings to the table, right? Yeah. And so the way the cards are set up, I'm trying to get some points from each of these cards, and you're trying to get some points from each of these cards. And if I saw both problems at the same time, then we quickly try to fight to see who can get well, they don't really fight. The point is kind of arguing who gets the most of the credit, right?
Yes.
And then, or if I can get one problem and you solve one problem, we work together to solve the problem as well and get the points.
Mm-hmm, correct.
So it's really about trying to solve points. What do you think about the action point system, which is the currency you spend action points to bring your ponies to the table?
I think that's really cool, a system, because I feel like if you didn't have that, you'd probably be able to complete the game in like 5 minutes or so, because you could easily just keep bringing out your ponies as long as you had the right amount and type.
And I like how the game, the higher the score gets in the game, the more action points you get. So the game gets more exciting and you can do more per turn as the game gets near the end, right? Mm-hmm. And I also like how the action points are sort of a little resource, kind of like the focus in War Machine, and you can spend it how you want, or you can save it from turn to turn to use it for more.
Yes, I've done that a few times.
That was pretty neat. Now, what about the troublemakers? What did you think? How do those kind of work?
They're probably my favorite piece in the game. They're really cool how they stop your opponent for solving the problems. I can't wait to try out the villains because I haven't seen any of those, but I know that they stop both of you from using the problem, which is cool if you're also having trouble using the problem.
Right. So basically, you can work on your side of the problem. Your opponent can work on their side of the problem. But if you put a troublemaker in the way, your troublemaker blocks your opponent from doing any work on the problem. Mm-hmm. But if that troublemaker happens to be a villain, do you know any examples of some of the villains from the previews?
Some of the villains that probably would be Discord, Queen Chrysalis, or Nightmare Moon.
Right. So the big bad guys in the story, right? Mm-hmm. When they show up, they block anybody from working on that problem until you deal with them. Now, we haven't been lucky enough to get a villain in any of the card packs we bought. And how many cards do you own so far? I mean, how many packs did you get? Do you remember so far?
I got 6 booster packs and 1 starter pack.
Right, so a lot of Christmas money. Yes. But basically, one of the downsides of the game is it's a collectible card game, which means that you don't know what you're going to get when you buy it, right? So you gotta hope you get some cool stuff, right?
Yes, the only way you're going to know is in the starter packs. In the 2 of the starter packs are you either get Rainbow Dash Rarity or Twilight and Applejack. In the 2-player starter pack, you can get Fluttershy and Pinkie Pie.
All right, so that's what I wanted to ask you about the game. So you really like it?
Yes.
And you'd recommend it to your friends?
Yes.
So now we got to rate the game. So normally when we rate games in this show, we talk about dice rolls, but I think your favorite thing is cupcakes. So I think on a scale of 1 to 5 cupcakes, with 5 cupcakes being the best game ever made and 1 cupcakes being a game you never want to play again, how many cupcakes is My Little Pony collectible card game?
5.
5 cupcakes. There you have it from Rose Wakeland. Rose, thank you for joining me on the show today.
You're welcome.